I didn't start. Okay, let's start. Where would you like me to put this? That way, it's literally just a slide. But it will be like, it's not, it's just going to be sound. This way.
I've got a plug in.
No, there's one over there.
Turn the camera on and leave it
Plug
there.
just yeah,
Whatever works.
yeah, I'm trying to. Yes.
Did
Did you get hold of anyone? I think.
Yeah, so I called them and then they're going to try send someone over as soon as they can. They just need to figure out. But there's nothing to see. Unless you turn my camera off. That's what you're going to do. Oh? Yeah. Oh, on. That was on. Yeah, but like, why can't we see anything? Oh, we can, but it's grey for some reason. It's definitely do you guys share your screen? Yeah, I'll just yeah. I'll try to figure it out on my laptop and then swap it out if we can get it going. So we can't get my camera to work or something. I don't know why. Yeah.
We need the camera.
Worries for now.
No, we don't need the
It's the recording's the main thing. Yeah.
Okay, so that is recording now. Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready again?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good morning, everybody. Hearing stream 5 has been reconvened on our last day, day 5. We have a fairly full day and agenda of submitters today, so I want to make sure we're going at a good pace. As you know, we're having RT issues, so what we're doing is recording, no visuals. You'll be probably pleased to know, until we can get some IT help to restore our live streaming services. So please forgive us on that side of things. And if people could make sure their phones are on silent or off, that's always a good thing too. Right, other than that, we have Wellington International Airport Limited before us, and I'll hand over to Ms. Dewar.
Good morning. I've given you some notes just to save your pens.
These supersede the 28th of July ones, or
No, they're
additions?
additional too. So that basically at paragraph 1.1 say they respond to key matters raised in legal submissions last week, and obviously some questions that have been asked by the panel as well. We've prepared again just for your convenience further summaries in response to evidence and questions in Ms. Lester, Ms. O'Sullivan, and Mr. Thompson. Provide that. Mr. Thurston, who is right on my right-hand side, left-hand side, your right. He is here in person. Mr. Kyle is here via Teams. Obviously, that might be slightly problematic. Passes and make sure.
Okay, thank you. And just on that point, we have on the panel today Commissioner Dash. Now he is, because he facilitates the Air Noise Committee, he's recused himself from hearing anything to do with the noise or deliberating on anything to do with airport noise, but he is here in terms of any other matters like natural hazards and things that may arise. So just sort of clarify that for the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, in terms of introduction, I just note that the airport is supporting expert conferencing in an endeavour to further reduce the issues, especially those technical acoustic standard issues that seem to be narrowing as the days go by, and also to tidy up drafting, especially for the ISPP. First topic that I propose to talk about is the OLS designation, and that's obviously in response to this call submissions on this meeting on Friday. And this Lisa will provide some more evidence about that for you. But I just need to say that the OLS restrictions over large parts of the city have been in place since the 1990s. All major airports have OLS designations. They're designed, and those are designed based on the same parameters provided by the civil aviation requirements. So there's nothing new about them. Wellington is a little bit more complicated because of its terrain, so sometimes that requires more input by the airport in terms of where there might be shielding, for instance, and that's just the reality of it is that there is for Wellington. The PDP maps have always shown the extent of the OLS, and the new data layer is designed to provide additional assistance with council staff and dealing with the designation requirements. So there's nothing new, it's just an extra, and it's designed to assist, and it goes to show that actually no good deed goes unpunished. And in my submission, the matters raised by Ms. Caldwell are more appropriately considered at the designation hearing and do not raise any natural justice considerations. So all the information about the designation is in the designation conditions, and the extent of the geographical extent has always been in the post-plan planning maps. Yes, they are complicated, it is a complicated matter, technical and sometimes very difficult to understand, but there's nothing new.
The panel will be interested in how it has operated since the 1990s and has on a day-to-day basis operates as well, particularly in terms of new buildings being built within the OLS. Things are presuming this is the
sort of a day-to-day stuff.
Yeah.
And Mr. Houston has more of a technical background, so we expect that he would be more useful at the designation hearing. Yeah. He's here. If you do have any questions that you need answered now.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of NZS 6805, in response to suggestions by Kamora and the Council's planning section 42, although the standard part of the measurement methodology is no longer relevant, I think Mr. Ashby put it as no longer being on the table. In my submission, the underlying principles of the standard are still very much relevant. They have been considered and underpin the management of aircraft noise at all major airports in New Zealand and by the court in relation to related litigation. The most recent Queenstown decision of Judge Borthwick and the suite of decisions that went all the way. 6805 forms the basis of that management and that interface and the interrelationship between the community and the airport. Review sensitivity is at the heart of the standard because that's what it's trying to achieve, protect people's health and amenity, but at the same time make sure that airports which are of a significant influence and importance to our communities won't be constrained unnecessarily. As Mr. Humperson will say, standards are reviewed annually after 10 years, and a review can be requested by interested parties, including KiwiRail. That hasn't happened. It is accepted that Wellington Airport has a long and unique planning history, but this does not stop the principles from being important. The rules put forward by while recognises that history, while at the same time looking into the future. So we have this opportunity, it's now, probably won't ever happen again. We just find ourselves in a moment in time when this can happen, and when the airport has been guided by processes that it has undertaken, been guided by other cases that happen throughout New Zealand in terms of what happens when those review sensitivity issues actually arise and manifest themselves in constraints. And in my submission, the old decision, I think Mr. Hunt referred to Judge Hendenon's decision of 1997 as being a wise decision. And yes, it was a wise decision. And I note that Mr. Dash must have been a very young man at that stage. He features in it.
Must be on.
So you can call him the young Mr. Dash.
Another century.
At the time, it was clear that the judge didn't think there would be much pressure on intensification around the and it was clear from my reading of the cases and the cases that follow that everything was fine in the world of the and its relationship with the residents, and there wouldn't be any problems because of the standard, because their decision was the first decision in New Zealand based on the new RMA, and since the standard had been promulgated. That was first off the rank. So new territory to the extent that things that we wouldn't expect said now, like I think in one of the instances the judge said, well, a non-compliant activity is just like a prohibited activity. Well, you don't think like that now. So it has aged, but the history is still an interesting read, but there are things about the decision that are no longer they don't exist anymore. And I noted that decision, the judge noted then that even then most of the neighbours were new. So the existing residents were by people who had come to live next to the neighbour. So when you look at it now, in today's age, you'd be very lucky to find someone who's been there since before the airport was there. Probably the most important, obviously, issue is review sensitivity. And I just have to say I do disagree with how Mr. Matheson framed his submissions on review sensitivity. In my submission, the relevant case law, which is in my original submissions, and the RPS definition, importantly, because of course we've got to compete that document, confirm that review sensitivity is a potential effect. So it's an effect that's going to happen in the future. And if it manifests itself, it's kind of too late because the constraining effect is going to happen, and that's the bad thing. So the point of this exercise is to ensure that this doesn't happen. And as such, the suggestion that there must be evidence of it happening now is simply not correct. The examples provided by Weil and Barnes and in their evidence clearly demonstrates that airports are particularly vulnerable to review sensitivity effects, and that particular care is required. And that is a reason why the standard was developed. Case law has also held that complaints can often be a precursor or an indication of review sensitivity effects. So it's kind of a litmus test. The evidence of Ms. Leisler and Barnes is that complaints have increased. Further, the evidence of Guardians of the Bay, as you've heard, is that they, even the existing residents, consider there are significant negative effects from existing airport aircraft operations. Whoops, oh no.
Yeah, can you just press it again? Maybe sort of
Flat.
No?
green, turn green if it's on.
Green. Oh, it's
That's
got
on.
Okay.
Okay, so good.
So yes, so the evidence of Guardians of the Bay is that they consider there are significant negative effects from the existing aircraft and aircraft operations. And in these circumstances, in my submission, it does not make any sense to allow unlimited intensification in the outer air moles overlay, which will be exposed to 60 to 65 dBA. And that level, of course, is what has been enabled by the recent designation. And so that recent designation, if you take into consideration, say, for instance, the Queenstown case of Judge Borthwick, where she said that if you've taken all into account, Section 171 matters and granting the designation, Section 16 isn't an additional thing to take into account of that process. That might later on, as the designation gets older and things change, but at the moment, while has undertaken its Section 16 duty by getting the designation and getting this approval subject to a number of conditions. And also, I think it's probably clear now, and Ms. O'Sullivan will provide you with a table which sets out the different planning perspectives on intensification, just so that you can look at it in a bird's eye view. It seems there's mostly agreement in terms of the inner North boundary. Sorry, overlay. In terms of equity, which is kind of a side issue to the review sensitivity, and obviously your duties and council's duties under Section 32 and therefore Part 2 of the Act. Contrary to Mr. Matheson's assertion, I would not say that equity and fairness is irrelevant under the Act, and I refer to my paragraph 8 to 10 of my original submissions. It's obviously clear that equitable principles underpin all of the processes of law, really, but some matters are more equal than others in resource management. So, for example, Section 6, we pay particular attention, we must pay particular attention to these matters listed in Section 6. So there's an inequality if you're looking straight at principles of equity in that. And in my submission, the equity equates, when you think of that as equitable sharing under the RMA, and it provides a far more sophisticated and nuanced approach as to how district planning decisions are to be made, and hence how resources and effects are shared. And I also add that that's the policies and objectives that I was referring to, and the provisions, the relevant decision-making provisions that don't refer to equity. Doesn't mean to say that they don't underpin them and aren't relevant, but it's just not the key consideration. And what concerns me about the approach that's been taken with the noise, because it was drafted by Mr. Ashby with the assistance of Mr. Hunt, was that firstly he had this issue of equity in mind when he was drafting, and he also didn't think that the standard was applicable. And so in my submission, you should be very careful about the provisions that have fallen out of that thinking, because in my submission it comes at the wrong angle and isn't with the right lens of Section 32 in Part 2 of the Act. Mr. Matheson raised the issue of qualifying matters in his submissions, oral submissions on Friday. And I should make it clear that I have not asserted that the existence of a qualifying measure automatically justifies restriction on intensification and compliance with the NDRS. It is very clear that the discretion for lease enabling provisions is only to be to the extent necessary to accommodate one or more of the qualifying matters. In this case, the airport is nationally significant infrastructure. The airport says that some restriction on the intensification of residential development within the airport's overlay is necessary to both mitigate effects on the community as a result of aircraft noise and also to protect the airport against reverse sensitivity effects. So the extent of the effects cannot be fully mitigated. To the extent that they can't be fully mitigated. And that brings in this issue about inside noise and outside noise. And in doing so, ensure the safe and efficient operation of the airport for both now and the future. And in my submission, Mr. Matheson's interpretation would render the amendment Act qualifying matters provisions largely ineffective. And I say that in any event, the Waka decision can be distinguished from the present scenario, in particular in relation to the outer noise overlay, and to the extent that the decision would apply to the inner air noise overlay, because it wouldn't fall foul of that. Now, obviously, that's the Waka decision has been appealed. It was looked at in the court commented.
We lost the sound again. I'm sorry.
It's still going green, but it's
Okay.
give it time. recover. Is it better? Yeah.
That's great.
So it's been appealed, and it was clear that the court was finding the piece of legislation difficult. And I must say it's not my favourite amendment act in the world. The court looked at it as though the qualifying matter was a related provision, and in my submission it's not, because the NDRS, when you look at those awful provisions, as the NDRS, sorry, scheduled back, amended in line with policy 4 of the New Zealand Standard. And policy 4 says that you can put in qualifying matters to the extent that are required. So that is the NDRS massaged with all the qualifying matters. And then you have the related matters that must relate to the NDRS massaged with all the qualifying matters. And the court looked at it in a different approach. And there was also a distinguishing factor of what's called existing qualifying matters and new qualifying matters. And of course, the court was looking at, they thought was an existing qualifying matter. It's very clear that the inner noise boundary is an existing qualifying matter, and the outer is a new one. But if you look at new, the amendment act provides. Yeah.
You just swap with.
Okay, shows. So when you look at the act, it does allow you to do new qualifying matters. So if they're new, the plan's not going to have anything sitting behind them because they're new. So how are you going to give effect to qualifying matters if it's restricted in that way? And, you know, and if you look at logically, if you are making something less enabling in terms of density in those lists in the schedule, how do you do that without making something a different beast, i.e. not permitted, control, restricted, discretionary? It's very difficult to get your head around, and it's caused me sleepless nights trying to figure out. And when I look at the list of things that can be qualifying matters, even the things that other infrastructure providers like setbacks, will they affect the development potential of the site? So if there haven't been any of those before, can't do it either. So to me, it just doesn't make sense. So I think that it's better that the Waka decision has looked at on the face of it, on those facts, and let's see what the High Court comes back with when that goes through. But because in this instance, the inner noise boundary is an existing qualifying matter, that's what that case was about. And for the outer, it wasn't about you, therefore that can be distinguished appropriately. So I hope that assists. And then finally, just one last matter, which was that duplication issue. I just note it's been resolved as between the planning witnesses, but there seems to be still some confusion and misunderstanding on the part of Guardians of the Bay and Stratum Park residents associations. And those provisions that they seek to be duplicated are covered by the designation and are the responsibility of Wellington Airport alone. So even if they were duplicated in the district plan, they wouldn't have any effect, which would be confusing and which would and could lead to misunderstanding. So there's really no point. And I would note that it's clear from the, you'll see when you look at the designation for the OLS, that part of the problem with the wording between the old and the new is that it has got references to district plan rules that no longer exist, which is why you have to be very careful about cross-pollinating those two provisions. So that concludes my summary of the legal issues that have been raised so far.
Thank you. Any questions? Can I just, while we're waiting there, just on that last point, I think one of the points raised in favour of having district plan rules was that it could deal with third parties that aren't subject to the designation. It may create a nuisance or noise effects that could be enforced fairly readily.
And that's what's happened.
Right.
So those are in there. So there were two that were concerning the residents groups, and they were to do with the eastern side area development. They both relate to issues that only the airport company will deal with. One was, I just can't remember, but they both deal with. They can't relate to third parties,
Right.
and they can't be enforceable by one party. So about the measurement of noise, which talked about it, in LDM, which is air pollution. You just can't do that on an individual event. And that's actually in my original submissions to that left over.
Thank you. Questions?
I was just a bit interested in your comments about the Waka decision, because you're saying it's the outer noise layer, which is a new new overlay.
Yes.
Is not the same as the issue of the Waka decision.
No, they treated it as an existing because the
other is treated as existing.
sorry,
What's treated as existing?
in the Waka decision,
Yes,
the matter
treated
is an existing because they have a list of historic.
Yeah, I was commissioner on it.
Right. Yeah.
But
But I had to grab another property, and that was the issue.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So it was considered to be an existing qualifying matter. And then the court then said that the new listing of that particular property was a related provision. And that's where
I think I'm seeing that you're just the way that was written.
sorry, it is tricky.
Yeah.
It's,
Questions?
No, fine, I'm out.
I think in terms of, and it's not so much a question, Stuart, as around the noise standards, we've been told that the proposed approach it has a lot of advantages over the traditional approach to installation and things. So we would be interested in understanding why those advantages aren't in terms for the airport, because they did seem to be more pragmatic in terms of as a way of ensuring insulation standards are met.
Yes.
But we're still open on that topic.
Well, obviously, Mr. Humpson can deal with that. He's the expert, and I think he has tried to make sure that there are some benefits as a result of the internal sound level approach as well, by having a table of construction methodologies.
Which we heard about on Friday.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll let him deal with that. But from the airport's perspective, there is a lot to be said for consistency in terms of what it's doing now. Has had a great deal of experience of retrofitting both insulation and ventilation, because it's done the most affected houses now. And also in combination with what other airports do, there is a consistency of approach here. But other than that, I can leave it to Mr. Humpson.
Okay, and just a final point. Thank you for raising the positive response to the potential for expert conferencing. We were told by the council that it needs to be fairly tightly defined what matters, not just a general discussion around it. We did get an indication that there seems to be quite a lot of positive opportunities in terms of ventilation standards, that the experts are fairly closely aligned. But I don't think we were very clear about in terms of the actual installation of houses and buildings at the moment. The indication from the council is there's still quite a bit of divergency in terms of what we've just been talking about, internal versus the differential approach.
I agree with you. I really think that conferencing can, and especially once experts have heard the evidence of their peers, and you've even seen that shift over the week, that it would be, in my submission, worthwhile for them to have a crack at it and see what comes out of the end. Certainly can't hurt. And there may be more of a consensus than we think, but then at least that might make your job easier in the long run, to just be able to fixate on the bits that are still under contention and amongst the experts.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay.
So now just ask Ms. Lester.
Hello. I'm Jo Lester. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Airport Planning Director of Wellington International Airport. Most of my qualifications are in my evidence and chief, and I've been listening to the evidence presented by the various submissions over the last week. So the summary that you have in front of you, I'm just making comments in relation to those submissions. This is in addition to my evidence. The airport company is deeply conscious of its responsibilities to the community and to the environment, and we have a strong record of working with the neighbours in an effort to enable the airport's operations to coexist alongside its community as much as possible. We've employed a community relations officer so that members of the community can have an easy and consistent way of contacting the airport and communicating with them. We have a site-wide construction noise management plan, which includes mitigation measures and communication with, and how we communicate with potentially affected noise receivers. Under our noise management plan, which has recently been updated and certified by the council, we are currently preparing a noise stakeholder engagement plan, and this provides for various channels of communication with our local community, much of which are already existing. During the preparation of that updated airport noise management plan, we had a notified period where we went out to the community and we received 15 quite substantial submissions and took on board every single one of those. We're fully involved and support the Airport Noise Management Committee. We have been working with the members of the Guardians of the Bays and the Stratum Park Residents Association to set up a Community and Environment Fund, which you may have heard Guardians of the Bays refer to last week, and that's in accordance with condition 39 of our main site area designation. And last but not least, we have our Quiet Homes program. The Guardians of the Bays and Strathmore Park Residents Association indicated last week that they believe that the airport has taken a very long time to implement that program and that it has fallen behind in its delivery. Just for your information purposes, I've provided the history and background to that program, outlining the amount of research and development that was required prior to its implementation. That's Appendix A to the summary. That program is rolled out area by area. It started with the properties that experienced the highest exposure to aircraft noise. The current rollout map is on the final page of my summary. It's tailored to individual needs of every single property based on their proximity to the airport, the dwelling construction and the level of noise exposure that they receive. Each house therefore requires a bespoke acoustic engineered design. As noted in my evidence, this program did slow down through COVID-19 due to lockdowns, resourcing and lack of building materials. However, it is now back to its previous rate of installation, which is one property every 3 weeks receiving the mitigation. It's also expected that that process will speed up the further out from the airport the property is, as less construction works will be required. I also note that Kāinga Ora have been a little bit critical that the airport have not provided noise complaints data to show that the outdoor amenity is actually an issue for people living in proximity to the airport, and that the airport has not proven that there will be future reverse sensitivity effects. I am more than happy to make the airport's noise complaints register available with respect to past noise complaints. I note that complaints do not make this distinction. I note here that the Wellington City Council noise team are advised of each noise complaint received by the airport and how we have responded to them. These complaints and our responses are then discussed at the Air Noise Management Committee meeting, and the minutes of those meetings, along with the complaint register, is subsequently published on our website. From my knowledge of the complaints and from discussions with complainants, it is clear that complaints are often than not made about lawful and usual operations of the airport, ranging from medical emergency flights within the curfew period to the air conditioning on our car parking building. It appears that complaints can stem from changes in operations or unexpected events from the perspective of the complainant. For example, a particularly noisy aircraft or a different flight path, irrespective of whether they're inside or outside their house. We continue to have complaints about aircraft noise at night by homeowners who just wish to have their windows open. It is not possible to provide evidence of any future potential reverse sensitivity effects. The introduction of new residents into an area affected by aircraft noise has the potential to increase the risk of reverse sensitivity effects on the airport, despite internal acoustic treatment to new and altered buildings. The airport's concerns relate not only to the reverse sensitivity effects resulting from the potential for complaints from new residents to curtail existing operations, but the impact on the airport's ability to cater for changing operational requirements and future growth requirements, which are enabled by our designations, without opposition from additional residential occupants within the noise overlay, which could lead to pressure for further operational constraints at the airport. This has been demonstrated recently by the reaction in the number of complaints received by some residents in the northern suburbs to a change in the aircraft noise received resulting from Airways New Zealand's recently implemented altered departure flight path out of Wellington Airport. This was discussed in my primary evidence. It's important to reiterate, as outlined by Mr. Humperson, that aircraft noise currently being experienced is not the noise that is predicted to be in the future. This is why the airports have agreed to provide mechanical ventilation within the outer noise overlay for buildings associated with existing noise sensitive activities in order to go some way to mitigate the effects of aircraft noise. Prior to Plan Change 72 of the 72 and 73 of the Operative District Plan, the airport was not specifically noted in the district plan to be an affected party on any resource consents for noise sensitive activities in the air noise boundary. Unfortunately, this meant that there were a number of occasions where the council inadvertently forgot to notify the airport. It is pleasing that this has continued to be proposed for the air noise overlay, the notification provision. However, WILD considers that this is also necessarily in the outer noise overlay to ensure that where resource consents are required, the effects from airport operations are properly considered. This is further discussed in Ms. O'Sullivan's evidence, but I can confirm that WILD has been involved in a number of resource consent applications in the past and has provided written approval for some residential development. It is also opposed large multi-unit residential development where insufficient thought has been given to the location and design of the development in terms of aircraft operational noise, including, for example, the provision of outdoor balcony areas facing the runway. Now I talk about the obstacle limitation service and the mapping in the E-plan. As mentioned by Kainga on Friday, on the 27th of July, an additional data layer in relation to the airport's OLS designation was uploaded to the proposed district planning maps. This appeared to take Kainga by surprise that the OLS covers much of the city, which could potentially affect intensification enablement, even though the airport has had an airport OLS designation in the operative plan since 1999, which has been rolled over. It is important to note that the 2D overlay of the WILD 1 OLS designation was contained in the proposed district plan maps when it was notified, so the extent of it should not have been considered a surprise. The primary reason for this additional layer was essentially enabling a parcel data search to make it much easier for all plan users to understand our designation requirements in relation to their particular site. I note that KiwiRail are very aware of these requirements, as I have been in ongoing discussions with some of their team members with respect to proposed developments in Strathmore Park that will penetrate the OLS. In these cases, it was found that the proposed developments would be shielded by the surrounding hills and therefore would have no impact on aircraft safety. WA was therefore able to provide written consent under Section 176 of the RMA. While and its GIS consultants, Speaker, have been in ongoing discussions with the district plan team and the GIS team at Wellington City Council for more than a year regarding this mapping. The timing of its upload into the maps was not within WA's control. However, all parties agree that it would be a very helpful.
Oh, thank you. And the Appendix A, do you want to just explain that?
It's just the historical information about the required homes program came into being. So that outlines the different research and development that needed to be undertaken, including trial periods. So it's outlining why it took a long time between it was initiated and when the actual work started happening on private properties. And Appendix B is the rollout map. So this is on our website, but it indicates the areas that have been completed and where we're leading up from there. So Area 5, the group ones will be offered later this year.
Okay. Out of interest, do any property owners decline to have their places?
Yes, some people do. But yeah, they're not initially envisaged.
Okay. Questions, Ms. Lesser?
Sorry. Yes, I did. I still don't really have an idea of the scale of the number. I mean, you talked about the complaints. I understand that you keep the register and the discussed, etc. But I don't really have what's the size? Yeah. How many we're talking? How many a month or how many roughly?
I'd say we'd probably, before the flight path change that has been recently, we would have had approximately 4 to 5 complaints a month.
And the recent ones that changed in flight path, you would expect that to reduce, would you?
The changes in the flight path that we've had would be more like 4 to 5 a week.
And are they dropping off?
They're dropping off at the moment, and it's more recurring, same people complaining.
Thank you.
Thank you for that update. I've just got a couple of questions. You made reference to the point where the OLS, in response to KO's concerns last week about the changes. So just so that I'm clear, the actual geographical extent of the OLS did not change with the update.
No.
So what changed with the update was additional information that was intended to provide a site-specific analysis in a more effective way. So it was more information. Did that information include any changes in the parameters of what could potentially be impacted within the OLS?
No.
Okay, so there was no, it was just additional information to help people understand and use the map. All of the stuff that you've been referring to, are they voluntary? So the management plan, the committee, or are they a condition of an existing consent, or are they?
All the
So in your evidence, like, yeah, so you talked about things like the stakeholder engagement plan, the construction noise plan, the community relations officer. Are they all are those initiatives and a part of a requirement in some way, shape, or form, or are they a voluntary thing that the airport thinks is a good idea?
As an extra.
Yeah.
Yes.
So-
Do you want me to go through that?
No, not necessarily, because what I'm trying to understand is with so with the Guardians of the Bays as an example, if they're concerned that it's taken longer than originally thought to implement some of these things, I would assume those would have been communicated well in advance before happening. Oh, yes, and so it's just a misunderstanding between the expectations that some community groups have and the ability for the airport to deliver because of COVID and things like that. Yeah, no, that's it for me, thanks.
Thank you. In terms of the OLS, how does it operate on a day-to-day basis in terms of, because it's just on the information that was provided to us last week, there would be a lot of the city that would capture building height above 8 metres around the city, including both sides of Mount Victoria. How does the airport get notified of all dwellings and buildings over 8 metres and that's captured?
So at the moment, the district, the resource and sense team,
Mhm.
when they receive an application, often they forward to the applicant or architect my email, and they get in contact with me and send information about their proposed development. I have a GIS, internal GIS as well, so I've been able to look to see whether the designation does actually apply, because at times where I get notified about anything anywhere, but the designation doesn't actually apply until, in some cases, 50 metres above their property. So and then we give automatic approval to anything over 8 metres for most of those surfaces, and then above that we need to look at it a bit more closely, and so I often work with Lockie and we work out whether there's shielding from hillsides around to see if that makes a difference. In some cases we might have to go to Airways or Aeropath, the procedure designers who are experts in this field, just to see if it does have an effect on aircraft safety. But in most instances, we've been able to say that we'd give approval that I have seen so far.
Have you ever had the opportunity, whatever, to decline giving approval?
I haven't had to so far.
Right. Okay. I was just thinking in terms of the city's most dense zone, you know, around the city centre zone and things like that. It looks like it would catch a lot of the taller buildings there. But is that where the question of shielding would come into it?
The question of shielding would come in.
Right. So
We need to assess on a site-by-site basis or a proposal-by-proposal basis.
So in your experience, that hasn't had an effect on building within that part of the city at all? So the city centre zone and all around that part of the city.
There's, you know, reasonably much higher buildings being proposed in the proposed district plan, so that crunch could come.
Okay. Okay. In terms of notification, so I think you answered a question I had around that. What sort of where would you oppose an application? So it's where, given the location and design, hasn't really addressed the question of outdoor living space properly. Yeah.
Sometimes you can have ongoing discussions with developers around that too.
You get a redesign sort of outcome. Okay. Okay, no, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Now, just an update on the IT front. It is being live streamed out sound wise, so people can hear it at the very least. And we're going to have IT come in at morning tea because they need to use ladders and things, and be quite disturbing. So hopefully after that we'll get some visuals going as well. So just to let you know that. Thank you.
So, no, or Mr. Thurston, you may not have any questions, well, you may, he doesn't have a summary, so it's relying on his original, brief of evidence sheet.
Thank you.
Information is,
Don't need to read them. Did you want, I'm assuming you don't want him to read out his brief of evidence.
Not really, no.
So you're just
Uh,
waiting for any questions from him.
yes.
This is his first RM.
All right. Well, welcome to the wonderful world of RMA.
or an operational guy.
Yeah, that's fine. Do we have any questions for Mr. Thurston? No, I don't. Didn't have any. It's very clear.
Oh, if it's his first one, we've got to give him one.
Do it.
Oh, the hell. We can't. We can't.
Okay.
I'm just trying to go through my notes to make sure that there was I didn't see. It would have been nice to know that you were this was your first call before you turned up. But no, I don't have too many questions, to be honest. So it's all pretty straightforward.
Detail explain the actual nature of services. We're just giving you a 101 guide at the moment.
I think the hardest thing for the panel has been trying to get their head around the 3D nature of the OLS. We had a little session in there just to make sure we understood it fairly well. It is interesting that map has just come online. I'm not saying anything more, but it's just interesting. And if I were a district planner, I would be looking at giving more detail to that map, because it shows the difference in the height, but in terms of the permitted height levels and things like that, I would be quite interested in how it would have affected the notified height limits around the city and things like that. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I think that would be, I think I'm on the dissertation for
Hey, I'm not.
oh, sorry. It might be useful to the heads up to do something 3D for that hearing, just so that it's you can explain it through in the way that.
Certainly give it some thought. Obviously, you can see that it's taken a lot of work to get that layer to date and into the plan. And in terms of having the permitted heights, council would have to probably do that, because obviously they're not airports heights. That's the plan, but it's not to say it can't be done. And we're certainly happy to have a discussion with the council about that.
Yeah, just the useful tools.
And we'll think about it as we're explaining the data.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's you know, when you see something in 2D, it's alarming. But sometimes when you see it when it's explained,
Yes,
in 3D,
it's not that alarming when as you move further out from the airport. It's obviously, you know, different part of the bathtub. But we'll give that some thought, and obviously Lockie will be thinking about your questions as well, and we'll see what he can come up with to provide you with that assistance.
just an example. Even.
Yeah, I suppose Ms. Caldwell on Friday said that it's potentially quite disabling in terms of intensification. But that's why we're quite interested in how it works on a day-to-day basis. How disenabling is LLS, do you think?
So
How disenabling is it in terms of affecting potential intensification?
it hasn't so far.
I suppose.
And you know, often OLS is certainly closer into the airport. I think tend to be from cranes. And they can often be for temporary things, which are dangerous. And I don't know the answer to that other than to say, well, to date there hasn't been a problem. And again, bearing in mind your question, we'll make sure that we can provide information to you.
And then DRS is new, so it's new height limits. So.
Yes.
Oh, it's not just the MDRS, it's all around, like Kilburnie as a metro centre. submissions seeking to have much higher height limits, things like that. And it's probably not, you're probably not in a position to answer questions around that, but do you have any view around that?
And so the OLS goes, I think of it a little bit like in terms of planning terms, like a recession plan, like sunlight recession planning. It goes out certain distance, it goes up at 1.1 and 7, and it flashes out a bit. So the bulb that in the business of evidence is like it's like a sunlight access plan that so in Kilburnie, it's actually quite high buildings that are allowable under our OLS standards. If you use our planning tool, you can go in and just it will tell you the distance between the ground level and the OLS. And I think in many of those things under our OLS, you can be allowed up to 40 to 50 metres.
Right. Okay. Is that because of the angle of the OLS? It's not the hills behind it. It's sort of basically.
So it goes. I can't remember the exact distances, but from the centre line of our runway, it goes sort of flat out for 140 metres, and then 1 and 7, which is quite steep.
Yeah.
So if you think of the airport and our the Airways Tower, the executive planning hangar up that way, they all just sit under the OLS and they're quite high.
And then it would just get progressively higher from that point onwards. So,
around the hills.
yeah.
That's useful information.
So it does, it would be quite difficult to have an accurate assessment because of course you've got shielding, as Oyster said, even though it does impinge the OLS, the buildings can still go ahead. So it's not necessarily an impediment.
Would it make sense to refine the OLS to take into account shielding at all? So that it doesn't apply to parts of the city below certain heights?
Commissioners, that would make it even far more complex.
Mm.
The OLS is, you've got different surfaces depending upon a particular runway direction. So while you may have shielding, for instance, if aircraft are flying to the north, it might not apply if they are travelling south on approach.
Mm.
So to try and account for shielding would make it particularly difficult. It's much easier just to have the standard surface and allow the airport to then ascertain internally and or with our colleagues at Aeropark as to whether or not there is an issue. To try and put that in a plan, I think would be extremely difficult and ultimately confusing for everyone, particularly with the terrain, how that impinges already.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No. Good, thank you very much.
Next up is Ms. Thompson.
Morning, Commissioners. Got my summary. I will be speaking to Mr. Hunt's supplementary evidence, so if you can have that to hand as well. Basically, it's figure 1. So just fire warning to that.
Just bear with us for a second.
That doesn't come until a couple of minutes now. So I'm going to cover 4 topics within my evidence this morning. And first off, the rank is 6805, and I heard Mr. Ashby and Mr. Matheson last Friday and last Thursday, sorry, Tuesday, and we talked about 6805 in the relevance, and my views are set out in my evidence, but I just wanted to talk about the review process which New Zealand standards have. It effectively remains a relevant standard. It's Standards New Zealand reviews their standards, also normally those over 10 years old in the year, and they conduct a review. And in January this year, I approached Standards New Zealand to confirm that there had no feedback prompted by either users of the standard or industry bodies, and those industry bodies could be airports or planners, for example, sorry, barns. to either withdraw or promote a review of that standard or any of the other standards within the New Zealand standards. Just fine with them. And there's no plans at all to use 6805. So in essence, it remains a relevant standard today. So there's two technical issues I will talk about this morning. One is to do with treatment of buildings and the other is reverse sensitivity. I heard Mr. Stiles on Friday about where he summarised the pros and cons of what we call the DTR method, which is Mr. Hunt's, the councils, and the DBA method, which is favoured by the airport company and Waka Kotahi and KiwiRail. And it appears that he's in agreement that DBA standard could work, but with possible 2 tweaks for rail, road and aircraft. Firstly, the first tweak, the DBA approach, requires the external noise environment, and the airport company have already committed to providing consoles in 1 dB steps. Those 1 dB steps will be included within a GIS layer, and that would be made available to council and could be made available online as well. So people can go in and have a look at where the property is and what the external noise environment is. And that will be for the future consoles for 2050, so it safeguards the future. The second item is about sound insulation calculations needed for spectral or frequency data to assist with the acoustic design of the building envelope. And this data is readily available and will be a composite of jet and turboprop aircraft. So there's the two that operate from the airport. There's also to consider between the arrivals and also landing spectra, so you take the worst case for that. And in my rebuttal evidence, I gave an example calculation where I did a sound insulation based on 40 dB internal design standard. And I used the inbuilt, my data rather than the inbuilt data within sound software package such as Insol. And I wish to clarify a potential misunderstanding by Mr. Hunt when he mentioned last Tuesday that I agreed with the minimum construction requirements of Table 1, which is for an outside to inside reduction of 30 dB. My reference to Table 1 is appropriate as no new properties should be constructed within 70 dB contour, whereas 40 dB internal plus 30 dB insulation gives you a 70 dB outside. The approach I have adopted is to provide an option to either implement Table 1 or to engage an acoustician. Both approaches result in similar outcomes. Most of the projects I have worked on have involved non-standard building constructions, mainly large expanses of skinning roof or glazing, and therefore bespoke solutions are needed rather than relying on standard tables on construction details, which may not be fit for purpose at the end of the district plan due to changes in construction practices or regulatory requirements such as in the New Zealand Building Code. I heard KiwiRail's ventilation expert on Friday, and I will defer to his expertise when addressing ventilation rates and comfort cooling requirements. I still do not consider it necessary to have a high ventilation rate for aircraft noise, as residents can choose to open windows and doors in between aircraft operations. I think Commissioner Faulkner, you commented on that last Friday. I do note that Mr. Lindbergh's NISE S6 is one of the most detailed ventilation standards I have seen. In my evidence, I gave a rather brief but hopefully informative overview of social acoustic surveys and health effects, including the implications of the World Health Organization's 2018 guidelines. Intensification of noise sensitive activities within the air noise overlays increases the number of people exposed to noise. Increasing the number of people increases the potential of people who become highly annoyed. Annoyance, impaired well-being, as well as self-reported sleep disturbance are classified by the WHO as health outcomes. Annoyance is the most readily measurable and reliable indicator in self-reported social surveys. High annoyance is therefore a precursor to other effects. Annoyance can be likened to an immediate effect that people may initially become disturbed and annoyed, and then they can manifest itself depending upon the sensitivity of the individual to complaints, which can then lead to hypertension, stress, and possibly negative outcomes on health. Of all the health effects, sleep disturbance is recognised by the WHO as the key health effect. Managing noise at night is therefore essential, and Wellington Airport's curfew period assists with managing these effects, as does restrictions within the future of the east side area. The latest WHO guidelines suggest that communities are becoming more sensitive to aircraft noise across a range of noise exposures, including levels outside the inner air noise overlay. From my experience, new people moving into an area are more likely to be annoyed, complain compared to people who are habituated to the noise. This is readily apparent at Whenuapai, and I am happy to explain my involvement with Base Auckland and why reverse sensitivity was critical to NZDF's concern about identification of noise sensitive development. And I did it in Mr. Matheson on Friday when we talked about Whenuapai not being a reverse sensitivity case. This means that increased levels of annoyance can result in increased levels of complaints, which over time can lead to constraints, i.e. reverse sensitivity. This is especially relevant if new people come to the nuisance. They are intrinsically linked. It's the potential to constrain the operation of the noise producer by pressure from the community. Similar to the examples provided by others and my own personal experiences. The panel has heard about the inner and outer air noise overlays and the relief that the airport is seeking to have effective party status in both overlays. It is important that the panel remembers that the outer air noise overlay covers noise levels between 60 and just under 65 dB. The upper of this range is most relevant when managing health, well-being, outdoor immunity and reverse sensitivity effects, hence the reason why the relief is being sought. So it's not just a 60, it's between 60 and 65. Just moving on to Mr. Kingston of the Strathmore Residents Association, we made a number of comments last Thursday relating to the noise contours, and just want to clarify a few items that he talked about. The inner and outer noise overlays are linked. As the annual 65 dB contour changes, so does the 60 dB contour. Both the inner and outer air noise overlays represent a situation in the future, which is 2050, which includes the use of the east side area. The airport will offer ventilation to existing homes within the future 60 dB contour, similar to the Quieter Homes programme rollout. The most affected properties will be treated first, at a rate that accords with the grade of the contour over time. And then the next section of my summary talks about how noise will change in the future. And I wanted to give you an indication of that in the context of the potential for reverse sensitivity. The size of the A and B provided for by the designation is predicted to be smaller in 2050 compared to the A and B in the operative plan. The A and B in the operative plan was produced in the 1990s. It was calculated with a different mix of aircraft and less sophisticated modelling. So terrain was excluded for the majority of the contour and manual adjustments were undertaken. The updated A and B reflects the current day aircraft and significantly quieter than the aircraft operating in the 1990s. For example, Air New Zealand's A320neo, which is at least 8 to 9 dB quieter than the Boeing 737-800 it replaced. This noise reduction is a result of improved engine performance. So new technology hybrid electric aircraft will be marginally quieter than the best performing current aircraft. And that is a consequence of those still rely on conventional propulsion systems such as propellers to actually move them forward. On average, there will be a 5 to 6 dB more noise in 2015 compared to current levels of aircraft noise. That's now in 2030, 2023. This applies equally to the 60 dB contour and the A and B, so both the outer and the inner air noise overlays. Whilst the noise interval aircraft will not increase, and in most cases will marginally decrease, the frequency of aircraft movements will increase. Forecasts show that there will be more scheduled aircraft operating in the future compared to the pre-COVID levels. And just to give you some percentages, so compared to 2019, which is just before COVID kicked in terms of air transport, there's going to be a 43% increase in movement numbers in the forecast for 2050. And compared to current day, there's a 61% increase. But those increases only result in a marginal increase in actual noise level. There will be less respite between aircraft operations. So on average, there will be 7 extra aircraft movements per hour in 2050 compared to 29 movements, an extra 9 aircraft movements compared to 2020 movements. This equates to approximately an aircraft every 3 minutes in 2050 compared to roughly every 5 minutes in 2022. And finally, there'll be more aircraft operating in evening periods prior to the curfew commencing and in the early morning after the curfew period ends. What I wanted to do now is just talk about the pros and cons of the DTR versus DBA method. So you can just have to hand the figure 1 of Mr. Hunt's. I just want you to concentrate on 2 lines. One is the red line, which is the 40 dB across the top of the chart.
Just talk about.
Yeah.
It's in the supplementary.
In Mr. Hunt's.
On page 7 of the
Sorry.
rebuttal.
Right.
Rebuttal.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
So just want me to concentrate on 2 lines. One is the 40 dB red line across the top of the chart.
Mhm.
That is the fixed internal limit that's the airport company is seeking, and that's what I'm seeking in my evidence. And that's the 40 dB LDM contour, sorry, LDM level inside. And then if you look at the yellow bars, that's the resulting internal noise level, depending on whether you apply 30 dB DTR or 35 DTR. So the red line is constant across all noise exposure levels, from 72 dB on the bottom all the way down to 60. So it's a consistent internal noise environment that's provided by a fixed dBA level. Whereas the DTR method has a variable internal level depending on the external noise environment. But what I want you to do is look at where the 65 orange yellow bar and 64 yellow bar is. That's the crossover between the inner and outer noise overlays, between the crossover between S4 and S5. So for a 1 dB change in the external noise environment, 64 to 65, you get a 4 dB jump in the internal noise environment, which for me is not consistent. There's a disconnect between the way which is an artifact of the way the law is worded in the standard. So for me, you're getting a 1 dB change in noise level outside, which isn't acceptable. And you get this big jump on the inside, whereas a 40 dB or a fixed internal dBA limit provides consistency. And one of the things that Mr. Stars talked about on Friday was its cost. So cost implications of the 1 dB change outside compared to going from 64 dB at 30 dB DTR attenuation to 35 dBr attenuation is a massive increase in my mind. And I have got experience of that, and I estimate it's around 20% increase because of the change in glazing types. So there are pros and cons of both methods. The approach I prefer is the fixed internal level because it's more consistent with what's in the operative plan. It gives a consistent outcome, and there are cost benefits by going down that route. Although I do recognise that the 35 and the 30 dB DTR method does result in a lower internal noise environment. So that's a very brief overview of the pros and cons of the DTR versus DBA method. Happy to answer any questions.
Just a question that I asked Mr. Hunt, and I'm still not totally clear. Why is the 40 dBA so consistent right through, notwithstanding the outdoor noise levels? You would have thought there'd be some.
You provide an fixed internal level, and this is what we do in the quieter home programs. We always design to 45 dB for quieter homes to recognise the existing properties. So by providing 40 dB, you get consistency no matter where you are in terms of noise exposure level. And that's the same for road and rail, and that's applied at other airports such as Christchurch, Queenstown, Auckland. They all use a fixed dBA level for the internal noise environment. It gives certainty more to the building occupiers. So you're not overprotecting or you're not underprotecting, you're providing a consistent outcome.
Thank you. One quick question, I'll change the pen. Two questions. the annoyance one, you said it's the most readily measurable and reliable indicator in self-reported social surveys. Could you just expand that a little bit in terms of how you measure annoyance? Is it just complaints, or is that some sort of?
You do a social survey and you send out a questionnaire to people, and that questionnaire asks a very specific question, which is it's an international standard which says this is the wording you should use. And as the respondent thinking about the past 12 months, while you are here at home, what is your annoyance response on a 0 to 11 point scale? And it asks them to rate it from not annoyed to extremely annoyed. And when we do annoyance surveys, it's what we call the highly annoyed. In other words, those respond to give either an 8 or 9 or a 10 rating in terms of their annoyance. And that's what we do with that. We then merge that with the noise level at that property, and we're able to work out the annoyance score for a certain dBA. We can plot that, and I've been involved with a current Waka Kotahi research project called Community Life Space. We're looking at road, rail and airports. We've just done surveys, and that should be published later this year. So it is, Commissioner Schofield, it is a very recognised approach in terms of doing social acoustic surveys. And that's an international best practice approach by the international standard, which is 15666.
And I don't know if you heard, but so your comment there around annoyance as an amenity effect that manifests itself and can lead to hypertension and negative health outcomes. So that aligns with Kaimora's planner. We talked about a spectrum that the amenity, the complaint is the first signal on a spectrum that can lead to health issues.
Absolutely.
So in terms of the noise boundary, and you said the 1990s one was less sophisticated. With no terrain included. What effect does terrain have on the A and B?
It's mainly in terms of the area to the east of Oyster, and also going towards Stratum Park. Then you get a narrowing of the contour in those areas. I could show you on the plan map, but it narrows the contour slightly.
Why is that?
It's effectively you're reducing the distance between the aircraft and the receiving the land. So you've got it's shorter, but what you're doing to make sure got rising land, the aircraft's at that altitude as it's taking off, it's effectively screening the areas behind. So where the old control tower is, the road behind that is effectively screened from the airport and also the aircraft taking off and landing. So terrain for Wellington Airport is important. It's also important for the likes of Queenstown Airport as well. Not so much for Auckland or Christchurch.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
No.
I think Mr. Anderson, I've just got a couple here. Coming back to DTR versus DBA method. If I'm affected by noise, I don't care about a number, or I don't care about a methodology. I just care about the fact that it's having an effect. With regards to the actual effect that we measure, is there any difference in the DTR or DBA in a correlation to the impact on effect? So looking at the graph, I see the difference in methodology with the indoor-outdoor noise, but if we look at people who are affected, does it matter which one you use? I.e., does one show that the effects are mitigated more than the other, or do we even know?
So the DTR method will give a better outcome, but it has to put into the context that people are living around in airports, so there's an expectation that there is going to be aircraft noise. The having a lower internal noise level is great, but it doesn't balance the what I call the other aspects of that in terms of the social side of it and also the economic side as well. The 40 dB level is in accordance with design standards for internal noise environments. One of the benefits that we do have with using the 40 dB LDN is that the LDN is a weighted level for night time. Obviously, we don't have that much aircraft movements for the curfew period. The DTR will give a better outcome purely from an acoustics perspective, but then it has to be balanced with the cost elements as well in terms of that design. Remembering that the opposite plan at the moment has a 40 dB fixed level internal already.
Sorry. The other question I have is you're talking about the survey data that you do and people rank and things like that. Is that influenced by the amount of exposure? Like, does it take into account if you've been living there for a long time, you might be habituated to the extent that the noise is the same, you just don't notice it anymore? Or does it look at just what an individual feels at a particular point in time at a particular address? And I suppose following on from that, are there trends which show that it might have been a nuisance at a particular place that's gone down over time because people have become used to the noise? So all of those kinds of things captured as well, or is it just a snapshot today as to how many people rank at a 7 or above?
So the questions specifically worded that says thinking about the past 12 months. And admittedly, when we do these things, one-off occurrences which Ms. Lister has talked about in terms of unusual events or a late flight actually influences somebody's response. But ultimately, it does look at the long-term exposure and the long-term MIS response as well.
Because if we're looking at future potential, I would assume they are very important things to know and understand, especially when we'll be sensitive in the potential for nuisance in the future.
Yeah, so just to expand on that, just very short, it's that what we normally find is when people new to a noise source and move in, those are the ones who are likely to be more aggravated or agitated about the noise and potentially leads to a noise and complaints. People will habituate to noise. Sometimes you get the issue of complaint fatigue, that people just don't complain because it doesn't have any effect. But as far as personally speaking, I think the airport company are very proactive when it comes to complaint management, especially with the Airlines Management Committee as well, and just the transparency. So I think for the likes of Wellington, it is proactive. They are trying to manage the complaints as and when they do arise, but at the end of the day, people will still complain for the sake of it, and people will habituate to the noise. So complaints aren't just purely indicators of overall noise of satisfaction.
Yeah, no, that's very useful. The last question is you made reference to the ability to open or close windows and doors in between flights. If you were able to do that, does that not by default the ability to do that kind of means that it's not very effective having them in the first place, because you could leave the window open when the plane's actually taking off a landing as well. So it kind of makes it null and void if you can still open and close the doors open. What am I missing there?
I think you have to give the residents the choice of having open more windows.
Right.
So you can't have closed environments. People feel claustrophobic or imprisoned in that house. You've got to have that connection with the outside. And what I was talking about in terms of rapid or high settings to stop the issue where you've got solar gain and you want to open the windows to get it cool or get the ventilation. The ability to do that is still needs to be provided. And I think because the aircraft is different to things like road traffic, where it's slightly intermittent, people can do that. So there's a potential cost saving by not going down the route of having a ventilation system, which has a high speed setting.
Yeah, no, so thank you.
One more. Okay.
One more. So, just so that I understand as well, if airplanes are making 5 or 6 decibels less noise because of technology, but they're departing and arriving more frequently, that still has a negative effect.
So
they're quieter, but there's more of them.
that's precisely
Yes.
the issue. That is picked up within the LTM, because the LTM looks at the miles of individual aircraft and also looks at the number. But what you normally find is the period, the respite period starts to reduce, and that's what people will start to have a negativity about. So what we've done, we've looked at it in terms of, on average, you're getting potentially from 5 minutes to 3 minutes in terms of that respite.
So coming back to the graph, would that graph be different if we took into account the quiet? It would be the same.
It'd be the same. The LTN is a 24-hour day average. So
Right.
it looks at the average noise exposure over that 24-hour day made up of the noise of individual aircraft and enemy flight.
I see.
So it's irrespective. So the 65 dB LTN or future aim is based on the noise levels of the aircraft that could and will be operating in the future, and the number of aircraft movements as well.
Thank you.
Just, we had a discussion with Mr. Hunt on the day around, despite all science around noise management and things, is obviously there has to be some sort of judgment call about the level of density that's could be provided around the airport. And a lot of it goes back to health issues rather than just amenity. It's a longer term exposure of a number of residents to the noise and leading. Do you have any comments yourself in a sort of big picture way around that sort of judgment call around density around the airport? That's a tricky question, I know, but it's ultimately what's lying behind all of the decisions we have to make.
You increase the number of people, you increase the potential for negative outcomes. That negative outcomes include health, it can include complaints, it can then lead itself onto reverse sensitivity as well. Noise effects will occur for a range of noise exposures. It will occur even outside the outer air noise overlay, because some people are very susceptible to noise. So it's important in my mind, Commissioner, that you've got to give protection and regard to the density and the intensification of dwellings. Wellington Airport is a very unique situation compared to all the other airports in New Zealand. The likes of Oyster, for example, has been very successful in terms of safeguarding its land. So the issue of reverse sensitivity at Christchurch isn't a concern. Whereas for Wellington, where you've got established uses and potentially need to increase residential development, that is a particular concern. It needs careful management and control. But in terms of setting a number, I can't, that's outside my expertise.
Mm. And the only other question I have is around the 6805, and it's given the language that it uses around land use management side of the standard. It is interesting that no organisation or party has sort of said, well, it needs to be better aligned, and this has been put to us with the language and the approach of the RMA in terms of land use management, and uses the word prohibited, except, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm quite surprised that the language hasn't been sought to be changed by any parties. That's probably an observation rather than a question. But
I think it's more that it's end of day 6805 and all the other standards are guidance, they're recommendations, and that's what we follow. There's kind of a bit of like precedent been set in terms of the way 6805 has been adopted and adapted for local circumstances as well. So in a perfect world, and I think we've talked about that, the experts, you would apply 6805 as it's worded, and you wouldn't have residential development around Wellington. But that's not the case. So there is some flexibility and a bit of judgment required, and saying within the 65, it shall be this sort of development subject to these controls.
thank you. Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Well, we might stop. It's after 10:30, so we might stop now and let the IT do their magic. Hopefully, is that right? Okay. The hearing will be adjourned. What time did we say we were going? 11 o'clock. Yeah. We'll adjourn the hearing till 10 to 11. Okay. Thank you.
going at the same time. It's just-
Do you ever go to the office?
So that's needs looking into scope issue there.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but we've managed to get back into IT swing. Right, we're still hearing the evidence of Wellington International Airport. Ms. Dua.
So I'm calling Kirsty O'Sullivan with her planning evidence. She's provided you with a summary and some other documents which she will go through.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Kirsty O'Sullivan and I am an associate with Mitchell Day Limited. Qualification and experience, code of conduct, etc. set out in my evidence sheet. Repeat that. Now, I've had the benefit of listening into various sessions in the lead up to this. So rather than giving you a summary of my evidence, I'm going to focus on some of the issues that have been raised and try to assist the panel by providing some kind of comparative analysis, which I'll go through with you on different positions and we're aligned, not aligned. So with respect to natural hazards, Investore has presented a substantially refined set of provisions. In my view, these provisions address the key issues raised by WOW in its original submission and its subsequent meeting with the Council. I therefore generally agree with the recommended draft provisions presented in Mr. Searle's evidence, and I will not elaborate on natural hazards any further in my summary, but obviously if you take any questions. With respect to earthworks, my evidence identified some issues with the mechanics of the provisions applying to the airport zone. Ms. Van Haren-Giles has generally recommended accepting my revised provisions subject to some minor amendments. Again, I do not elaborate on this any further. You take questions. So then that leaves us plenty of time to discuss noise. So with respect to noise, I've had the benefit of listening into the evidence presented by the Wellington City Council and various submitters. In light of those presentations and some of the questions that followed, I've prepared a high-level summary of the land use planning approach at New Zealand's other international airports, including Auckland International Airport, Christchurch International Airport, and Queenstown International Airport. And I refer you to Table 1. Yours was printing a few more copies for everybody else, so yeah, they'll be with you shortly. I'll run you through the table in a moment, but with respect to these, what it does show is that Wellington is at the lower end of the spectrum in terms of recognising and managing the effects of adverse sensitivity at the airport via land use controls within the aircraft noise boundaries. While I accept that each of the airports identified in the table have their own unique circumstances that have led to the land use controls that apply within the aircraft noise boundaries, all have used NZS 6805 as the foundation of their land use management approach. So if you guys could turn to Table 1. So what I've done at a very, very high level is summarise the different land use planning approaches. And I've focused on residential activity within residential zones only. We try and deal with all the different types of noise sensitive activities in the different zones. This table would be 3 or 4 times the size. So the first page of that table, it looks first at the 65 dB LDN noise contour, or the HANA, or the inner noise overlay, or the air noise boundary. So they're all the same thing, just different names, same thing. What it shows is that Auckland and Christchurch have been pretty successful at faithfully applying the recommendations of NZS 6805. Queenstown, very similar context to Wellington. It's got a lot of residential housing around it. So it actually permits dwellings at a density of 1 residence per 450 square metres within the existing residential zone near the airport. And then at Wellington Airport, you can see here in the proposed plan that Mr Ashby's recommendations and then my recommendations on the right. The recommendation there is to permit one, and then thereafter there's a cascade in Mr Ashby's approach or the standard restricted discretionary activity status in mine. I've noted the different rules around additions, alterations. Really want to just note the metric used for internal sound environments. And you'll see there that 40 dB LDN is used fairly consistently at these 3 other international airports. I also assist a number of other airports around the country, and it is the same metric that's used at those other regional airports as well. With respect to acoustic treatment standards, you can see that that's pretty consistent as well. Christchurch has an NA because they don't specify what the requirement is in terms of acoustic insulation or mechanical ventilation. They use a design certificate process. And then there's a bit of there's differences around how affected party approval status is assigned. So if we turn over to the next page of the table, this is where you start to get a little bit more variability. And this is within the mana, the 60 dB LDN noise contour or the inner noise overlay. So again, same thing, just different names. So at Auckland, Christchurch and Queenstown International Airport, you can see that residential activity within this area is typically based on a square meterage density. The difference that you have in Wellington is that there is no equivalent square meterage density control. It's based on a site. Sites are established via subdivision and there's no minimum allotment sizes. So in terms of what that density looks like, it's actually quite challenging to know what that end density could potentially look like. If you keep working down the table, I just want to note again, internal sound environment of 40 to 50 and the acoustic treatment standards. Now you'll see that if the panel were minded to use a 40 dB LDN noise contour, sorry, not noise contour, internal noise environment, when it comes to acoustically treat a property to reach that internal sound environment, you would only be looking at mechanical ventilation once you're in the outer noise overlay. By comparison, the council's proposed facade treatment approach, you'd be looking to use both. So there's an inherent cost difference there. So that's all I really wanted to note with respect to those tables. They are very high level and generalised, as you can appreciate when you try to put pages of rules into a table, but hopefully that kind of clarifies some of that.
Just note there's a typo in the heading. Should on that second page refer to outer noise overlay. It says inner.
Ah, sorry, yes.
So if you just change that on your hard copy for that second page where it's the moderate aircraft noise area.
I should also note that Queenstown and Christchurch don't delineate with a 60 LDN control. They use the outer control boundary, so that's your 55. So and then Christchurch also protects out to the 50 dB LDN noise contour. So Christchurch has a much more stringent land use management approach. So I also understand that via his summary, Mr Ashby has described a range of views with respect to the management of aircraft noise as having while at one end of the continuum and Kāinga order at the other. Again, to assist the panel, I've prepared a summary of the expert planning witnesses' views with respect to the various planning methods relating to residential activities within the air noise overlays. Refer to table 2 attached. So that's a 2-pager. Yeah. By focusing on the methods within the inner noise overlay, it would appear that Mr. Ashby and I are almost aligned with respect to the methods that apply within this overlay. Based on Mr. Lindenberg's presentation on Friday, it appears that he is aligned with Mr. Ashby. However, this will be confirmed on receipt of his updated provisions due to be circulated today. If my assumption is correct, that we're almost aligned, if the panel was minded to adopt noise R3 insofar as it relates to the density of residential development, that would not present any difficulties for me, with one exception. That is the enablement of residential or other noise sensitive activities within land use zones that do not readily anticipate such use. In my view, within zones such as the open space and industrial zone, there is no reasonable expectation that residential activity is enabled within the zones. NZS 6805 recommends that within the air noise boundary, or the inner noise overlay in this case, noise sensitive activities should be prohibited, and within the outer control boundary, 55 dB LDN noise contour, new noise sensitive activities should be prohibited unless the district plan permits such uses. In the case of zones such as the open space and industrial zones, such activities are not permitted. Therefore, it would be reasonably straightforward to achieve general consistency with NZS 6805 by making such activities non-complying. My recommended non-complying activity status is also not that far removed, and in some instances is consistent with the consent status that applies within the relevant operative zone provisions. So just going to step away from my summary for a moment. But I think during the discussions on Friday, there was talk of this ideal world, and an ideal world within the aircraft noise overlays, the land use might be industrial, for example, and that's because that's generally more of a compatible activity with aircraft noise. So to me, it would seem a little bit counterintuitive if you enabled residential activity within an industrial zone, within the aircraft noise contours. If in an ideal world, you would be trying to create a more compatible zoning in that area, which industrial activity is one example of. With respect to the standards, and as acknowledged in my evidence, and has been discussed this morning with Mr. Humperson as well, the proposed standards prescribed in noise S4 to S6 will ultimately result in a better internal noise environment for noise sensitive activities within the aircraft noise overlays. However, based on the evidence of Mr. Humperson, and also based on what the internal noise environment metric used at many airports around New Zealand is, the level of treatment proposed by the Council and supported by various submitters and the costs associated with that level of treatment is not warranted to mitigate the effects of aircraft noise in terms of those internal spaces. Leading from that point, I note Mr. Lindenberg, supported by Mr. Ashby in part, has recommended allowing additions to existing residential activities without any associated need to acoustically treat that addition. That's what I think has been suggested, but I need to see Mr. Lindenberg's updated provisions to clarify that. If that is correct, in my view, it would be inappropriate to allow such extensions without acoustic treatment, as this would likely result in habitable rooms such as bedrooms not being treated with a level to a level such that sleep disturbance effects and potential associated health effects are not properly mitigated. And I think some of the issues that were raised when that was discussed on Friday and earlier in the week on the Tuesday is around the practicality of retrofitting those rooms when you're doing an extension or alteration. Those same practicalities don't arise the same with a 40 dB LDN. As I understand from Mr. Humperson, that the level of treatment required would not be significantly different to that required under the building code. I'm also not familiar with such an exemption applying within the aircraft noise boundaries at other international airports around New Zealand, despite Mr. Hunt suggesting in response to questions that it is not uncommon. With respect to affected party approval status, the panel has heard a range of views as to whether it is appropriate to consider regionally significant infrastructure providers, such as WAL, as affected parties to the development of noise sensitive activities within different overlays. In my view, given that both air noise overlays are identified as a result of effects arising from noise generated by aircraft use at the airport and are expressly drafted to address a reverse sensitivity issue that could be borne by the airport, they would likely be considered an affected party in terms of Section 95 of the RA. I note that it is this approach that has driven WILE to only seek restricted discretionary activity status for 2 or more residential units within the air noise overlays. That is, if an activity triggers resource consent by virtue of its location within the air noise overlay, any consent application should be solely focused on the effects arising as a result of that overlay. This will ensure that, for example, the effects of outdoor amenity can be considered and any options for mitigating such effects considered. This is what happens now. Lose my voice. This is what happens now within the operative air noise boundary. And as Ms. Lester mentioned this morning, resource consents have successfully been obtained. In some instances, WILE has also provided its written approval. Then I've just noted an extract there from the Auckland Unitary Plan with respect to notification. And I'll allow you to read that. But if the panel is not minded to expressly identify WILE as an affected party, it would appear that the Auckland Unitary Plan approach could be a reasonable compromise. In my view, it is important that WILE is able to ensure consistency of approach to mitigation such that the potential reverse sensitivity effects is reduced, and to ensure that appropriate standards of acoustic insulation, outdoor amenity, etc. are applied in a consistent way to protect amenity as far as can be achieved, with a clear perspective being applied around the likely future aircraft, around what the future aircraft noise exposure will be. These are matters for which WILE is best placed to comment on, given its expertise and knowledge in this arena, including that gained through the Quieter Homes program and previous consents, and which council officers or any other party will not have a good understanding of. In my view, the key point of contention between Mr. Ashby, Mr. Lindenberg and I relates to the outer noise overlay. As noted in my evidence, I understand the natural temptation to want to roll over what I consider to be an outdated approach from the operative plan, particularly in the face of some strong submissions by Kiowa Order asserting pressure to enable residential, sorry, that should be significant residential, excuse the typo, intensification despite the overlay. However, in my opinion, the IPI and the plan review process provides the council and decision makers with a fresh opportunity to review the existing provisions and determine whether such a relaxed application of NZS 6805 remains appropriate in the circumstances that apply now and critically will apply in the future, particularly when the airport and its efficient operation is recognised as a qualifying matter in terms of the Amendment Act. There has been a good deal of discussion in the preceding hearing sessions about reverse sensitivity and whether there is evidence of reverse sensitivity. Wellington International Airport is nationally and regionally significant component of Wellington and New Zealand's transport infrastructure with significant benefits for social and economic well-being. The qualifying matters provision is primarily directed at ensuring the airport can operate efficiently, which includes protecting the airport from reverse sensitivity effects by promoting the management of the subdivision and use of land for sensitive activities in areas of high cumulative noise around the airport, so that the continued operation and growth of the airport is not compromised. This is the primary reason for its inclusion as a qualifying matter, which to me strongly suggests that any argument that attempts to downplay the importance of reverse sensitivity is at odds with conventional thinking. I also note that Mr. Ashby's rebuttal evidence states at footnote 14 that the inner noise overlay is the only qualifying matter. That is at odds with the Section 32 noise report and the list of qualifying matters contained in the medium density residential zone. In my view, both the inner and outer noise overlays are considered as qualifying matters. Most district plans employ both to manage the effects of aircraft noise. If you see the proposed intensification plan changes at Auckland, Christchurch and Queenstown, they all use both the inner, the outer, or potentially the outer control boundary. And while a nuanced approach has been applied at Wellington, both overlays serve an important function in terms of how best to manage the effects of aircraft noise on noise-sensitive development. Such an approach is also a good fit in terms of NZS 6805 in the Wellington context. If the outer noise overlay is not a qualifying matter, this raises considerable process-related complexity for the proposed plan, as related controls will become a matter for determination under the first schedule. I note the criticisms of some submitters in these proceedings about the lack of evidence provided by WILE around noise complaints, which leads these submitters to suggest there is a lack of evidence of any reverse sensitivity effects. As I state in my rebuttal statement, it is important to recognise that managing reverse sensitivity is a forward-looking exercise, and critically, the effects of noise from aircraft operations at Wellington is projected to increase over time. In my experience, where cumulative noise increases over time in airport locations, where more and more people come to live alongside this effect, pressure to curtail lawful operations increases. And Queenstown is an example that I'm very familiar with and demonstrates that particular point. To ensure the efficient operation of the airport for the future, the prudent approach to land use planning in this regard is aligned with what I have suggested in this case. That is to place some limits on the ability to develop noise-sensitive activities in those areas most impacted by the cumulative noise from aircraft operations. I just want to note, and I don't have it in my summary here, but Mr. Lindenberg did note that he thinks density rules should sit in the zone provisions rather than within this noise chapter. And I just want to clarify that my reading of the NZ planning standards suggests that where those rules relate to the likes of reverse sensitivity, that they should sit in the noise chapter. So I don't agree with Mr. Lindenberg on that point. Then just finally, with respect to designations and the duplication of controls, I note that Mr. Ashby stated in response to questions that he and I are aligned with what we consider should be included in the proposed plan. To clarify, in my view, it seems unnecessary to duplicate the controls as it is inefficient and appears to be driven by the Council's desire to retain a specific compliance pathway, i.e. through the issue of abatement notices. Notwithstanding, if the panel is minded to duplicate designation conditions, then Mr. Ashby and I are aligned with respect to those provisions that could be included in the proposed plan. So that is my summary. I'm happy to take questions now, or if you would like me to just really briefly run through any subsequent changes to the provisions. There is a bit of a rainbow there, but I've tried to say what the different colours are. And I have also tracked these into Mr. Ashby's rebuttal version.
What we have found useful is just maybe quickly going through them and just highlighting where the key differences, changes have been made or recommended to be made at this point.
Yeah. So I won't go through them in too much detail because it doesn't that my statement. But the air noise overlay, I've just in the air noise boundary definitions, I've just recommended further amendments to that. Rationale for that is set out in my evidence, but essentially I just think the air noise overlays need to explain to the plan users what the air noise overlay means. So in this context, they'll be exposed to this particular amount of noise. Air noise boundary definition, I have just taken out a bunch of content around how it's measured, because that sits in the designation. Introduction to the airport zone chapter, so page 2 and 3, changes in green. That's just again providing more context around how noise is managed at the airport. That will be addressed, I understand, more fulsome way at the airport zone hearing, so I haven't gone into too much detail there. If we flick to page 8, you'll see that I have made some further changes where the highlight in yellow is. Highlight in yellow means that I have further refined it since I filed my evidence in chief. But it doesn't mean that in this instance, it's just changing the wording to better reflect the language of the Act. So it's not a substantial change, it's just a few tweaks. There remains some difference around how objective 1 should be framed. Going down to
Just on the objectives and policies, the crossed out
Oh, yes.
on the left-hand side.
Yep. Yeah, so this all comes back to how the provisions should have been carved up, or maybe how they should have been carved up via the ISPP process. And one of the challenges I have, and it's set out in my evidence as well, and it was addressed by Mr. Kyle, I think, in the first hearing stream, is that it's poor planning practice, in my view, to have policies and methods confirmed before the objectives that they're trying to give effect to have been settled while they're still. So if those are a Schedule 1 matter, they could potentially still be at large. But then the policies and methods that seek to give effect to them are confirmed because they're subject to a different process. So you'll see that I have made changes in a few places where I think that there's further thought should be given to whether they sit in which particular hearing stream, or not hearing stream, sorry, process.
I don't know if you read the legal advice we've been given. But in general, I think we're in a different position in terms of deciding to move things around at this point in the process. It does cause us issues, not just with this topic, but quite a number of topics where we had to recommend a decision on one thing, and that has consequential changes or effects on to be heard.
Yep.
So I take on board your comments there, but it's limited scope for us to do much about that.
And there are a few instances where I kind of cover that in my evidence as well. So because of the timing of things, some of the council officers have said, well, actually the airport has other protections via the infrastructure chapter. That infrastructure chapter doesn't currently apply to the airport. So whilst the airport's got submissions seeking to resolve that matter, that won't be heard until next year. So there's a bit of a disconnect there.
Okay.
So moving through to noise policy 4, I've just struck out some text. The policy should, in my view, be able to stand on its own without including those extra notes. And I'm just not sure what the function of it. A note is a part of the policy. Highly clear. Then noise policy 6. So I have still, as you'll see when you turn over to page 10, I've still put forward a new policy that relates to the air noise overlays. So I've amended noise policy 6 to account for that. And I guess one of the challenges I see with noise P6 is, it uses words like manage the development of noise sensitive activities, but it doesn't talk about what is the effect that you're trying to manage and manage it to what end and to what purpose. So by including a new policy, I'm trying to provide that more direction than just kind of manage. What is it you're trying to do? You're trying to address those reverse sensitivity effects and use some really clear language around what that might mean. I also don't think that there is, I guess, enough teeth within the policies that if a really significant over density development was proposed within the aircraft overlays, that there would be enough teeth from a policy perspective to dissuade that kind of activity. So then moving through to the yellow on my on that policy 7, I've tweaked some of the drafting of that from my statement, my original statement. That's because I think some people may have interpreted that to suggest that I was recommending that all noise sensitive activity be avoided within the overlays. That was not my intention. It was just avoiding within those zones where such activities aren't reasonably anticipated. Moving to noise R3, I'll make limited comment on this because I have put forward a new rule for the air noise overlays. I just want to note, I'm not quite sure the drafting of noise R3 1A works, and that structure has been applied throughout the plan. It says compliance with noise S4 and S6 is achieved within a higher noise area for one residential unit, in steps through the different options. And the reason I'm just not quite sure about that drafting is, you know, what if, is it suggesting that you only have to achieve those standards for one unit? But if you have two, you don't need to worry. That's not the intent of the council officer, but I'm just not entirely sure that drafting currently works. So you'll see that in my recommended rule noise R3, I've slightly tweaked the front end of that rule to try and address that issue. Then the rules there, they're just as per my evidence in chief. So one, permitted residential activity within the air noise overlays, everything thereafter being restricted discretionary, with a really consolidated range. Therefore, that is a discretion. I have included P3, which wasn't in my original statement. That is just to make sure that you can consider the policy that relates to higher noise levels. So obviously that's the generator of the noise. So that policy is just bringing in the generator of the noise and what's authorised into the consideration. The discretionary rule is highlighted in yellow because I omitted accidentally the default rule if you don't comply with standards. So, skip forward to S16 and S17. This difference all stems back from whether you go for a facade treatment type rule or DTR rule or the internal noise environment. So I have recommended the internal noise environment approach, which is what noise S16 deals with. Noise S17 is essentially Mr. Jamison's recommended ventilation rule with tweaks in it to ensure that it refers correctly to the air noise overlay standard. So those are the key, my key changes of recommendations.
Just a question around the policy for residential activity zones, because the air noise overlay covers a number of mixed use zones, which is one of the intentions of that is to mix residential and non-residential activities. So I use including MUZ in that category of other zones.
Correct.
So policy that addresses that. Proposed policy P7.
Yeah.
We refer to open space, natural open space, industrial.
And then all other.
Should they include mixed use zone as well?
So the mixed use zone and the airport zone, they would fall into the second category, but they've still got a different activity status.
Okay, and that's that non-complying one. Yeah,
and that's because both of those zones, for example, anticipate other forms of noise sensitive activities already within the operative plan. So visitor accommodation, for example, is just one example of that. So you'd still have to go through the consent process and demonstrate that you can manage those effects. But it doesn't have that same avoid language that you see within, you know, applying to industrial zones, for example.
Any questions?
That was all quite fast through there, so
Sorry,
just, that's all right.
a lot of content in that.
It's in your head, but I'm sort of catching up. The drafting by the council uses high noise area and moderate noise area. You've moved away. You're using the overlay, so you've not in your noise R3. Correct.
Yes.
Why did you do that? Because you want it specific to the airport.
Yeah, because I don't think. I think it stems back to the fact that the policy. It needs to be specific to the airport and the activities.
Sorry?
It needs to be specific to the airport and the nature of the noise and that occurs within those overlays. I also don't have the same rule structure within the noise R3 and 3A. So there's a different policy approach as a result of that.
Yeah. But the council's R3 also dealt with these other activities, the other zones, sorry. But you're saying it needs to be separated out because of the specific standards, the whole framework. So your view is it's simpler to have a rule framework that
just applies within
specific to the overlay.
Yeah. So within, for example, R3. The rules there don't distinguish those industrial zones, for example. They don't distinguish between those industrial zones, for example. Whereas I'm suggesting that there should be a different approach to different zones. And I haven't commented on whether that is also appropriate for road or rail because it's not within.
And so your new standards, 16 and 17, you delete. They are there to replace 4, 5, 6.
Yes. So
just you don't show them deleted. I just wondering.
Did I not?
They're your recommended standards.
Okay. Yes. Sorry. My apologies. So there needs to be a further amendment to noise S4 to exclude aircraft noise overlay.
Yeah.
So sorry, I can see where that confusion has come from. And S5 and S6.
Yeah. So that you'd have a delete references there.
Yeah. Sorry, apologies for that.
Clarifying that. I thought that was probably what intended. I'm sure I had other things as you went past and I thought I'm trying to keep up. All that. Yeah, to go to someone else. Go to someone else.
Just a question. A couple of little questions. So, if the panel were of mind to adopt your sort of compromise notification thing taken from the Auckland unitary plan, how would it work in the context of the rules looking at? Where would it go? How would it apply?
It would just, I guess, replace and I can provide some drafting if that would be of assistance to the panel, but it would sit, I imagine, at the bottom of those particular rules. At the moment, I have one at the bottom of page 14. It would just sit.
It would replace that.
Yeah.
And same over the page.
It was on that, but it was actually on that point. But the notification. What would happen if you didn't have that written approval? What are your concerns if the airport didn't have that?
So you're saying if there wasn't a notification parameter in there? Yeah. So in my experience, aircraft noise isn't particularly well understood, and the effects of aircraft noise can be oversimplified or just not taken into consideration, I guess, by.
Is that by council?
Yeah. So I guess
thought they'd had enough training in that by now.
Yeah, you would hope. So in areas like Queenstown, for example, now they've got to the point where they almost always, or if there's something within the aircraft noise overlays equivalent, they will almost always send it to the airport for approval it's an over density development or subdivision or something like that. So to demonstrate the point around how I think it can be easily overlooked, is I think Mr. Lindenberg on Friday said that he doesn't support a notification clause because within, for example, the inner noise overlay, if you acoustically treat and mechanically ventilate, then you've addressed the amenity effects. Under questioning, he then backtracked from that and said, oh, well, actually, if you're closer to the airport, then maybe you do need to be having a closer look at that. So you can see how that quick judgment is made around, oh, you've complied with the standards, then there shouldn't be any further issues.
But so what's your concern?
So my concern is that a council officer may also take that view without understanding that there are actually bigger issues, that mechanical ventilation, acoustic treatment addresses the internal noise environment. It doesn't address some of those longer term annoyance effects, the outdoor amenity and all of those kind of issues, which, as Ms. Lester had mentioned, the airport will work in with developers to make sure that they can try and address those issues to the extent practicable within some of their design and things like that, and it provides that opportunity to do that and have that conversation.
Thanks.
Questions?
Thank you for that. In the Section 42A report, Mr. Ashby makes comment about the revised wording in objectives 1 and 2. When you include the word managed to levels, who's managing what? So one of the things that he quotes at para 118, if you want a reference from the 42A report, that the proposed objectives seek to protect or remedy in effect, but he makes the comment, it is not clear where the burden of remediation or mitigation would lie. And I think he's talking in regard to if we changed it to managed to levels, which is what you're suggesting, rather than just have as an objective and a framework, the health of people and communities, amenity values and the health and well-being are protected from adverse noise levels. What does manage help us do that the existing wording doesn't? And who manages it? Is it managed by the airport? Is it managed by people who are applying for an activity? Who manages it?
I have another read of that.
Because I did see in the 42A report at 118, I did note that with regards to, I mean, I identified it to try and talk you through. Because in an objective level, what are we actually trying to achieve here that the existing wording doesn't do?
So if I just cross-reference back to 118.
Yes.
That particular discussion point, Mr. Ashby is referring to 2 new objectives in Wellington airports. Nothing. Now I haven't recommended putting those forward because I think that you can achieve the same kind of outcome by these 2 particular policies without having airport specific objectives.
Also, the bit in green here in your one that you've just there was that. So is that still in?
Yes, so this is still in. Yeah.
Yes.
The 118 relates to what was originally Wellington Airport submission. So that's kind of a different point, but that.
Yeah. So it's not referring to that, but there it's the earlier version of. Oh yeah.
What was in the submission.
The other question I have is it useful to do comparisons to Auckland and Christchurch airports when they have quite a different operating environment to the one that Wellington has? Maybe Queenstown might be a bit similar, but to look at Auckland and Wellington or Auckland and Christchurch, who may not have curfews or maybe in a different setting, is that a useful comparison to make?
Yeah, I use that comparison because it had been used by others during the course of the hearing, and I just thought it was useful to do that comparative exercise so you could see not just one airport. So I think there's a lot of talk about what you can do in the Hana and the Mana, I would agree that Queenstown is probably, from a comparison perspective, more similar. It's got the terrain issues. It's got residential activity right close to the runway at the Frankton end. So if you were comparing airports, that would be the one that I would be looking at more closely.
And the only other question I have is around the there was a common what I gathered is the use of the standard, the 6805. In the wording of the definition, you've sought to take that out, that reference to that standard. And I just wanted to understand more why that was the case, because reading through your summary today and also listening to the earlier evidence, I gathered it was generally accepted as the standard.
Yeah, so that definition relates to the air noise boundary. And that's the boundary that is the point of compliance for Wellington Airport. The reason I deleted it is because that definition starts talking about how you measure aircraft noise and how you create the aircraft noise boundaries. So the only reason I removed that is because in my view, that was a level of detail that wasn't necessary within the definition. What is included in that definition applies and is set out clearly in the designation, which is where compliance is described in a more fulsome way.
So it comes back to the duplication issue that you were talking about earlier as well. If it's already in the designation, I mean.
Yeah, yes, yep. And I think just for a definition, it's probably a level of detail around that matter that you don't need.
Because obviously the reverse to that is if you put a number in here and for some reason the standards change over time or the environment changes over time, without going through a plan change process, you're stuck with the number, whatever the number is. But if I understand what you're saying is that's in part of the designation anyway, the number.
Yeah, the reference to the standard, yeah, how you measure and monitor it. That's also in the New Zealand planning standard.
Yep, that's it from me, thanks.
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
So the only other witness that we do have is John Kyle, who provided a brief of evidence, brief of evidence. He is online, and I'm not sure whether he wishes to make any further comments, as I haven't managed to speak to him. But he's available if you have any questions from him, and no doubt he is old and bold enough to be able to pipe up if he does want to say anything.
Mr. Carl?
Is he?
Here he is.
Welcome, Mr. Carl. Are there any sort of points you wish to raise after listening to hearing today?
No. This is the short answer. No, I think all of the matters have been very adequately covered by the witnesses in front of you. I just, if I could though, just offer you a brief apology for not appearing in person. My wife has some health issues at the moment, and my ability to play away games is limited because of that. Otherwise, I would have been in attendance.
It's fine. It's fine. Think of those carbon miles you're saving as well. No, I don't have any questions having looked at your brief evidence. Any questions from the panel? No questions.
No questions. Just hope for a speedy recovery for your wife.
Thank you very much.
So with that, that concludes the submission of one people.
Very much.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I'll just listen through balance. Just bring up balance. Yeah.
Did you guys like this?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have here with me today Kath O'Brien, who is the Executive Director of Barnes, the Board of Airlines, not to be confused with brands. It's an easy mistake to make. And she will also present a brief, address a couple of key points arising from matters that have been discussed to date. I'm not proposing to take you through the legal submissions that I provided to you. I'll assume that those can be taken as read. But I did want to briefly respond to some of the key points that were raised, particularly by the legal submissions for Kāinga Ora. And there were some references to the case law that I also wanted to address, as well as provide you with an additional case or two that may assist with your deliberations. We've had quite a discussion this morning already about NZS 6805, so I won't discuss that in much more detail, except to note that the standard was always intended to guide councils in a consistent way so that there wasn't always a need to keep reinventing the wheel. And it is a standard that deals specifically with this issue for a reason. Airports and the relationship that they have with their communities are complex issues, as we have been hearing. So it is very useful to have something that has been developed with that express purpose in mind. Just because it was first promulgated in 1992 doesn't mean that the standard should be dismissed. In fact, I would argue that because it has been regularly reviewed, as we heard from Mr. Humphison, in fact, what you can tell is that it has stood the test of time, so it remains relevant. In response to your question, Commissioner Schofield, regarding the language of the standard, what I would note is that where it talks about prohibiting and your comment in relation to that, when you have a look at that table that was produced by the airport's planner, it is quite clear to see that there are other airports that are using that language more consistently. So, for example, with respect to new noise sensitive activities around Auckland Airport, where they are in the equivalent of the inner airport overlay, those activities are in fact prohibited. The other thing that I would just draw your attention to is with respect to the officer's recommendations in the summary of submissions. And so where there are submissions there seeking stronger controls on the airport, in fact, the officer's recommendations refer to the NZS as the reason for not considering those submissions further. I think I'll skip over to the issue around reverse sensitivity and the burden of proof, given the timing constraints that we've got this morning. So Kāinga Ora has advanced a couple of propositions in response to the evidence filed by Barnes. And the first is that it says that reverse sensitivity effects must be an actual effect leading to constraints. And the second is that there is no evidence of reverse sensitivity effects. And I would just like to reiterate that it is clear from the case law and the definition of reverse sensitivity in the regional policy statement that it is a potential effect. It doesn't need to be occurring now. And that indeed is encapsulated within Policy 8 of the RPS, the definition itself and that explanation that you've already seen referred to in the other documents. But in any event, the evidence that you have before you, irrespective of the matters that have been dealt with, for example, in Ms. O'Brien's evidence,
is that there are submitters who are seeking greater restrictions on the airport through this planning process, and that in itself is perhaps all that you need to take into account. However, the High Court in Davidson, which was an R.J. Davidson Trust case, noted the difficulties in addressing potential and future effects, and in that case, the court addressed the issue of the standard of proof needed to demonstrate a potential future risk. I've quoted there paragraph 118. It says questions as to the future or hypothetical effect of physical injury or degeneration are not commonly susceptible of scientific demonstration or proof. And the court went on to note that there is no standard approach to what level of risk needs to be proven, although it definitely does not need to be proven to the civil standard of the balance of probabilities. And if you look to the last sentence in paragraph 129 there, it says the assessment of potential effects then depends on an evaluation of all of the evidence, but does not depend on proving that potential effect will more likely than not occur. That case was cited with approval by the High Court in Clearwater Mussels, and as the case law noted above records, the appropriate standard for asserting a fact is the balance of probabilities, but the basic minimum required for the hypothesis of a high impact risk to be taken into account is a scintilla or a tiny spark of evidence to support it. And that is not the high hurdle referred to by Kāinga Ora. In response to questions around the intersection with health effects and reverse sensitivity effects, the reality is that where there are health effects, for example, annoyance associated with noise or the effects that Mr. Humphreyson has talked about today, this is likely to result in complaints which may translate into constraints on the airport. And constraints on the airport will affect efficiency, and Ms. O'Brien is going to address this further. Turning to the evidential basis for reverse sensitivity, I note that Kāinga Ora has criticised Barnes for a number of the references it has made to examples of reverse sensitivity, and I acknowledge that some of these examples may be strictly speaking about conflicts of use, but they are illustrative of the sorts of conflicts that arise in relation to airports and proximate uses within the air noise boundaries. As noted in the case law, proving a future effect is problematic, but what we have shown is that airports and by corollary airlines can and do have constraints imposed upon them as a result of pressure from the community. Many of the residents who live at the airport or near the airport in Wellington, for example, have not lived there since the airport was established in 1959. That's not to say that their participation in the planning process is unreasonable, but it's simply that communities will continue to make demands representing their own interests. The question for the panel is what is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act? And with that, it needs to be borne in mind that we are talking about not just those residents who live close to the airport, but all of those residents who want to be able to travel to Australia or Auckland or wherever it is that they might want to go. So this is a wider regional consideration, and that's what you have to balance, is the extent to which there should be greater or lesser restrictions on those people who live within those boundaries, and the extent to which those restrictions are going to have a wider impact on the community. Kāinga Ora also raised the issue that the NPSUD acknowledges that previous concepts of amenity will need to change in our future as we intensify our cities. And to that, I would note that the first objective of the NPSUD is that New Zealand has well-functioning urban environments that enable all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety now and into the future. Planning decisions must contribute to well-functioning urban environments, not detract from them. And that's with reference to Policy 1. The NPSUD also recognises that amenity values for some may decrease while increasing for others. In terms of the couple of cases that were also referred to by Kāinga Ora, with respect to that concept of equity, they referred to the swap case, and I note that I was counsel and still am in that case. There's still a final decision to be the deletion of noise boundaries from the land. So the case itself did concern a declaration in relation to the designation, but it was born out of the desire for residential development within the noise boundaries that it wished to overturn. So the two issues were intrinsically related in that case. So there's nothing else that I wish to further address in relation to those submissions. I'm happy to take any questions now, or I can turn over to Ms. O'Brien.
I think if to Mr. O'Brien, and then.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, Commissioners, and thank you for having me. I note that this is my first appearance before a hearings committee, so kindness is welcome. I am the Executive Director of Barnes, as you've already heard. Barnes represents some 26 member airlines as well as ground handlers and other supporting aviation participants. Several of our members operate out of Wellington Airport, and I've had some experience with the airlines and airports going back some years now. I'd just like to comment first on efficiency and growth. Those two things are linked. Airlines will grow so that their businesses are more efficient. If you think about it, larger planes are more efficient because they carry more people for a similar cost, route and will develop route performance better than smaller planes do. You've seen that in the development of the A320-21 planes, which are larger, they are more efficient. Airports too will look for growth to efficiently develop their airport assets. And an airport that cannot grow, cannot well maintain or invest in its assets, which is not in the best interest of the airport users. I'd also sort of point out that, airports do ordinarily grow or intend to grow. Growth is a usual practice, and it's out of that growth that we pay for the things that we use at the airport. If anything, a lack of growth is an unusual thing, which will drive lower investment and ultimately drive users to an alternative airport if one exists. The most common example of reverse sensitivity effects on an airport that we have in New Zealand is seen at Queenstown. The effects of reverse sensitivity on Queenstown Airport are significant and are playing out now. And we've seen that especially in the recent publication of the Queenstown Draft Master Plan, which is available online. You can see that if you wish. That only proposes 8 years of growth, 8 calendar years of growth timeline to 2032 by the time it's implemented. It is very common for airports to have a 20-year master plan. In fact, the Airports Association publishes, a guide to how you might develop an airport master plan, and it's available on the Airports Association website. That guide indicates 20 years as a minimum, as a horizon. Queenstown's no longer able to do that, and the reason that it can't do that is because it is constrained by the noise boundaries operating at the airport. In the draft master plan published online, Queenstown Airport is targeting 3.2% combined annual growth rate, or CAGR, for the 10 years forward to 2032. And in the 10 years to 2019, when COVID interrupted all of our lives so rudely, there was an average of 10% CAGR to Queenstown. So there was much more growth leading up to 2019. Then with COVID, and then looking forward, the airport is forecasting much less growth. They're proposing to manage airport operations, to encourage larger planes, fewer landings, to be able to kind of eke out the boundary. And this is because, you know, that the overwhelming submissions from the community the last time that Queenstown consulted on development were overwhelmingly in the negative for more airport growth. And really that social license to operate has been lost at Queenstown now because of the community's, you know, quite reasonable really views on airport operations. So, you know, really what that says for Queenstown now is that by 2032 it will have reached its capacity. Beyond 2032, it's not clear that growth is possible. That is very problematic for investment. Already the draft master plan proposes quite low levels of investment for Queenstown, which is appropriate given its little growth path. As many of you who have been to Queenstown will know, it is a constrained physical footprint airport to get through. It is, you know, your results in long queues, it's difficult, but the airport cannot expand. That's what we want to really avoid for Wellington Airport or similar sorts of things. Just one other example, you know, if you look for other jurisdictions, we've seen Sydney, also a constrained airport, has a curfew. It's not geographically constrained like Wellington or Queenstown, but it is a constrained and congested airport that eventually has given the Department of Infrastructure and Regional Development and the New South Wales Government cause to commission Badgerys Creek, which is a new airport in Western Sydney. I've seen in the earlier evidence provided that there don't exist alternatives for Wellington, proximate to Wellington. And also I would also point out that would be really inefficient. You know, that would be inefficient to build a whole new airport. What we want to do is use our asset efficiently as we have today. For Queenstown, you know, it remains to be seen whether developments at Terrace will be its alternative or what will happen, who knows, but for Wellington it's a different story. So those are just a few comments I wanted to make. I'm very happy to take questions such as you might have them.
I'm just interested in the Queenstown story. You said it's lost its social licence. What led to that loss of social licence?
Yeah, well, a few years back, about, I want to say 2017, I have to look it up, there was a consultation on development for Queenstown Airport. There was publication of a document by Queenstown Airport Company and it canvassed alternatives for the airport expansion and noted Waka as an option to expand as well as the existing site. There were an overwhelming number of submissions to that consultation, almost all of which were negative. The airport the community that surrounds the airport, and when I say surrounds, it really does surround that airport. It is right up against the Frankton end. There are schools, there is dense housing. It is significantly constrained, and they significantly were not supportive of change to boundaries such as to allow growth.
Does Queenstown Airport also have a much higher number of complaints, you know?
I would have to, you know, I'd like to see the numbers before I said absolutely, but yes, you know, Barnes is involved in noise committees around New Zealand, and I would say that they are broadly the same. But I would like to caveat that by saying I haven't got the numbers in front of me.
Questions?
Just a couple. So, does Barnes get funding through a levy to the airlines pay to be a part of Barnes?
Yeah, so Barnes is a membership organisation and fees are set based on international movement. So essentially for every international movement you pay a portion.
And does Barnes as an organisation have a standardised approach to the way it interacts with communities, or does it normally do that through like airports or?
We on airport noise committees, we are not otherwise kind of directly community facing unless so required. We spend a lot of our time submitting often to airport pricing processes, quite vociferously. Some of you may know me from things on the television, or talking about things like fuel and how that works out, or sustainable aviation matters. I'm particularly interested in infrastructure development as regards electricity and sustainable aviation fuel, for example. So we have a range of things we get involved with, but we don't directly communicate with the community ourselves.
And my last question, which is kind of a follow-on from the first two. So what steps do Barnes as an organisation take to encourage their members to innovate or improve or be better around things like noise, or just being good citizens to the communities they fly into and out of?
Well, one of the things I'd say to that is that Barnes members are motivated themselves to be efficient and produce good outcomes for communities. And I mean, I've already covered aircraft noise, which is generally quieter as those aircraft get newer. I think airlines themselves are also quite interested in what happens with hydrogen or electric flight as respect to noise. And it's not totally over and done that new electric aircraft will be silent like a Tesla. I think that's not the case. So I think we're still going to have noise to contend with, and airlines are compliant with obviously flight paths, but also with, curfew requirements, for example. So if an airline knows that it will breach a curfew, it won't take off from the place that it's leaving, knowing it will arrive after curfew in the place it's coming to. So I think airlines are well incentivized to be good citizens of communities. And I think, the fact that I'm here today says that Barnes is concerned to make sure that we have, appropriate activities surrounding airports such that we don't unduly distress people in our activities as airlines. And I think that's really important, and particularly important for New Zealanders who need our special care with respect to kāinga ora tenants. And I think, I am mindful of that we should make sure that people are cared for appropriately with their housing.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? No, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. O'Brien, hopefully that wasn't too traumatic for you.
It was really fun.
Okay. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Next submitter is Bride.
Surely.
So welcome. Okay. Just give us a moment to
Okay.
See you.
While you are shuffling papers, Ms. Carter has prepared a supplementary statement that's also responds to the council's reply. So she was going to speak to that, and I do have copies. So happy to hand those up. Kia ora koutou. My name is Bianca Tree. I'm legal counsel, Bride and Investore. And I'm appearing with Janice Carter, who's provided planning. Now, I appreciate that the legal submissions have been read, so I wasn't really proposing to take you through those. I'm also conscious
that it's the last session before lunch and that you are running a little bit behind time.
Right, we'll have a shorter lunch.
But also wanted to make sure that I gave lots of time for Ms. Carter in terms of her statement, her summary statement, and any questions that you may have. But really, and the key point that I wanted to address from my legal submissions was just in terms of the concerns about the proposal in relation to stormwater to be assessed against the undeveloped state of the site. And I've addressed in my submissions why it's important that the plan reference and be consistent with the existing environment. I've referenced section 104, but there also seems to be a little bit of uncertainty in terms of from the council's planning officer about the use of that term and what's been relied on. And Ms. Carter will address this further, but from a legal point of view, I just wanted to reinforce that it's important that the existing environment be taken into account, which is the pre-developed state. I think would be the clearest way to refer to that. And that's from the point of view too, in terms of the existing infrastructure, that it should be able to be relied on by developers and landowners and occupiers as part of that assessment. That infrastructure has been put in place and has been contributed to in terms of both rates and or development contributions. So it's important it's not wiped clear and be taken as a greenfields when there's existing infrastructure present. So that was the key point that I wanted to make, and otherwise I'll hand over to Ms. Carter unless anyone had any specific questions.
Just on that last point, is there any authority or legal principles around applying the existing environment to plan making, you know, setting rules and standards for plan making? You referred to 104, but it's for consent. So for our job, are we required to apply the existing environment in any sense?
A good question, and I suppose I hadn't looked in terms of case law. And I suppose we always use the existing environment as our baseline, but specifically whether there's anything in relation any helpful case law in terms of plan making, I'd need to check that, but can check and respond if that's helpful.
When I read your preference for pre-developed state, it was slightly confusing because my question was going to be, well, where there's an existing house and you still say pre-developed, that's a development. So I see in your note that the current state would be more is more direct, because pre-developed is a bit ambiguous to me.
I agree, and I think that's probably why we see pre-developed or current, but I am aware that in terms of a lot of the other documents refer to the pre-developed state being the state that it is currently before your proposed development. So as long as it is clear in the plan.
Yeah, I think that's the point. It wasn't clear to me. But anyway, thank you. Just go with that.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned there's been quite a lot of discussion about pre-developed state so far in the hearings as well. But you mentioned it in relation to infrastructure, that the point is you need to be able to take into account the existing infrastructure. What about if the existing infrastructure is in a poor state, or it's not as good as it needs to be in that particular area, regardless of whether or not there's a development being proposed? So would you take infrastructure in its current state, doesn't do the job, or I don't know whether you can see the question out of all of that, but you know, is it just, you know, you take the site as it is with the existing infrastructure But what level of recognition would there need to be if the infrastructure was in a particularly poor state or didn't do the job, or they didn't have big enough pipe, or those sorts of things?
And I think, this happens in assessments all the time, when there's large developments. The key is assessing the existing infrastructure, and as part of that, it might be confirming what additional upgrades are required in terms of that infrastructure, or otherwise changes on site to ensure that whatever is being discharged can actually be accommodated in that infrastructure. But equally, a lot of infrastructure reports that I see supporting developments, also address what's proposed and the time frames, etc., for proposed developments and further works in the infrastructure network. Thank you. I'll hand over to Ms. Carter.
Morning, Commissioners. So my full name is Janice Carter, and my experience and qualifications are set out in my evidence in chief, 18th of July 2023. That evidence addresses the primary and further submissions of Stratum and Investore in respect to natural hazards, subdivision, noise, and three waters. And I just note that I didn't prepare the original submissions and further submissions for Stratum and Investore. Under natural hazards, under proposed rule NHR 11.2, when the floor level requirements are not met, restricted discretionary activity status of a hazard sensitive activity defaults to non-complying. The reporting officer considers at paragraph 28 to 30 of his supplementary evidence that a non-complying activity status is required to align with the intent of policy NHP6. I agree that policy NHP6 provides for development containing hazard sensitive activities to be subject to the incorporation of mitigation measures to not increase or reduce. And I've got a footnote there explaining that the reporting officer has recommended that that be replaced with minimised, and that's another issue. Measures do not increase or reduce risk to people and property. However, Mr. Searle goes on to say at paragraph 28 of his supplementary evidence, with floor levels, the primary way of addressing flood hazard risk. Policy NHP6 does not specify floor levels as the primary way of achieving the required mitigation. In providing for subdivision development and use for hazard sensitive activities, policy NHP6 enables a variety of mitigation measures to be incorporated. While I consider minimum floor levels to be an excellent mitigation tool in the inundation area of the flood hazard overlay, it is not the only mitigation option open in terms of policy NHP6. In my opinion, a non-complying activity status where the floor levels are not met is inappropriate and onerous in the context of this policy NHP6. That is essentially providing for development in the inundation area of the flood hazard overlay, which has a low hazard ranking. I therefore maintain my view that a discretionary activity status is the most appropriate activity status where the minimum specified floor levels are not complied with. Any resource consent application under NH 11.2 can carefully be considered on the basis of the adequacy of the mitigation measures proposed and declined if those mitigation measures are inadequate. I'll go on to subdivision, but by and large, what I say there in those paragraphs is that we agree with the reporting officer's recommendations on those matters. Noise, KiwiRail seeks the introduction of a new noise standard which would apply more stringent indoor noise requirements for development within 100 metres of a railway corridor and would apply requirements around vibration within 60 metres of the railway corridor. Stratum and Investore oppose these KiwiRail submission points as they consider it's inappropriate to apply the more onerous requirements of the high noise area to such a great distance from the railway corridor. The reporting officer recommends rejecting these proposed changes, and I agree with that recommendations for the reasons given at paragraphs 41 to 42 of my evidence in chief. And the issue of three waters. Woolworths New Zealand seek to amend 3 waters P5 and 3 waters PR6 to remove the references to undeveloped state and replace with pre-developed state. And Stratum and Investore support these submissions and their further submissions. I am in agreement with the Woolworths submission that it's more appropriate to use pre-development state of the site as the baseline to assess stormwater runoff. I reiterate from paragraph 48 of my evidence in chief that requiring development to achieve stormwater runoff levels equal to or below the greenfield state of a site in existing urban areas would be unnecessarily onerous and difficult to assess. This would also be unnecessary to achieve hydraulic neutrality. I also disagree that requiring the undeveloped state as the baseline to assess stormwater runoff is necessary to give effect to clause 3.54 of the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management. Clause 3.54 is not specific on how district plans should assess the receiving environment when managing effects. Ms. Cook's supplementary evidence agrees with the term that the term undeveloped state could be changed to pre-development to better align with the terminology used in the Wellington Water rather than Greater Wellington Regional Councils, and it's at paragraph 22. But the officer recommends retaining the definition means the modelled grassed, pastoral or urban open space state of the site prior to urban development. At paragraph 21 of her supplementary evidence, Ms. Cook considers that the definition is consistent with Wellington Water's definition of pre-development, as described in paragraph 4.2.3 of the Wellington Water Reference Guide for Design Storm Hydrology, standardised parameters for hydrological modelling. I have looked at paragraph 4.2.3 of the Wellington Water Reference Guide. It contains a worked example. In that worked example, the pre-development state is an undeveloped site for existing pasture forestry land use, and the post-development site is low-density residential. In my opinion, the worked example does not seek to define pre-development as being an undeveloped state. It just happens that the example chosen to work through how to achieve hydraulic neutrality is an undeveloped site. In other words, the pre-development state for the purposes of that example is undeveloped land. The guide itself states this guide provides a standard method for calculating the runoff from catchments in the Wellington region. It should be used to quantify the stormwater runoff from a site pre and post development in order to assess the environmental effects associated with the development. As noted in my evidence in chief at paragraph 48, Wellington Water defines hydraulic neutrality as capturing post-development peak runoff so that it does not exceed pre-development peak runoff rate, peak flow rate. Pre-development in this context means the site before it is subject to the proposed development. This is confirmed by Wellington Water's explanation that if a property is hydraulically neutral, then the peak flow rate from the site will be the same or less than what it was prior to development. Further consequential amendments will be required to the definition of hydraulic neutrality to replace undeveloped with pre-developed state if the panel agrees with my assessment above. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you for your evidence. You're talking about natural hazards in the inundation area and whether or not the floor levels should apply and whether they should be a discretionary or non-compliant activity. You mentioned that there might be additional mitigation over and above floor levels. What were you thinking about in terms of additional mitigation? Because you've got a building that's going to go in an inundation area and they're saying it's going to flood to this level at some stage in the future or be a ponding area. So you need to be up above that level. I'm just interested in what you think are the other mitigation options available.
So alternative mitigation options, for instance, for a heritage building that's being converted in terms of these rules, you could consider tanking, which is waterproofing the bottom floor and using only the second and third floors. For a building that has a basement, you could put all the wiring, instead of complying with the minimum floor, you could have all your wiring above the minimum floor and still have the structure in place and used for another activity. And I think that given the opportunity to provide alternative mitigation might be beyond the site as well. So I'm basically saying that the policy doesn't limit the mitigation measures to just floor levels. There may be other ways of dealing with it. And because the policy itself opens up that door, I'm saying that it's not appropriate to say that it's non-compliant activity to do anything else. So the for instance, the tanking of a building, I don't think it's not as good as floor levels, but you may consider it appropriate in certain circumstances. So tanking is when you waterproof through the door, through the windows, and get that seal around it. I don't think it's as good as a minimum floor, but the policy itself is allowing alternatives in a given situation, and I think that that's where I'm coming from in terms of my explanation there.
We had quite a discussion with the report of Mr. Searle and Mr. Beeben about this very issue the other day. And in terms of looking at where these particular inundation areas are within Wellington City, we took the example, there was quite a bit of discussion about the Miramar Flat itself and the vast areas that there are in terms of the inundation overlay. We also had some discussion about, you know, what are the options, but generally the officers feel that because it's an existing developed area, if you're going to be redeveloped, you should be lifting the ground floor area up as your first port of call, regardless of looking anything else. But they also had a fairly strong emphasis on having a policy, if you like, a policy barrier to alternatives over and above raising the floor areas. Certainly tanking wasn't mentioned as a way of doing it, and for a heritage building, you're realistically going to be tanking a heritage building at ground floor in any of these areas which are subject to. So I just raise a little bit of uncertainty about your alternative mitigation measures, because we've been told by the officers that they're not as superior in these locations.
No, I agree that in most cases the minimum floor levels is the superior. So I'm not disagreeing with that. It's about the activity status when you want to do something that's not complying with the minimum floor levels. Is it a non-complying as in don't do anything else? Or is it discretionary, look and explore the alternative mitigations, and are they good enough?
Yeah, or the difference in some people's minds between discretionary and non-complying is discretionary says, well, you can make your case, but you know, there'd be an assumption subject to making your case that if you do make your case, you might get it across the line, whereas non-complying is just that much harder. Yeah. And it really has to go down the you know, minor adverse effects line than being contrary to policy. So yeah, we had some discussion about that as well. And obviously Ms. Tree is going to be jumping in here.
Well, I just thought I would add, you know, that it's important to recognise this overlay applies also to the Johnsonville Metropolitan Centre. And so that context is really quite different. You know, when you are then considering about whether you're raising floor levels and then the flow for that in a retail centre, equally when you're looking at basement car parking, and then what that could potentially provide for in a storm flooding event, to actually essentially be like a large detention tank for a period of time as it's required. So I think it is really important to provide for those other avenues to ensure that the best solution relative to the location can be considered and not be deterred as a non-complying activity.
Okay. My second question was around your Three Waters comments about pre-developed, undeveloped state. And my understanding from reading the Section 42A report was that there's already significant problems with the developed area that we have within the city in terms of Three Waters and the lack of permeable surfaces and the lack of being able to, the existing stormwater not being up to scratch. So if you're looking to redevelop, you might be looking to do something a little bit more to overcome some of the issues that there are with the site currently. Just wondering whether you think there's any correlation between a situation where traffic safety applies. You've got an existing site, access is unsafe, and you're only wanting to put a 10% increase in terms of the activity levels or a 20%, regardless of what that figure is. You're just not wanting, well, you not wanting to do very, you're going to do a minor addition to what's there at the moment. What's your thoughts about whether the existing traffic safety effects should apply in that situation?
Yeah.
And on the correlation back to stormwater is if you've got existing problems and you're doing something more on that site, don't you look to try and overcome those existing problems?
So I would answer that by saying that the traffic problems would probably be dealt with another part of the plan. There should be something that picks up in this new development that you're going to do, that there's traffic issues. But the problem with the undeveloped as opposed to pre-developed is it requires you to wind back to a state where stormwater runoff was in its natural, practically in its natural state. It's back to greenfield, whereas there might be already considerable permeable areas affecting the flow of stormwater in an area that's already developed. So asking a developer to come along and wind back the clock to where there was nothing on the site, as opposed to accepting that there's already stormwater runoff occurring, is where we are heading in terms of using the pre-developed state. So developer comes along,
that's understood.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, in terms of a policy framework, how far can you go, or how far is it appropriate to go in terms of retrospectively dealing with an existing poor situation in a policy framework? And you're talking about stormwater here, for example, that the existing pipes aren't big enough or in the wrong location, or the site is 100% surface with impervious surfaces. There's no way for it to go. How much onus should there be when a site is redeveloped to actually retrospectively deal with those existing concerns, and whether the balance is right in the policy framework?
I would have thought that the policy framework that you've got would enable you to deal with the fact that it's inadequate at the moment, and in the new development, because presumably consent's required, that you would be required to mitigate so that it's at least what it was before, and so that the post-development, it's at least what it was before or better. So there is an opportunity there to do better in terms of the policy framework, but what we're concerned about is the winding it all the way back to an undeveloped site rather than to something that is a problem right now. So I don't think it prevents the council from doing what it can to say, well, this isn't an adequate situation, you're going to have to do a bit more this time. Presumably there is, in terms of a policy framework, you're looking at a consent process that you can have that discussion. It's just whether, as a blanket approach, winding it back to undeveloped for every case is actually going to be an appropriate policy position to take.
Okay, that point's understood. I guess the key is whether or not you have the maintain the existing or make it better, and whether maintaining the existing issue is appropriate in these situations. You've got a view on that?
I think my view is that you're trying to do something within the plan that at least deals with the problems that you've got now. And I think that it is appropriate to do what you can. If the council's got the opportunity under a resource consent process to improve it, I think, yeah, definitely do that. And you've usually got a range of assessment matters that you can do that under. That may be appropriate in some circumstances that you do that, you push for a better outcome. And I think that there's enough in the plan to do that with. What the concern here is pulling it all the way back in every case, as I said before. So my view is that if the council can get a better outcome through its existing policies and rules, because of consent's required, then it should try and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question as a follow-up to that line of questioning. Can you take a scenario and just talk me through how the process and outcome would be different if it was called undeveloped and pre-developed? So can you give me an example of, to help me understand, like just give me a section with a whatever. Under pre-developed, it would be, this would be the pathway, and under undeveloped, it would be different.
we sort of really need to have a stormwater engineer answer that question, but and perhaps that's something you can direct. But in terms of from a planning perspective, you'd expect undeveloped to be something like in the example that I've given in my evidence, where it's taken from the Wellington water. The undeveloped state is forestry in Greenfield, and the post-development is residential. So you'd expect the amount of stormwater runoff to be dealt with to be from that forestry undeveloped Greenfield site to low density residential, and you'd have your peak flow and you'd work out what the volume is and how much you needed to pipe, whatever. And not being a stormwater engineer, but in a situation.
So would that, so on that would so trees wouldn't be forestry wouldn't be a development as such. Well, the context for development here is a structure or a building or something that's been built rather than trees that have been planted as a development.
I would say in the context of Wellington City, yes, that would be nearly always the case, that there would be something already there, like a car park building, some sort of surface that's permeable. It might be a site that's been cleared and left, in which case, you know, you can pull it right back if it's lost its existing use rights, for example.
So if say as an example, we've got a car park now and we're going to put a house there. I don't know, I'm just making something. So if it was under the undeveloped, it would be as it is now or before it was a car park. And in which case, how would you assess the before it was a car park?
So that's exactly the good scenario to explain it. So the car park has already got runoff, stormwater runoff coming from it. But the way it is now written in the plan, and my interpretation of that is that it'd be like taking the tarmac off the car park and going back to that undeveloped state where there's just greenfield. So that's the additional amount of stormwater consideration you'd have to have.
So you'd have to model what it was like before it was a car park. Whereas pre-developed, it would not require that.
That's right. Yeah. So that would be the car park with the new building on it.
Right.
Whereas undeveloped, what the site was before it was even the car park.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
No.
No, as Commissioner Dace, we did have a conversation, I don't know if you've heard it, or whatever, with Mr. Searle around the policy language in NHP 6, which, as you quite rightly said, as notified, didn't really indicate a non-complying activity line of sight to rules. So that could probably be revisited by the council. No, I think all the questions I had has been asked and answered. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn for lunch and resume at 1:30, I think it is. And we might get to see you again then. So you'll get a good lunch. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to see?
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream 5 is reconvened after lunch, and the next submitters we will hear from, I'll just say Argosy Property and others, if you don't mind. Ms. Tree, would you like to lead us through your submission?
Thank you and good afternoon. So I'm appearing again with Ms. Carter, but also Mr. Morgan, who's provided a statement on coastal hazard risk. Again, I wasn't going to spend much time with my submissions, and really just kind of highlight just a couple of points. Just in the discussion in terms of the NZ CPS, and I refer to policy 24 and policy 25, but I think it's also important to recognise policy 27, which provides for strategies for protecting significant existing development from coastal hazard risk. And so in my submission, that policy applies to the city centre. Then at paragraph 14, I suppose this really starts to get into where we highlight some of the key concerns in terms of the coastal hazard risk table and approach that's been taken in the proposed plan. And I think it's really important to recognise, as Mr. Morgan will address, that the hazard table is not addressing risk as defined in the NZCPS, and it is a relative risk ranking of high, medium and low only. But a key concern is that there's a lack of clarity in the coastal hazard overlays of what they mean in practice. And also what's a concern in terms of the identification of the 1 in 100 year coastal tsunami event, that it wasn't clear in the proposed plan that it also included 1 metre of sea level rise. And Mr. Morgan will take you through that in a bit more detail to really illustrate what a difference that makes in terms of that tsunami event, whether it has 1 metre of sea level rise or not. And maybe if you are following my submissions, like just turning to paragraph 26. And I suppose I just really wanted to highlight why this is really important in terms of these overlay provisions, particularly in terms of my first read of the hazard overlays. It gave me significant concern in terms of what it meant for the future of the city centre, both from a tsunami event or otherwise coastal inundation. And so what we've been trying to do is really actually unpick that from a practical point of view in terms of what does it really mean in terms of these overlays. So it's been really helpful to have Mr. Morgan to assist us with that. But the concern is that the provisions are not clear, and they are used by a range of people. So the proposed plan will be relied on by the owners and occupiers, but also insurance companies are likely to look at these provisions and make their assessments in terms of what it's saying in relation to risk. And I think so it's really important that the plan is clear based on the current information that it's relied on for these hazard overlays, that it's not risk per se, and it is just a risk ranking. But what's really then important is to recognise that, but also we've got this real disparity between what we say is the high tsunami risk overlay and then the medium coastal inundation overlay. And with that high risk overlay that includes 1 metre sea level rise, as will be explained by Mr. Morgan in more detail, it really is the same in terms of risk ranking as the medium coastal inundation. So it's really important that they actually be corrected, and that high tsunami, if you're including the 1 in 100 year event with 1 metre sea level rise, that needs to be amended and recognised as a medium. And that high overlay ranking only address those areas where there's a current risk in terms of tsunami event and current risk in terms of coastal inundation. Ranking table does it with coastal inundation, it's just the current risk, but with tsunami there's a discrepancy there. So those changes that are sought by the submitters will help to alleviate some of the concerns, but there still is residual concerns in terms of the level of information for the overlays and having certainty in terms of what they mean. But really there's going to be a lot more additional work that will be required to provide better clarity. I suppose a key concern is that we're going to be imposing provisions which then have outcomes in terms of building and consent processes, when the actual outcome could be really quite different from what's envisaged of the overlay areas. Particularly, and I suppose we've used an example in our submissions, is that a development, it might be a redevelopment of an existing building, it might be in the medium coastal hazard inundation area, which is projecting something that's going to happen in 100 years. But that building itself might only have a lifespan of another 50 years. So there needs to be real good consideration in terms of how these provisions apply and the impacts on the built environment. The other point that I was just going to briefly raise was from paragraph 40 onwards in my submission, in relation to the wording to minimise and or otherwise to reduce as low as reasonably practicable. Ms. Carter will address this further, but these provisions, set the bar very high in terms of what would be required, so support what Ms. Carter has proposed in terms of her appendix to her primary statement of evidence, and you'll see in her supplementary statement she's also made a few further comments in relation to changes that she thinks are necessary to the provisions. And what we will do is provide you with an updated copy of her Appendix 1 with those changes incorporated as well. But those were the kind of the key points that I wanted to kind of highlight and probably draw your attention to what will be addressed further by Mr. Morgan and Ms. Carter. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Or otherwise at the end.
I'm conflicted on.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Keep right. Thank you. No questions for you.
Well, I'll hand over to Mr. Morgan.
Bear with me.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Oh, should we switch to one? Sorry. As Ms. Tree discussed, I've had a look at the coastal hazard ranking table and provisions within the proposed Wellington District Plan, and examined the reports that have been undertaken to support the planning framework. The coastal hazard ranking table is only really considered the likely hazard extent of respective hazard scenarios and given those assigned rankings of high, medium or low, rather than providing an assessment of risk presented by the hazard as defined under the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, which in that definition includes both the consequences and likelihood of an event occurring. To illustrate this point, a simplistic way of thinking about it would be there's no context within the proposed plan around, say, water depths under a prescribed event across respective areas around Wellington. And this type of information would be helpful, would help plan users to understand what the overlays mean and could at a high level help inform a risk assessment to a particular site. I.e., will inundation depths be 100 millimetres or will they be greater than 500 millimetres? So, for example, the medium coastal inundation extent with a 1.43 metre sea level rise with comprises of a 1% AEP storm event, and that'll only impact the overlay area at around the high tide period due to the combination of different variables. So storm surge on top of mean high water springs on top of wave setup, all those different components have to align for that extent to be realised. Noting that the tidal range within Wellington is approximately 2 metres, so that means that there will only be a brief time over that high tide peak where the areas will be impacted. Further, walking around Wellington today, you get a sense of just how steep parts of Wellington are, and that those water levels will punch out pretty quickly, and there's no context provided as to the change in water depths and how that may change the different hazard risk profiles. As Ms. Tree pointed out, I think it's also important to understand that the overlay tsunami extents are based upon a tsunami occurring at a high tide period as well. Tsunami will, particularly within a setting such as Wellington Harbour, will sache around and have a little bit longer lasting effect than say a storm surge. So there's a greater likelihood that it will coincide with a high tide event, but still it's a conservative measure in my opinion. And the mapped extent, as you can see actually on the within the figures or within the maps, the proposed district plan map, if you look at attachment 2 on the back page of my statement, you can see the tsunami has the high tsunami coastal hazard overlay, which is mapped in the purple extent within that figure. That includes a 1 metre sea level rise scenario. And you'll note that that's a similar extent to the medium coastal inundation hazard overlay that's presented within that figure. And that includes the storm surge 1% AEP variable with high tide with a 1.43 metre sea level rise component. To provide a little bit of context around the impact that sea level rise will have on the extent of tsunami inundation within the Wellington area, I've provided several figures which have been taken from the GNS report on the tsunami modelling. And you can see particularly for the 1 in 100 year event and the 1 in 500 year event, without sea level rise, there's only a minor extent of the Wellington district being affected by such an event. But then if you turn to figure 4.2, you'll be able to see that with that 1 metre of sea level rise added on to the theoretical 1 in 100 year tsunami event, the extent increases much further. For a little bit of context as well, you know, we often hear about tsunamis and think back to tsunami events in Japan circa 2012, or the Southeast Asian events in 2003, 2004, I can't quite recall, quite dramatic images, whereas the 1 in 100 year event is probably more accustomed to some of the images that we saw of the Tutukaka event from last year. You know, and it's not to understate the level of damage that was experienced, say, within the Tutukaka marina, but I think you can appreciate perhaps not the widespread level of impact as some of those more significant events, which are much higher magnitude return period events. And I've sort of made that analogy based on the extent that it's affected, and also the size of earthquake that would be required to trigger that, not knowing what return periods are for Tutukaka tsunami. So, similarly with the coastal inundation overlays and mapped extents, there's no further context given to water depths or water flow velocities in any real detail. And you'll notice from those figures that I've included, you know, 4.1 through to, was it 4.6? The scale bar goes from 0 to 7, and it's quite hard to determine the exact sort of flows and depths that we're talking about in any particular area. Another key concern of mine through this review is the proposed scenarios in respect of hazard ranking will result in disproportionate planning constraints being applied to sites that are exposed to a coastal hazard, but are not subject to the same degree of risk. For a real world example of this, in the Wellington region, I point to the south coast, which is currently experiencing semi-regularly inundation and coastal erosion events as a result of significant southerly storms. These areas, in my opinion at least, areas that are currently experiencing the impacts of coastal hazards deserve or should be afforded more stringent planning constraints and have higher respective hazard rankings in order to discourage or avoid the increase of risk from coastal hazards in these locations. And this is in accordance with the policies and objectives within the NZCPS. I've also, and that's contained within my submission, I've also identified a discrepancy between the hazard ranking table and the mapped extent of the high tsunami. The hazard ranking table refers to a 1 in 100 year tsunami event. It doesn't mention that the mapped extent includes the 1 metre allowance for sea level rise. As mentioned previously, and as you can see in the figure within attachment 2 of this briefing, the 100-year tsunami event with a 1 metre sea level rise and the 100-year inundation event with the 1.43 metre sea level rise have approximately the same extent across the central Wellington region at least. There may be slight differences in how these hazards are I guess, behaving once occurring on a site. So it could be argued that a tsunami may have more force behind it, but there hasn't really been provided the level of detail to justify or give better context for that sort of, that sort of rationale. Given that they both represent the same, roughly the same extent of impact, particularly within the central city, and then include components of future sea level rise, which I'm not questioning is going to happen. It just hasn't happened as yet. I would I think it would be more appropriate to sign them as a medium hazard ranking rather than the high scenarios that has been assigned for the tsunami 1 in 100 year with the 1 metre sea level rise. I also note that the hazard extents relating to coastal erosion provided in the NEWA reports have not been taken into account within the hazard ranking tables or within the district plan. And if, in my opinion and experience anyway, erosion can be a much trickier hazard to manage than inundation. Inundation can be dealt with in many different ways. Coastal erosion, if it is a truly systemic erosion problem, can be very difficult to manage, even with elements such as seawalls. In reply, I've got some responses there to the evidence in reply from both James Bevan and Jamie Searle. So in paragraph 16 of Mr. Bevan's evidence in reply, he has discussed the reasons for inclusion of a 100-year return period as a high hazard. This rationale has changed somewhat to the rationale provided within the Section 42 report, where it was stated that the NZ CPS defines a 100-year event as a high hazard risk. Mr. Bevan now points to the statistical occurrence of a 1 in 100-year event occurring over the next 100 years, incorrectly so, at roughly 63% chance that a 1 in 100-year event will occur over the next 100 years. But there's no context provided as to why this is more relevant than a larger consequence event with a smaller likelihood of occurring over the next 100 years. And, for example, a 1 in 200-year event has got a 40% chance of occurring, so why not use that? I still would think that a 40% chance of something occurring over the next 100 years is somewhat significant. And I do think that Mr. Bevan has misinterpreted my primary point, which is that by focusing on the return periods, the degree of risk to different areas from coastal hazards has not been adequately addressed by the proposed plan. Mr. Bevan, in paragraph 22, also discusses the 1 metre SLR inclusion to the high tsunami ranking as being required to allow a buffer to avoid areas being developed that may be subject to future tsunami events. But I note that this logic is equally applicable to the coastal inundation hazard scenarios. And to this point, it has not been applied to the different coastal hazards in a consistent manner. So, and you'll note, again, refer to the figure that I've included an attachment to at the back of this document. In response to Mr. Searle's evidence in reply, I agree with Mr. Searle in paragraph 52 of his statement that the South Coast does have a greater proportional representation of its spatial area impacted by the map coastal hazard extents. However, this does not adequately address the disparity and potential variance in hazard risks across the overlay for the same reasons as I've discussed above. I don't understand how Mr. Searle in paragraph 53 states that the level of hazard risk management proposed within the plan is commensurate with the hazard risk when no substantive assessment of hazard risk has been presented or undertaken, to the best of my knowledge, undertaken I should say. It is important that the changes set out in my evidence are made to the hazard ranking table to provide a better consistency across the different scenarios and relative hazard ranking. However, I consider that the hazard ranking table and associated mapping should only be an interim measure until an appropriately scaled risk assessment of coastal hazards across the Wellington region is available. And that's better. Questions, or should we wait till?
Any questions?
First thing I'd like you to do is to walk us through these attachments to the material which has been presented to us this morning.
Yep.
Lots of colours on there, and it's got a different band of colour. I'm particularly interested in you know, the differences between them. First time I've seen this information presented in this way, so it'd be helpful if you could walk us through what they're actually saying and what we should infer, and particularly in relation to your clients' properties, which I believe are all central city properties or within the central city zone.
Yep, for sure. So we'll just start with figures 4.1 and 4.3. And you can see on the left-hand side of the figures, there's a little scale bar through there showing flow depth and height, and towards the bottom is with your orangey and yellowy sort of colours is 0, and then your greens is 3.5 meters depth, and the blues are 7 meters deep. So if we start at figure 4.1, for example, and I think once we talk through that, and 4.3, then we should start to get the hang of what we're looking at. If we look at, I guess, the Wellington Central area in particular, you'll see there's a little bit of discoloration just under the, I guess, the G, for example, where it says Wellington, just above Te Aro. And that just shows some relatively shallow inundation of the downtown area, and presumably that relates to marina or port infrastructure that have been inundated under that particular scenario, noting that that's the 1 in 100 year scenario. And you'll, as I mentioned previously, it's quite, given, you know, that scale bar goes from 0 to 7, it's quite hard to differentiate or really delve into the detail as to what those sorts of flow rates or water depths are through there. But you can appreciate it's a relatively minor area that's been impacted.
Yeah, no, I've just got the district plan maps up in front of me. We're talking about tsunami hazard overlay.
Yeah.
High coastal tsunami hazard covers, you know, quite a bit of the CBD, but it doesn't appear to be transferring across to your map in the same
Yeah,
detail.
that was my point that I was making before, Commissioner, is that the table says a 1 in 100 year tsunami, but the actual mapped extent is a 1 in 100 year tsunami with the 1 metre sea level rise.
Okay, so that's the difference. So
if you flick to figure 4.2, sorry, which is a couple of pages on, so I've separated them with and without sea level rise in this order.
Yeah.
You'll see that that extent is similar to that's been mapped under the high tsunami coastal hazard overlay.
So, sorry, what, I'm struggling here. It's immediately after lunch. What's the difference between 4.1 and 4.2 in terms of the mapping?
4.1 has no sea level rise.
Okay, so that's purely the difference by including all our 1 metre sea level rise.
Yeah.
All right.
And basically the other figures are the same. One for a 500-year return period, and then one for 1,000, and then the extents with sea level rise. And you'll note that, the extent is significantly impacted by the inclusion of the sea level rise scenario.
So, isn't it normal to include a factor for sea level rise?
It is.
And it's
entirely.
And because I think I'll be corrected because there's been a couple of figures floated around, 1 metre and 1.43 metres. I don't know whether you picked up that subtle bit,
I have.
The difference between the two. So what isn't it state of the art best practice to actually include a factor for sea level rise in these sorts of things?
Oh, certainly, and that's been included. It's just how you assign a level of risk or a hazard ranking with that sea level rise. So when you're undertaking a hazard assessment, typically I would look at the level of risk associated with the current hazard.
So you're not challenging the science and behind these maps then? It's just just the management method when this overlay does apply.
Exactly, and if you look at the attachment 2 at the back page of this, that sort of illustrates my point, that we have a medium coastal inundation hazard extent mapped for the city central with the high coastal tsunami hazard extent. So these are the two mapped extents that include sea level rise. Granted, the high coastal tsunami is only for 1 metre sea level rise versus 1.43. 1 metre was a standard sea level rise variable that is added to hazard assessments in the past. The 1.43 is a more updated sea level rise allowance to allow for land subsidence over the next 100 years. But either way, the main point of this particular diagram is to show that the extents of the hazards with different with a sea level rise component is essentially the same, yet one has been given a medium hazard ranking and the other has been given a high hazard ranking.
Okay. All right, thank you for that.
I was just going to say I had also attached 2 maps to the back of my legal submissions of the tsunami overlay, low, medium and high, and coastal inundation, medium and high. Just wondering if it's helpful for Sam to also talk to those.
Yeah, and then we had this printout as well, which was handed out this morning.
And that really shows the same thing.
Yeah.
So similarly, this figure shows in some detail the difference between the low and the high and the medium coastal tsunami hazard overlays. So the high you'll see there is the medium is only impacting a little bit further than the high extent through there, but these are all including that 1 metre sea level rise component, and I should also add the occurrence at high tide. So whereas I think if you were just to take away that 1 metre sea level rise component, it would be affecting more sort of the areas around there's a little label there, I'm not sure if you'll be able to read it, WFZ, and then some of the port infrastructure where we see the piers and the like. Those would be the main areas that
WFZ is the waterfront zone.
waterfront zone. So that would be the area impacted by a 100-year tsunami without sea level rise. And then the sea level rise component significantly extends the area of influence from a 1 in 100-year tsunami event. So it's certainly pertinent to include an allowance for sea level rise, and it's something that we regularly do whilst undertaking these sorts of studies and undertaking a risk analysis. It's just a matter of how you assign a risk ranking or a risk profile to that particular hazard scenario.
Okay. I'm interested in you making comparisons between Wellington South Coast and the Wellington CBD. Obviously, you know, I live in Wellington. I'm very familiar with the South Coast and what has been happening recently.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas and there's limitations on the amount of actual physical structures to hold it back, seawalls, that sort of thing.
Mm.
On the South Coast, it's a much more natural environment, and in large parts there is some walls along there as well.
Yep.
Whereas the CBD, the waterfront zone itself, a lot of seawalls, rock armouring, and certainly there's the port as well, which we're really not talking about here. But isn't there a real difference in between the South Coast and the CBD in terms of the level of investment that there is in the existing landward infrastructure, the level of existing controls to hold back not only storm surge but also various inundation as well? Isn't there a really big difference between the two, and wouldn't you choose to treat them quite differently in terms of a hazard management approach?
Well, yeah, that's really my point. You know, is that you would approach them quite differently, and that at the moment they're given the same degree of hazard ranking and therefore rules applied. Regardless of the, you know, there's when developing a plan or long-term plan for hazard management or how you're going to deal with coastal hazards, one of the things you take into account is the level of investment or the amount of property that may be impacted or infrastructure that may be impacted. So it may be that in the future, coastal hazards along the south coast become so untenable that you may have to abandon. I'm not saying that is necessarily the case, but that's just to illustrate my point. Whereas you would tend to think that the Wellington CBD is going to be something that's going to be managed long term. You're not going to shift the CBD in the next 100 years, realistically, are you?
So you're not saying that these things aren't risks, coastal inundation and the tsunami risks. They're not risks. But there is a difference in between how you would actually manage development where these risks are apparent.
I think you yeah, and I think that's also, there's differences in the way that you should manage a hazard, and that should also relate to the level of risk associated with that particular hazard. So, and remembering that risk is defined under the NZCPS as the likelihood of something occurring and the consequence of something occurring. So that's where you take into account something like the significant level of investment in the downtown central Wellington area versus the lesser degree of development along the south coast, so to speak. And that's where you'd start weighing up to come up with weighing those factors up with for your risk assessment, overall risk assessment. However, part of my point has also been that along the south coast, they're currently exposing somewhat regular, sort of every 5 to 10 years you hear about a significant storm event.
It's been yearly recently.
Yeah,
I think, to be frank, that the people on Oyster Bay Parade are getting their garages inundated on a fairly regular basis. You know, will be yearly in my view, just recently.
Yeah, and that can be a product of the weather cycle that we've been in recently, you know. I'm sure you're aware of the discussions around the land increases, etc. So the fact that it's getting exposed and impacted by coastal hazards now means that in the future, as sea level rise is occurring, that likelihood's going to increase, you know, dramatically. Whereas, you know, you're saying annually, then, you know, and I haven't done the math on this, but you could project out, you know, something like in 50 years, it could be happening weekly, monthly, right?
Yeah, I have to stress that I haven't seen anything written about the South Coast in terms of the exceedances. It's my perception, living in Wellington, that seems to be happening more frequently than it used to. So that's just, I would put that big caveat over my observations on that.
Yeah, and that would, you know, play into my thinking and rationale that, you know, there should be more stringent controls on an area like that where there's going to be some, you know, quite real effects that are going to be hard to manage in the future. Because, and thinking about the nature of storm events that impact the South Coast as well, you've got large southerly swell events combined with strong, you know, southerly winds, storm surge, you know, and the erosion along those sorts of coasts, it's going to be quite hard to manage. Although, to be fair, there is plenty of bedrock outcropping that you could anchor into to make a seawall. But
so turning back to the CBD, where you've got the existing levels of protection there are at the moment, from a coastal hazards perspective, you're saying that the risk is not as high as is being shown on the district plan maps. And on the basis that the risk is not as high, the management approach, well, what you may do with a particular piece of land or what you may do in terms of a development, we should also be altered as a result.
A full risk assessment hasn't been undertaken, but my immediate sense is that it would be, given the level of existing protection and infrastructure that's there, it would be, you know, you're not exposed to the same level or scale of hazard event as you are on the South Coast, and it would be an easier hazard to manage moving forward in the future than it would be along the South Coast.
And that is why I think that there are special provisions relating to the central city zone, which are being proposed by the officers at the moment to recognise that it is a different scenario in terms of the level of investment, the existing protection that there is for coastal hazards in that particular area. And do you think that that is appropriate? That is, it's more a manage rather than restrict or avoid approach?
I do think ultimately it would be more of a managed than restrict approach for the CBD, but I also would go back to something Ms. Tree alluded to, is that how these hazard overlays are going to be perceived and used by people outside of, you know, a setting such as this, or
insurance brokers are looking at the level.
Insurance brokers, and I've been involved in cases around Tauranga Harbour in the recent past where coastal erosion hazard overlays, even when there's an existing seawall structure in place, because there's a coastal erosion line sitting on there, people aren't able to get insurance on their houses, you know.
Okay.
So it does happen, you know, and you only have to look at Kapiti 10 years ago to look at the fuss that was made when they tried to put hazard lines up that way, you know.
Well, I think the fuss is still happening in Kapiti.
That's what I understand as well.
All right, I was going to, the last one for me before I hand it across to the others is, you talked about coastal erosion and the fact that there is often an issue which does apply to coastal hazard overlays in terms of coastal erosion, but we don't have one in Wellington. Is that a gap, or is that just the nature of the topography that we have, or the coastal environment that we have here in Wellington?
The fact that there is, I mean, it's certainly an issue because, you know, as you pointed to, there's infrastructure moving along the south coast, there's sea walls, there's coastal erosion issues at Lyell Bay, for example, as well, from time to time. So it is an issue that needs to be managed. The NIWA August 21 report gave some guidance and some, they did provide some, I guess, extents to which coastal erosion should be considered around the Wellington region, but for some reason that hasn't been picked up within the district plan.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, just a couple from me. So you made the comment a couple of times that, you know, an accurate assessment hasn't been done. When I read Burbage's work from GNS around the modelling, around the assessments, around the weighted mean average and et cetera, there's been a whole lot of work that he has put into the maps that are here. What's missing that would need to be done to give you, firstly, do you agree that the methodology, because you were saying the science is fine, he's used the science to come up with a map. And he said, and in his evidence here, if I just come back to your maps that you had, he says that figures 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, basically he agrees that they are based on the models and the maps that he has done. So if the science is fine, what's the problem with the maps?
So the simplest one is there's a discrepancy between the table. I think that's been recognised by Mr. Beeben and Mr. Searle, between what the high coastal tsunami hazard is, and that includes the 1 metre sea level rise and what it says in the table, because the table says it doesn't include sea level rise.
Yeah. So the officers have recognised that, and they said they're going to rectify that. So does that fix our problem?
That they recognise that, yeah.
So that fixes our problem then?
That fixes one part of the problem. So it's also that, so when you do, what the GNS report and the NIWA reports do, they look at what the hazard and define what the hazard is. And and then you do a hazard risk assessment whereby you would look at the number of properties that are impacted and how those properties might be impacted, and that includes infrastructure. And you can go down a rabbit hole to some degree, and I appreciate that may not always be applicable for a district plan type process, but you know, you can look at vulnerability, isolation, and then that. But the simplest way that I guess you could think about it is that water depth scenario. So the extent comes up to here, but you know, closer to the waterfront, the water depth might be, you know, 700 to a metre deep, and that's enough to easily knock someone off their feet, right? Whereas, you know, the further away you get from the shoreline, it might only be the fact that we're getting wet ankles. So that sort of information or context hasn't been provided in assigning the hazard rankings.
So the water depth information has not been included in the tsunami modelling that's been done by GNS. That's what you're saying.
Not to an extent that can be useful. Yeah.
So it might have been done, but it wasn't done useful. So has it been done or not? So if you're going to use that as an example of a flaw that's in the science, it's not there now, is what you're saying. Because when we heard from the hazards last week and we're asking them questions around the robustness of the information, it to me was that there was a huge amount of work done in getting to these projections, the models, which you earlier said the science was fine.
Yeah.
So the method, if the science is fine, the science produces a map, and the map is X, and there might be a bit of discrepancy in the table. We fix that. Now you're saying water level wasn't included in the science.
The water level, so they've
for
done
inundation or for tsunami or both.
for both, actually.
Right, yeah.
And so what they've done, and there's no questioning the work that they've done to prescribe, they've said, okay, the water level is going to reach RL, whatever it might be, say, let's call it RL2.
Yeah.
Right? But then there's no context as to where the ground level is in terms of that, where that water level has gotten to, right? So that science prescribing it to the RL2, no problem with it, right? But there's no further context given to how deep that might be, and that's going to come down to an overlaying that mapped extent instead of needs to be, I guess, done in a three-dimensional manner rather than a two-dimensional manner, because all it is now is just a singular line around the extent. So, but a three-dimensional sort of way of thinking about it would be, okay, well, how does that water depth change and how does that affect the risk profile and how the restrictions that should be placed? So that would be able to, there would be ways to simplify that process, you know.
Have you covered in your evidence the specific things that would need to be done, like we've just talked about now, to give you confidence that the information was adequate enough to put a line on a map?
I'm saying there'd have to be several more lines using the good science that's been done. But no, I probably haven't covered it in the evidence succinctly enough.
And I don't know this, and may have already, but I can't remember. So has alternative maps been proposed as part of the submission, or is it just wording changes? So there's no alternative maps, it's just the tweaks in the table, and some questions around whether all of the information that should have been used is used.
Yeah.
And because what I'm struggling with is that there doesn't seem to be any question about the maps so much where the line is on the map. So the maps are fine. It's just whereabouts the map is not certain because you believe there's some information missing.
It's more how the maps and the information is being applied as well. So
yeah, but earlier we said the science was fine, the methodology was fine. There's some gaps. Now I'm not sure where it is we're coming from here with regards to what is the actual gap that we're talking about. Are we saying the map should just be thrown out, or are the maps fine that just need a tweak? And if it does need a tweak, what needs to be tweaked to get us to where we need to be? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because at the moment we're just getting, I don't know what it is, what the pathway forward is. Do we go with your map, or do we go with what? Well, what do we do?
I haven't provided a map because doing that sort of mapping would be, that'd take a lot of work, right?
And they've done an extensive amount of work in mapping, right? There might be one or two things that missed, but when I read the reports from NIWA and GNS, they've done an extensive amount of media modelling and also is what you're asking to do what?
It's the application to get to the hazard rankings. So the hazard rankings is aside from the science.
Yeah, no, I get that. So what do we need to do from here to get there? To get to a map that we're happy with? What do we do?
I would,
because at the moment we've got some experts who've done a whole lot of work to say, here's the map, and we've got some planning officers who have said there needs to be a tweak in the table.
Yeah.
Where are you proposing we go is what I'm asking.
I would adjust the planning table even more, because I think the hazard ranking, let's take the example of a hazard with the inclusion of sea level rise, and that's given a high hazard ranking for the tsunami.
Which is probably underestimated now, because that's the only thing we know about climate change impacts is that we're undershooting it, but carry on. Yeah. Okay, let's take the 1 metre. Yeah.
So are we, why is that? Why aren't we putting more focus on those areas that we know have a greater risk even under current scenarios. So like the South Coast, for example.
Yeah. So right now, you know that hasn't been done. After reading all the information, you know that hasn't been done.
So the problem is that the hazard has been defined, and I'm not questioning the work that has been done to quantify the level and degree of hazard that may occur. It's the risk associated with that hazard. So that work hasn't been done, and that would need to be a measure of likelihood and consequence to assign.
Because when I read
realistic and appropriate hazard.
When I read the information, I did see some risk analysis in there, but you're the expert saying that the risk hasn't been done with the inundation and the tsunami modelling. So maybe there's something we can go back to. Because
the NEPA reports and the GNS reports don't have a risk analysis component. They're strict hazard definitions.
Might be helpful too, just on this point, in terms of the difference in the table and changing that tsunami high risk with the 1 metre sea level rise and making that then medium. So the change to the maps that is then required is, if you look at Mr. Morgan's primary statement, the map attached to that helps to illustrate what the difference would be for the city centre if you had that high, if it was high 1 in 100 year tsunami event without sea level rise, it's then the purple area. And then what would become the 1 in 100 year tsunami event with sea level rise is the blue area. And Mr. Milton will jump in and correct me if that's incorrect or needs to be clarified.
No, that's correct.
And that's medium ranking.
The medium ranking would be the blue, and the purple ranking would be the high. So that's within the primary one. So that figure there, I'm not sure if you've got it. Yeah.
Just out of interest, while I'm looking at this map, isn't that broadly where the reclamation happens in Wellington as well? The historical coastline used to go down Lampton Quay and Thornton Quay, and
I couldn't confirm. I don't know the extent of reclamation down there.
You might have an observation of it.
But that wouldn't surprise me. Areas of reclamation are generally pretty low lines.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. The risks or the consequences from a tsunami versus inundation, I'm looking at the city centre as well, aren't they quite different in terms of one would be, I won't say gradual rise, but one would come in a lot more gently than a tsunami would come in and then seiche around the harbour several times as well, in terms of the risks and consequences of that?
Yes, you would think so, but that no substantive information has been supplied around that. I think that also speaks to the point that I was trying to make before about comparison with the Tutukaka event. And you also have to remember that an inundation event is still going to occur with a degree of wave setup and wave run up, where it's going to be a constant force. But as I tried to discuss earlier, the tsunami will hit with a bit more force, and there will be some cessation, and it will probably last for a bit longer than an inundation event associated with the storm surge, because the occurrence over the top of the tide period.
In terms of the nuanced thing, I mean, I was looking at your GNS tsunami things, and you can see there is some nuance there in terms of depth, flow depth. So it's there. I don't know how available, how accurate it is, but that's another question probably. But so the map, you don't necessarily want planning maps to be overly complicated with levels and levels and levels. So if this sets the base for it, and you had a specific consent application or something, could that not be with that time that you bore into the details as much as you can?
Yeah, and I think within my evidence sheet,
Yeah.
I discussed the need for site-specific coastal hazard assessments, and that's where you'd undertake that more detailed and nuanced work to be able to offset some of that. Yeah.
So you, in your supplementary here, your last point is that you would recommend that the ranking table and mapping should only be an interim measure until appropriate scale risk assessment's done. So we obviously can't do that in the short time that we have. So you would accept it as it is now, provided there was some sort of commitment to work towards a more detailed, more.
Well, I think the one that I've proposed within my evidence in chief, and then I think there should be work, and I'd be surprised if it's. I'm not fully aware of Wellington District Council is planning in that space, but a lot of councils around the country are starting to work on these sorts of projects and longer term. It tends to fall more within the adaptation management framework.
Okay, just final question, it may be more from Ms. Carter. If you got that finely detailed assessment, you know, this versus that and that, what would you do with that in a planning sense, in terms of managing land use? You have a much more complicated risk ranking and set of rules and things around it.
I don't think you'd necessarily have to have a more complicated hazard ranking system, but I think you'd have a much more accurate and equitable hazard ranking system.
Any more questions, Mr. Morgan? Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan.
Hello.
See the level of interest by the number of questions you got. Okay.
I was expecting that. So. Now just turning to Ms. Carter. Afternoon. I'll skip the first paragraph. We've already had that this morning.
So the first point is at paragraph 3. So in my evidence in chief, I had supported the reporting officer's recommendation to amend the hazard ranking for liquefaction from high to low. In my opinion, this amendment provides greater consistency with the provision associated with liquefaction overlay, and also recognises that liquefaction risk is able to be mitigated through engineering measures and is unlikely to result in risk to life. NHP2, levels of risk. In my evidence,
can you pull the microphone a bit closer?
Shall I repeat that paragraph? So basically, the paragraph I've just read, I've said that I agree with the officer's decision to change the hazard ranking for liquefaction from high to low. And that also recognises that liquefaction risk is able to be mitigated through engineering measures and is unlikely to result in risk to life. So I agree that that's a good outcome. And basically saying that the liquefaction risk shouldn't be in the high category, which we'll come to in terms of the other hazards. So NHP2, levels of risk. In my evidence in chief, I support the reporting officer's amended wording of NHP2, but I've had further thinking about the wording in there since then, and given the changes to other policies recommended in the Section 42A report, and do, however, still have a remaining concern about the use of the words as far as reasonably practicable. And what I'm recommending in this paragraph is that those words can be deleted. Like the definition of minimise now being proposed, I consider it provides a high bar in low and medium hazard areas. And the use of the word reasonably in the definition provides less clear policy direction compared to the notified version. NHP6, potentially hazard-sensitive activities and hazard-sensitive activities within the inundation areas of the full hazard overlay. I continue to support the position that minimise provides a high bar and is a more onerous response to the level of risk associated with inundation areas in the flood hazard overlays, and prefer the wording I propose in my evidence in chief at paragraph 22. Alternatively, I would support the notified version being retained. That's to not increase or to reduce. NHP 7 potentially hazard sensitive activities and hazard sensitive activities within the overland flow paths of the flood hazard overlays. Similarly, I do not support the section 42A recommended version of NHP 7, clause 1. While I propose retaining the notified version in my evidence in chief, I note that the wording could be simplified to be more consistent with my recommended wording for NHP 6 to read, incorporating measures that mitigate the risk to people property from the 1% annual exceedance probability flood. The reporting officer in his supplementary evidence prefers minimise to reduce or avoid an increase in, and disagrees that minimise provides a higher bar. Mr. Searle states that that's not the intention of the proposed amendments to create a higher bar. The example provided by the reporting officer at paragraph 33 of his supplementary evidence, in my view, does not help that argument. If there is a residual risk after mitigation, minimise as low as reasonably practicable would still require a response if one is available. NHR 11, the construction of buildings or the conversion of existing buildings that contain a hazard sensitive activity in the inundation area of the flood hazard overlay. Under proposed rule NHR 11.2, when the floor level requirements are not met, the restricted discretionary activity status of a hazard sensitive activity defaults to non-complying. The reporting officer considers that paragraph 2023 of his supplementary evidence that a non-compliant activity status is required, and required to align with the intent of policy NHP 6. As set out in my comments on behalf of Stride Limited and Investore Property Limited, I maintain my view that a discretionary activity status is the most appropriate activity where the minimum specified floor levels are not complied with. NHR 12, the construction of buildings or the conversion of existing buildings that contain a potentially hazard sensitive activity in the overland flow paths. Oyster seeks amendments to NHR 12.2 to make the default activity status discretionary within the overland flow path overlay for potentially hazard sensitive activities that do not comply with NHR 12.1 rather than non-complying. In the section 42A report, the reporting officer accepts this request, and that's that it considers that discretionary activity still gives the council the ability to decline the application based on its merits, which is part of my argument for the previous rule. I support the section 42A recommendation to amend NHR 12 and concur with the reason provided. Coastal hazards. Introduction and coastal hazard ranking table. The Fabric, Argosy and Oyster submissions seek amendments to the coastal hazard overlay hazard ranking table to apply a medium hazard ranking to the 1 in 100 year coastal tsunami hazard extent. I remain concerned that the coastal hazard ranking table presents a misleading representation of tsunami hazard in comparison to the coastal inundation hazard. My understanding is that the high coastal hazards ranking for tsunami under the coastal hazard overlay hazard ranking table is based on a 1 in 100 year event plus 1 metre sea level rise, while the high hazard ranking for coastal inundation is based on a 100-year event at current sea level rise. This is acknowledged by Mr. Bevan at paragraph 21 of his supplementary evidence. The proposed plan has taken an approach of bundling tsunami and coastal inundation for the purposes of applying accompanying policies and rules. In my opinion, it should therefore also apply a consistent approach to applying sea level rise between the two different coastal hazards. It is important to get the hazard ranking right, because as Mr. Bevan notes in paragraph 18 of his supplementary evidence, all high hazard rankings have an avoid framework, and except as modified for the city centre zone and some infrastructure. In my recent work with the proposed Waikato district plan, high risk coastal inundation area was defined as those areas eminently at risk of coastal inundation and a 1% AEP, with existing sea level and coastal processes. An additional area of coastal inundation, 1% AEP, with sea level rise, was included in the Waikato plan, but not as high risk. This lower risk extent was mapped and included with slightly more permissive rules and policies, and provides an important alert for future areas that may be affected. This approach is consistent with the rankings in the Wellington plan, proposed plan, coastal hazard ranking table, in respect to coastal inundation. By comparison, the tsunami 1 in 100 year scenario with 1 metre sea level rise in the Wellington proposed plan similarly constrains areas that are not imminently at risk, as sea level rise out to 100 years has not yet occurred and arguably therefore not at high risk. A consistent approach would recognise this and rank it to be an area of lower coastal hazard risk. Fabric, Argosy and Oyster seek that it be recognised as medium, and I support that as far as the proposed coastal hazard ranking exercise in the Wellington proposed plan goes. I agree with Mr. Sewell when he states at paragraph 46 of his supplementary evidence that there is no scope for the addition of a new low coastal inundation hazard overlay, as shown in the table in Appendix 1 of my evidence in chief. I agree that it's not appropriate and no such overlay is provided in the notified plan. Mr. Morgan includes this overlay as a demonstration of an appropriate low hazard ranking for a future coastal inundation extent 1% AAP storm event, which includes a highly conservative 1.73 metres of sea level rise. Coastal environment P12 levels of risk. I continue to support in part the reporting officer's recommended amendment to CEP12 to the extent that it partially addresses the issues raised by the submitters, particularly around the concern that the notified policy failed to adequately recognise existing investment in the CBD consistent with Objective CE08. As provided in paragraph 59 of my evidence in chief, I recommend a further amendment to CEP 12.2 to provide direction around the high coastal hazard area in the city centre, as set out in Appendix 1. I note that Mr. Searle agrees with this amendment. The reporting officer also replaces addresses with minimise in CEP 12.2, and as per my earlier evidence on this issue, I do not support that amendment, and that's because I think it provides that higher bar. CEP 18 or R18 hazard sensitive activities and potential hazard sensitive activities in the high coastal hazard area. The Oyster submission is opposed in part to CEP 18. It considers it is not practical to avoid hazard sensitive activities and potentially hazard sensitive activities in the high coastal hazard area. The reporting officer recommends amending CEP 18 to provide an exception to the policy for the city centre zone and the airport, port and passenger port facilities. I support the reporting officer's recommended version of CEP 18 and consider that it appropriately provides for development and use in the city centre.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Carter?
Thank you for that. Just a couple from me. So just wanting to understand a little bit further this kind of clash between minimise and the definition. So have I got it right that you don't like the word minimise because of the uncertainty that exists with the definition?
So it's partly the definition. I do think that the planning officer and myself might be working at cross purposes as to what minimise really means. So my feeling is that, well, my understanding is that minimise is to take something as low as you possibly can. So to my mind, if you compare that with to reduce or not increase, then you're here. But to minimise is to say, well, actually, we want more than that. We want to go all the way down here and do something as far as reasonably practicable. We want to get right down to whatever you can do, what technology can provide, if it's available, if there's an alternative. That's where we want to go with this. And that's, to me, when you replace the words reduce or not increase to minimise, you're pulling the whole policy to the left and saying we want more than what we're providing. And Mr. Searle said that that was not the intention, and that's why I've zeroed in on this, because if the intention is not to pull it all the way down to let's get things even better than what we possibly ever dreamed, using the most technology we can, if that wasn't his intention, well then I think that we do need to correct this and get it back to at least reduce and not increase. If that's their policy direction, to do what you can, but not be overly prescriptive and not be asking for the Rolls Royce. So I think what this is doing is it's asking for the Rolls Royce. So that's where we differ. There seems to be a different interpretation of what that word minimise means in the context of the policies that we've got.
Okay. Because in the conversation we had, I mean, minimise can be the example I use. If you're a 6, you can still go to a 7, but minimise the impact. But do not increase or do not exceed means you can't go to a 7. You've got to go to a 5 or a 4. And if that's the, I mean, I'm fine with that because most people minimise is seen as more enabling. But I'm happy with where you've landed. I'm okay with your response. The only other question I have is around, can you explain to me? So in your paragraph 16 that you just went through, in the
yes,
in the second paragraph when you talked about the tsunami modelling, and you said in brackets, as sea level rise out to 100 years has not yet occurred, and arguably therefore not currently at risk. Isn't the whole idea of modelling sea level rise out to 100 years is to ensure that these documents are planning for that and more?
Yeah, no,
so
I 100% agree with that.
So what do you mean by, so what's meant by that bit in the brackets? I didn't understand it.
So what it's saying is that if you take the example of the Wellington CBD, and compare it with the coastal inundation hazard, it's a high hazard ranking and it's not got sea level rise. So the inundation you get is for a present day storm event that comes and inundates the CBD. All of that area will get wet and it's classified high ranking. The tsunami is not the same as that. The tsunami already has 1 metre sea level rise. So the inundation extent that you get over the CBD with 1 metre sea level rise, if that tsunami happened today, there's going to be a whole lot of places in the CBD that are not even wet, not even affected, because 100 years sea level rise hasn't happened yet. So the inundation is a lot less. Lots of parts of the CBD today would remain dry. And the reason why it's important is because the high risk ranking table has said coastal hazard inundation is high risk present day, but it hasn't said that for tsunami. It said it's only high risk with 1 metre sea level rise. But we know that if it happened today, there'd be a whole lot of areas of the CBD that'd be dry. So the reason why I've got the comparison in there from the proposed Waikato plan is because it took the same approach in terms of coastal hazard inundation. We will call high hazard those areas, and in terms of the NZCPS, we will call places high hazard because they're imminently at risk. But in this particular case, the tsunami includes, for the CBD of Wellington, areas that are not imminently at risk. So that's why we think it should be bumped down to medium.
And how would you capture that in a policy framework? Would you say 50 years from now we'll have a look at it, and if it, let's say, you know, so there's a whole lot of evidence that we've underestimated the impact of climate change and sea level rise, and it's going up much higher than we predicted. So let's say it's at a 1 metre 10 years from now. That's within the life of this. Yes. How should we accommodate?
So it is accommodated in this framework because it's accommodated in this framework as a medium hazard. And there's policies that say, what should we do with medium hazards? And the table's quite clear. And the policies say for low and medium hazards, this is what we do. For high hazards, we have got an avoid policy by and large because they're imminently at risk. It's appropriate that they're being imminently at risk. It's appropriate that they're recognised as high hazard and you have an avoid policy. Let's not put things right now down on the waterfront where they're imminently at risk.
So if something now is low or medium, what you're saying is there's a mechanism in the plan now that within 10 years it can be high.
Well, you couldn't swap it to high. There's a mechanism in the plan that has a policy response when something's low or medium risk. And that's in there. You still have to go through resource consent for certain things. If you don't meet the minimum floor, for example, you are either discretionary or non-complying. The moment it says non-complying, but I'm arguing
this imminent. So all of the guidance that I've seen from MFE and others and all that, it doesn't look at hazard modelling and hazard planning with the same say, well, imminent, what's there right now should have some sort of hierarchy or some sort of what it encourages you to do, and in some cases forces you to do, is say, look out 10, 100 years and make planning decisions based on the guidance that these things will impact you in the future.
You know,
What you're saying is, if it's imminent, yes. If it's not imminent, should be medium.
in this particular scenario here, yes, because another way I could look at it is, in the other plans I've worked at, the high, and we're talking here about the high ranking. We're not really talking about the science or anything. We're talking about how do we rank these, how do we bundle them together to write policies on them. And in this particular case, other plans I've worked on for the high flood hazard area, that's been the areas that have been the deepest and fastest flowing. So you've had a modelled inundation extent on the plain, and by and large, the floodplain's got rules and policies on it. But in addition to that, other councils have recognised that those deeper areas that I think Mr. Morgan was talking about, you know, you've got topography, some areas will actually be a lot deeper. Some areas near hills will be a lot faster flowing. And other plans have identified those areas as being your high ranking hazard areas because the risk is higher that someone might lose their life. If it's over 2 metres deep, if someone can't swim, they will drown. If they're near a hill and it's fast flowing, then they'll get swept off their feet. No matter how high it is, they might get swept off their feet. Again, a good reason for saying that's high hazard. The rest of the plain, you might get depths up to 1 metre, and you've got sort of like a low or medium policy equivalent in the Wellington plan that would say this is how we should address them. So turning that back to what we're talking about here in terms of coastal inundation and tsunami, what I'm saying is that it's unequal. It's saying that tsunami is high hazard with 1 metre sea level rise. But coastal inundation is high hazard when it's imminently at risk. So what we're saying is that tsunami should be high hazard for the areas that are imminently at risk, and medium hazard for areas with 1 metre sea level rise. Or even low, if it's even more sea level rise. So you're going back and back and back. And it's a bit like the Waikato one I was giving you, where we've identified the high risk coastal hazard area is that area close to the coast, and in a less hazard area with 1 metre sea level rise. And it sends a flag to all those landowners that, yes, eventually coastal inundation is going to get them as sea level rise progresses. So, and that's the comparison. I don't know if that helps.
It helps your argument. I'm not, you know, going from a 1 metre scenario backwards to say it should be lower, and you know, because of the imminent risk now is counterintuitive to the way that I think we should be managing.
So tsunami should be the one with no sea level rise, and we've got the map showing that the tsunami with no sea level rise is what I'm saying should be the high hazard. So it can stay at the top of the table and be identified as high hazard.
Yeah.
So with no sea level rise, high hazard, just like the coastal inundation. When it's 1 metre sea level rise, a bit like the coastal inundation, it's medium with sea level rise, likewise tsunami, and then it filters down that way, down to the low. So I'm not saying no identification of high hazard tsunami. Is that?
Just to pick up on a point by Commissioner Faulkner, we were understood at the hearing last Tuesday that the word minimise is intended to apply to medium kind of risk areas because it allows for some increase of the risk, but not too much, try and minimise it. Whereas the reduce, do not increase or reduce was where it's high risk. You definitely don't want to increase it at all if you can, but ideally you'd reduce the risk to below, and that was more for a high risk area. So that's what we were told on Tuesday last week. It's the intention, and one leads more to an avoid kind of non-complying scenario, and the other not so.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying there, but it's when you read the sense of the documents, it's quite clear that the high hazard takes you to the avoid. Apart from those exceptions for the CBD and the port, the high hazard bundle is, look, let's not go there, let's not do that. You know, it's immediate, and this is why I'm saying that the one with 1 metre sea level rise, it's probably better at medium. With that minimise or do not increase or reduce. So to take the tsunami into the 1 metre and give it an avoid policy framework, which is what it does at the moment, that's what I'm saying is inconsistent. And it doesn't work in terms of the policy framework, particularly since coastal inundation without sea level rise has got a high ranking. That's appropriate in terms of the avoid policy framework.
Thank you. Any further questions on the panel?
No, I think you covered off. I wanted to talk about you minimise. I wanted to talk about the difference between tsunami and coastal inundation in terms of risk. I think they've been well traversed. I just wondered whether the Waka Kotahi district plan example is apples with apples in relation to the Wellington CBD, considering the level of investment that there is in the Wellington CBD and the amount of existing protection there is to the coast along there. But other than that, everything else has been covered.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What I will do is just provide you soft copies of the summary statements, but also Ms. Carter in her supplementary made a few additional tweaks to her Appendix 1 from the primary statement. So we will just mark those up as well and get them to you this afternoon to see you've got a copy of that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really interested in the next submitter, but I have a prior engagement I can't get out of, and I've asked for the recording to be sent through. And
my thinking is we will hear from KiwiRail and Waka Kotahi now, even though we're running late.
Yeah.
We just have a shorter.
Yeah, but I hard work to go. So sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Commissioners. My name's Kristen Gunnell and I'm appearing today as Legal Counsel for KiwiRail Holdings Limited. Here with me online is Mike Brown, who's the Group Manager, Planning and Land Use for KiwiRail. We have Stuart Pearson for Waka Kotahi, and then Dr. Stephen Charles, who is providing expert acoustic evidence for both KiwiRail and Waka Kotahi, followed by Catherine Hepplethwaite, who is also providing evidence for both Waka Kotahi and KiwiRail. Kath is providing planning evidence. My legal submissions were pre-circulated, so I just propose to give a short summary / introduction of the main issues for KiwiRail before handing over to the rest of the team.
Okay, Ms. Gunnell, can I just clarify, because there's been quite a bit of expert evidence and planning evidence and things around noise during this hearing since last Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Are your witnesses and others all up to speed with what's been said and done? Especially
Good afternoon, panel. Kath Hepplethwaite, planning consultant. I've had some feedback from other witnesses, but I haven't seen the recorded recordings, and I didn't attend the hearings.
Okay. Bear that in mind. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Commissioners. So just briefly, the lawful operation of the rail corridor results in noise and vibration. Dr. Charles's evidence outlines that sound and vibration from rail networks have the potential to cause adverse health effects on people living nearby. So a key concern for KiwiRail in respect of the plan provisions is to ensure that the development of sensitive activities near the rail corridor does not give rise to such health and amenity effects on adjoining residents, nor reverse sensitivity effects that may compromise the safe and efficient operation of the rail network. As you'll be aware, the Wellington Rail Corridor is busy, active, and an important part of the national rail network that continues to be invested in. Mr. Brown's evidence details the key components, being a busy passenger service and a key freight corridor, including linking to the inter-islander for cross-island freight traffic. It is critical that the coexistence of rail and sensitive land uses are managed. With growth in the use of the rail corridor anticipated and increasing pressures on urban intensification, it is more important than ever before that this interface is managed carefully. The proposed district plan, as it was notified, contains noise provisions applying to high noise areas and moderate noise areas. For the reasons set out in the evidence of Dr. Charles and Ms. Hebblethwaite, KiwiRail is seeking a separate rule for transport network noise. KiwiRail is also seeking provisions relating to vibration and other amendments to ventilation standards and policies. In my submission, these provisions are pragmatic and as light touch as possible. We're aware that there has been the suggestion that modelled contours be used rather than the distance measurement contained in the provision supported by Dr. Charles and Ms. Hebblethwaite. It is KiwiRail's position that modelling is unnecessary and provides no material benefit to the plan framework. The 100 metres proposed by Dr. Charles is well understood and has a robust evidential basis. It is not a number that has been plucked out of thin air. In my submission, the relief sought by KiwiRail will most appropriately achieve the sustainable management purpose of the RMA, protect the health and amenity of residents within proximity to the rail corridor, and ensure the ongoing safe and efficient use and operation of the rail corridor. So that was my brief introductory remarks. The proposed order for our presentation was for Mr. Brown to present for KiwiRail, then Mr. Pearson for Waka Kotahi, followed by Dr. Charles and then Ms. Hebblethwaite. And happy to answer questions now or sort of once you've heard the rest of the presentation.
Brown. Do we have evidence from Mr. Pearson? I don't think we have any evidence, pre-circulated evidence on that. I'm just checking my own folders and things here.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I'm just giving a brief summary for Waka Kotahi. So I haven't circulated any evidence, and I'm relying on the expert evidence of Stephen and Kath on the noise-related matters.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Oh, excellent, Mike. I think you're up.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mike Brown, and Ms. Gunnell's given you an overview of my position within KiwiRail. I would like to speak to you briefly about 2 points in my evidence. The first being the importance of rail within Wellington and nationally to a greater extent, and then a brief discussion about noise and vibration. Like Mr. Pearson, I'll be also relying on the evidence of Mr. Charles and Ms. Hebblethwaite. So just turning briefly to the importance of rail in Wellington, I'm sure you're aware rails are fundamental to the safe and efficient movement of people and goods throughout New Zealand, and particularly Wellington. And what we are facing now is an unprecedented investment in the rail network throughout New Zealand, including Wellington, to capitalise on those benefits, many of those benefits which had been previously eroded. Example of those benefits is reasonably simple and straightforward. So rail produces at least 70% less carbon emissions per tonne of freight carried compared with the alternative road transport. Within the Wellington region, Wellington's a very heavy rail network, as Ms. Gunnell's alluded to. Very critical passenger metro services, inter-regional services, regional services for passengers, serving onwards to Palmerston North and to Masterton, and then the national, the Northern Explorer. The name will come to me shortly. It did. And then on top of that, we have very heavy freight movements through the main trunk line, to a lesser extent through the Wairarapa line. And then, as Ms Gunnell's alluded to, the Inter-Islander ferry service, which all is rail fed in part. Our expectations are that passenger and freight demands on rail will continue to grow in light of that government investment, and we are preparing for that growth with a range of upgrades, in particular within the Wellington metro area, with numerous upgrades to crossings, platforms, and the overhead power traction system. It is critical, therefore, that the ongoing operation and future development of the rail corridor is protected and provided for by including appropriate controls within the Wellington City proposed district plan. I'd like to turn briefly to two of those controls that we would like to address, and that we're seeking an amendment of noise controls for activities within 100 metres of the rail corridor, and the inclusion of vibration controls in the plan within 60 metres of the rail corridor. In terms of those noise and vibration controls, what we're anticipating is that the effects on our adjoining neighbours will only increase with the intensification of rail activity in how we're anticipating. Dr. Child's evidence will demonstrate why the controls need to be introduced to the distances that we're seeking. The Section 42A authors have indicated general support for vibration standards related to rail, but say that due to the absence of technical evidence, they recommend that no vibration control should be included within the proposed district plan. KiwiRail continues to consider vibration controls are appropriate, having regard to Ms Hepplethwaite and Dr. Child's evidence. And KiwiRail would support further reporting proposed under Section 441 Big C of the RMA, including being involved in the scoping of any report that may result from that. That was all I'd proposed to speak to you today. I'm happy to take questions now or in a group at the end once you've heard from the other presenters today.
Ooh, can someone put on mute? Can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
I might just... Can you hear me? No.
Yep.
Someone's needs to put it on mute. I'll just talk, Mr. Brown, just in terms of complaints, I'm interested sort of what the record of complaints have been to KiwiRail around, freight versus passenger, the source of complaints, all that sort of stuff. Do you have any information you can provide?
Not firm statistics that I'm able to present to you, sir, today, other than sort of anecdotal evidence. The introduction of the Matangi trains, in particular on the Johnsonville line, generated an awful lot of noise from the local community because they were very squealy. They addressed that. That was quite an outlier for KiwiRail at the time. It was the first real time that we'd identified an issue that could, dare I say it, garner the same sort of kind of an airport type response. Freight trains, however, are our sort of bugbear, and in particular nighttime freight trains, of which there are a number through the Wellington network. They're big, they're heavy, they're loud, they're rumbly, and it's just an unfortunate fact of life that there are a number of suburbs in Wellington, particularly the northern suburbs, that are impacted by those. In terms of numbers of complaints, I'm not sure, sir. I don't have that information in front of me. I imagine it's not a huge number, but what we're protecting, certainly like my time at Wellington Airport, I know very well. We're not protecting for the now, we're protecting for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other questions for Mr. Brown? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pearson.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Stuart Pearson and I'm a senior planner for Waka Kotahi and the environmental planning team based in Christchurch. I just wanted to give a quick summary. I have had an opportunity to look at the chapters as part of this hearing stream, natural hazards, subdivision, 3 waters and earthworks, and we're comfortable with the recommendations. I'm comfortable with the recommendations of the Section 42A report on those. So the key thing for us here is really in relation to noise. Waka Kotahi has significant state highway infrastructure around the country, including in Wellington, that carries high volumes of vehicles and especially heavy vehicles through that can generate noise. So we have an interest in ensuring that any development adjacent to state highways have, where there's a noise sensitive activity, that they address the potential for noise effects as long-term noise exposure can have adverse effects on human health, and at the same time it also makes sure or ensures that the state highway is protected in that sense. So yeah, I'll essentially be referring to Dr. Childs and Ms. Hepplethwaite on their expert advice on the noise related matters, which was really in relation to Noise Rule 3 and some of the other provisions on there for the objectives, policies, and the rules of the chapter.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? Nope. All good. Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So I've filed my evidence in chief. I don't intend speaking to that in great detail, but happy to answer any questions. I've read the supplementary evidence from the reporting officers, and I've read the evidence of Mr. Stiles. I haven't been attending the previous hearing session, so if there's anything arisen there, I'll need to be brought up to speed. I would like to preempt 2 issues that have mainly come up in the reporting officers' supplementary statements. That's to do with the mechanism that the controls use and also the talk of contours. This is quite unusual compared to, I know some of the commissioners have heard these same issues in other districts, and we're actually there's a situation here where there's general agreement that controls are warranted. There's an effect that needs to be controlled, and an awful lot of the evidence, there's apologise, there's quite a lot of pages of acoustics evidence that are dealing with the kind of mechanisms by which the effects are controlled. So I think it's important just to step back and see that yes, all of the experts are, in this particular instance, are acknowledging there's an effect and that there needs to be a control. So in terms of that difference in how the controls work, and there's a key thing that comes out in Mr. Hunt's evidence in particular against my own, and if you've had this explained to death, I apologise, but I'll just briefly make sure I'm on the right page. So there's 2 basic approaches. The one preferred by Mr. Hunt is that every building has the same sound insulation, so you specify essentially the envelope of the building has to reduce the noise from outside to inside by a fixed amount. So that's Mr. Hunt's preference that he's proposing. And then the second option, which I prefer, is that you specify the indoor noise level, and however you get to that indoor noise level is up to the individual developer. And I understand Mr. Humferson also prefers that approach for airport noise. In Mr. Hunt's supplementary evidence, he talks about how the district plan, how the single value has arisen, and he explains that it came about from the sort of central city areas to provide sound insulation from pubs and clubs and central city noise. And in that context, I agree with Mr. Hunt that that's an appropriate mechanism. where you don't know where the noise is coming from. It could be coming from any side. You don't actually know exactly what the noise is because it changes over time as different activities come and go. Then you can't do a more sophisticated design. So you just have to have a minimum standard that you meet all around the building. So in that context, and that's where the mechanism arose from, you can read that in Mr. Hunt's evidence, I'm in agreement. With road and rail noise, it's different. And I think the fact that you've arrived at one control for one effect, I don't think that's a good justification to apply it to something that's different. Now, the reason it's different, I've set out in my evidence, is that road and rail noise primarily affects one side of a building more than the others, and it's sort of decreasing with distance. So near to a road or a rail line, you need more sound insulation. As you move away, you need less to control the effect. And in Mr. Hunt's supplementary evidence, he raises a couple of points with my statement. In my evidence, I say that the single sound insulation approach is only partially effective, and Mr. Hunt questions that. And I'd just like to explain that, given the fact that it's been taken issue with. So the single value of sound insulation in the high noise areas, it specifies a value of 35, and there's a description with a whole lot of letters after it. But if you decode all of those letters, what it means is that the level inside the building, it actually ends up being about 32 less than the level outside the building. So the number's 35, but by the time you unscramble the letters, there's a little adjustment there. So it's about 32 less inside than outside. So for a bedroom by a railway, the criterion KiwiRail proposes is 35 decibels inside the bedroom. So that would swap out to be 67 decibels outside the building. So that kind of exposure you get within 25-30 metres of a rail line. So any building closer to the rail line than 25 wouldn't get enough sound insulation using the single value. So when the rail noise exposure gets high, you'd have unhealthy conditions inside, you'd exceed your criteria inside. So when I say that the single sound insulation proposed by the officers is only partially effective, what I mean is that when you get close to a railway, within 25 metres, it's not adequate. For a road, the distances work out that it's only when you're within about 15 metres of a road, so it's when you get even closer. But for a railway, that definitely is the case. And then the second half of that point is that in my evidence, I make the point that you're requiring excess sound insulation around the rest of the building where it's not required. And in Mr. Hunt's supplementary evidence, he sort of makes a point about, well, extra sound insulation is not a bad thing. We're making houses quieter. At a very high level, I'd have to agree that it's good, but it could be driving perverse outcomes. From a practical point of view, we want to encourage people to be putting their bedrooms on the other side of the buildings from the noise sources, from the roads and the railways. We want to be encouraging them to have those facades facing the other way with wide opening windows so they can ventilate through those facades. By having the same sound insulation requirement on all sides of a building, there's no incentive to do so. You've got to do exactly the same treatment on all sides of the building. So the rule's having a slightly perverse effect where it's driving people away from good design, good sound insulation design. So for me, just achieving more sound insulation for the sake of it isn't a good outcome. It's all about trying to get the healthy environment inside. I'll leave that point. I'll come back to in questions if need be, but that's my take on this point of difference between myself and the reporting officers. The second point I wanted to pick up on was contours. And the situation with contours is quite different for road and rail. You've heard from KiwiRail's counsel that there are no contours in existence for rail. We we tried producing some in Whangarei, and it was a long and complicated and expensive process. And at the end of the day, the contours for the main bits of line were all wider than 100 metres anyway, and so there wasn't any kind of refinement achieved through the contours. So from a technical point of view, I don't see any utility in producing the contours. And I also see some drawbacks, and the drawbacks do apply for contours for road as well as rail, and that's the fact that where we do say the road noise contours at 1.5 metres above the ground, increasingly when we're in urban centres, that's not adequately representing buildings that are 2-3 stories high. It also, where we model the contours, one of the benefits is that we include the screening, so they come in where there's screening by buildings or terrain. But then if a site's redeveloped and the building that was providing the screening goes, the rest of the site might be erroneously missed out of the controls. And to my mind, the controls have been framed in a way where just because you're in 100 metres doesn't mean you've automatically got to do shouldn't mean you've automatically got to do insulate all sides of your building. It means you've got to do a site-specific assessment. And so the control framework's there where the 100 metres flags that you're in an area that's affected by rail noise, and then you do a design process to see what's needed to be done. So for the rail, there are no contours, and I don't see the utility, the need for contours. For the road traffic, there are contours in existence, and there is an overlay that's been produced. So, as has been the case in other districts, I think Mr. Stiles referred to in his evidence. So Waka Kotahi had a research project undertaken by AECOM. That project generated a set of contours around covering the national state highway and local arterial roads. And Waka Kotahi's been going around district by district, picking out one of those contours and smoothing it and taking out the defects to produce an overlay. It's 90% done that for the Wellington district, and I can flash up a contour on the screen if that's of interest. It's got a few holes that need filling, and where the arterial road joins into the state highway, it's got some stubs that need cutting off. That can be done. It's not available now. If the commissioners prefer that approach, it can be done. It will take however many days of GIS time to finish off. What you find is that for most of the roading network, the contours go out pretty close to 100 metres anyway. So there's some marginal benefits, but as for rail, using fixed distances in my mind is equally appropriate. So I'm slightly less effusive about the contours than Mr. Stiles and Mr. Hunt. But those were the only points I wanted to raise preemptively, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Charles. Questions from the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Charles. I think you've done well in trying to explain what is a very technical subject, and we obviously are not at the point where your views are aligned with Mr. Hunt's. Mr. Hunt and Mr. Stiles are both of the view that certainly a contour approach is much more specific, much more nuanced, much more recognition of topography, lie of the land, and differences in elevation, than by having a potential fixed line of 100 metres in your case. Do you think there is any utility in conferencing on this particular matter, bearing in mind that you, just on the face of it, you appear quite apart in terms of your views?
So on the matter of contours, while I'm not enthusiastic, I understand my client Waka Kotahi is perfectly happy for contours to be used, and it can provide those Mr. Pearson will have to confirm, but I think, you know, within a relatively short amount of time. So I don't think there's a huge value in conferencing. If the panels, if the panel wants to use contours, then Waka Kotahi will provide them, and I'll bite my tongue.
And my second question about the contours was in relation to KiwiRail, and you just seem to think that there was no utility in providing those contours. Is it because the frequency of the train movements is that much less than for the roading network? And is it also potentially differences in between the Johnsonville line in terms of what it does and the trains which go on that, which we were told by, I think, Mr. Stiles and Mr. Hunt, that the commuter trains are a lot quieter than the freight trains? Or yes, is it just a piece of work that hasn't been done, and licking your finger and putting it up in the air, so it's likely to lead to similar sorts of outcomes about having a fixed figure in terms of distance and where acoustic insulation requirements might apply?
So there are quite a few points in there. I'll try and pick them off.
Well, yeah, to just try and unpick it. It was a little bit of a train of thought, but I was trying to recall, because we've had quite extensive evidence and discussions on this as well. So really interested in why you can't do contours for the rail network. And I'm assuming that's because differences in terms of frequency and in terms of you would have to project, and you'd have to do some sort of averaging process, and you'd have to have penalisation for nights, much like airport noise, presumably. That's the first one. How about that?
Yeah. So you can model railway noise. Railway noise is modelled and has been modelled in New Zealand. So there's no technical bar to modelling railway noise. To make a model for the Wellington district for the purpose of this plan would be a substantial element of work. So we've, from experience having done it in Whangarei, conceptually it's quite simple, but actually getting the data, running the model, checking it is actually quite a substantial task, and it hasn't been done. So unlike the road contours, which are 90% sitting there ready to go, the rail one hasn't been started, and there's no plan to undertake that work. In terms of the trains, so individual, particularly freight train movements, the individual events are quite loud, and so when you do the averaging, you still end up with quite a high level. For the Johnsonville line and the passenger trains, there's no disagreement at all. The passenger trains are quieter than the freight trains, but there's more of them. And in terms of, I think there was a sort of tongue-in-cheek comment you made about sort of putting a finger in the air to get the distances. They were originally defined by Marshall Day, where Marshall Day went round, looked at evidence of noise levels from both passenger and freight trains, pulled together all the data they could, and they found that a passenger line with regular movements has a similar average level to a freight line with fewer movements. And so the numbers that I've set out in my evidence, it's in an appendix to my evidence, apply are a good representation of both passenger and the freight lines. So looping back around, so there's this practical issue for rail noise contours that they don't exist, and it would be time and money to make them exist. But then also in terms of, once you've done that, I think they're going to end up larger than the 100 metres most of the time, and they might nip in a bit. But where they do come in, it still doesn't allow for the complexities of multi-storey buildings. So where you're looking at 2-3 storey dwellings, modelling at 1.5 metres above the ground is erroneous, in my view.
Okay. And do you Do you feel that there is utility in conferencing on that issue, and possibly more importantly, on the issue that you were explaining before between the if you like the Mr. Hunt's preference for the 35 dBA internal and your own views on that?
I think I've seen the volume of material before the commissioners, and I think having that condensed to clarify what the points of difference are could be of assistance. I've engaged with Mr. Hunt before the plan was notified. I think I was talking to the officers at that stage and more recently. So we've been talking, and I think we're sort of understand each other's views very well. But I think that the points of difference there, I don't think are going to narrow through conferencing, but I think we could usefully set out those points of difference for the panel. Would probably be a benefit to that. And I just go back to my very opening statement that in a big picture sense, we're not, we're all acknowledging the same effect and saying the same effect needs to be controlled. It's sort of down in the details where these points of difference have arisen.
Okay. You didn't mention vibration. Mr. Simon in particular wasn't in favour of having a vibration control. And I think yes, in your in Council's advice, there was sort of a bottom line. If you couldn't actually get a vibration control to work, some advisory overlay would be a sort of a bottom line. If you're going to have, if you don't agree, you would at least want to see a vibration control overlay, advisory overlay in there. So did you have any comment on Mr. Simon's, certainly his rebuttal evidence in response to your evidence in chief? I deliberately didn't pull that up. So my having read Mr. Simon's rebuttal evidence, or his supplementary statement, I reaffirm my evidence in chief that I've got no amendments to make there. The tenor of the issues coming forward is it's too hard, but I think in terms of human health, that's not the point. There's a verifiable adverse effect there that's affecting human health, and it does mean that putting sensitive activities really close to this high vibration source is more complex and is more expensive, but that's the cost of developing in that way. The same as you've been hearing evidence about, controls in tsunami or flood affected areas. We've got an area around the railway line that's got a external effect which can't be pulled into the corridor, and there is a complexity and a cost to building there. So I can see that from a KiwiRail perspective, maintaining an alert level is a sort of a bottom line, but from a technical perspective, I'm slightly baffled by the notion that we're not going to control a health effect because it seems a bit too hard. It's fair to say that this issue's been bouncing around for a few years now in terms of vibration standards and the reliance on the standard from Norway, and combined with the sheer cost, not only in terms of working out what the vibration levels are at a particular site, but also if you're going to do something about vibration, what it actually adds to the build cost of a particular site. Would be fair to say that characterises the issues about why it might be in the too hard basket for now? Those issues have definitely been bouncing around. But if you start from the point, if you look at a lot of the airports around the country, they get close into the airport and they just say, it's too noisy, you cannot build here, it's prohibited. So if you wanted to put in the too hard basket, have prohibited sensitive activities near these corridors. But KiwiRail is trying to say no, good urban development design, we need to have
urban form. We need to have these activities all sort of in our compact urban centres. So therefore we do need to put the sensitive things close to the noise and vibration sources sometimes, but it's a matter of doing it with good design. You can't take the same design house that you put out in the suburbs in a big sprawling estate and plonk that next to a railway line. It's a different environment. It needs an appropriate design response. And if it is too hard, then don't put the sensitive activity there. It's the wrong place for it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? No, I take on board, Mr. Giles, your comment about that it could be useful for us to direct expert conferencing if it's just for the purpose of clarifying the points of difference between the noise experts, because we have asked that. Mr. Hunt basically asked if we did direct that, we targeted some very specific opportunities for agreement rather than necessarily getting points of disagreement. I think he kind of indicated to us that he couldn't see any real purpose in conferencing for the sake of finding out the points of difference. But we'll take that on board after this hearing and in terms of our direction following the hearing. So thank you.
I'm more than happy to take part however you see fit.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, no more questions for Mr. Giles? No. Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yep, certainly.
Excellent. I'm Kath Hepplethwaite, planning consultant, and today I'll be addressing you in relation to the Waka Kotahi and KiwiRail submissions. Just confirming that I filed primary and supplementary statements, and I am paying attention to you just because I'm not looking. I have a second screen set up just in case it looks a little rude.
We're used to it.
Thank you, sir. Just confirming also that I'll continue to meet the code of conduct, and my experience and expertise as set out in my primary statement. Primarily today, I was just going to address the new matters which are raised by Mr. Ashby, where I don't necessarily agree or where I wish to update my earlier evidence based on additional matters. In particular, I'm going to address my proposed rule S4A, which you might recall is the transport specific noise in my attachment A. I'll come to that in a moment. I'd like to just confirm that the rail vibration overlay amendments that Mr. Ashby has made in his evidence are acceptable. He made a few suggestions about location of where that should sit. I agree with his response on that. I have some further comments on one of the definitions and some commentary on noise policy 6 and some feedback on the Mr. Ashby's rebuttal version of the provisions, in particular noise rule 3. So I'll just crack straight on with that. If the panel has my primary evidence nearby, it might be helpful if you can see attachment A, which is the provisions which I have proposed in my evidence, and that's at the back. Yeah. Bringing up the same document so I can talk to you about it. Now, in Mr. Ashby's paragraphs 39 to 41 of his supplementary statement, I fear there may have been an error, an omission of a letter in my attachment A, which I'll walk you through in a moment, which has led him to a conclusion in his paragraph 39 that he thinks my provisions are asking for a 50-metre setback in addition for road and rail, in addition to the noise controls or the internal levels, as you've just heard Dr. Charles to review. In particular, if I could refer you to, and I'd just like to correct that and also offer my apologies because I realise that Mr. Ashby has relied on that in drawing his conclusion in his paragraph 39. If I could direct you to PDF page 25, I'm not sure if that is helpful for you. It has table S4A sort of in the middle of it. Okay, If you could just move up just a little to the bottom of the preceding page, you'll see the title there, noise S4A, transport network noise. And number 1 refers to any new building or alterations is permitted where it meets either A, which covers off designed and constructed and maintained in accordance with effectively the internal noise levels on the following page. The next bit, if you move to the following page, you'll see there a B, and it says at least 50 metres from the carriageway of any state highway. The following line has a very orphaned looking letter R and the number 50. That is where the word or is missing. It should say of any state highway or 50 metres from any railway corridor. So I do apologise for that, and I will submit a further updated version of my Appendix A to correct that. Now, how that rule functions is effectively an activity is permitted if it either A, meets the internal noise levels sitting in the table, or B, is either 50 metres from the state highway or 50 metres from the rail corridor and has a blocked line of sight at the specified 3.8 metre level. So I just thought that was useful to clarify, because I appreciate now it's caused a little bit of confusion with the missing O of R and also an unfortunate line break there in the middle. Are there just any questions on that before I move on from that correction?
No
Okay,
questions.
excellent. Just quickly moving to the definitions. There is a definition proposed for a high noise area. You've heard from Dr. Charles earlier regarding the noise characteristics. At the moment, that high noise area definition is set at 40 metres of the rail designation. Based on Dr. Charles's evidence, I'd like to see that changed to 100 metres. Again, this I will be circulating the speaking notes, so this will be available to you in a written form. Moving on to policy 6, I've looked at Mr. Ashby's response to other submitters and his proposed amendment to policy 6, and in particular from Ms. O'Sullivan, and the proposal to include a statement there regarding discouraging noise sensitive activities where there's a risk of reverse sensitivity effects. Now, as I alluded to earlier, I haven't heard the discussion of the submitter or response from council's advisors on this. But in my opinion, Ms. O'Sullivan and Mr. Ashby's addition, which refers to noise sensitivity and discouraging those activities close to regionally significant infrastructure, is a logical and sensible improvement. I would, however, recommend that that's actually a separate policy item rather than in addition to policy 6. That's primarily because there are two different concepts in my view. There's the management of noise sensitive activities where they're appropriate and can be placed there, which is basically the existing policy 6. And then the issue of discouraging activities where there could be a reverse sensitivity effect, which I think warrants a separate policy. So I'll include that. I just also note that the wording Mr. Ashby and Ms. O'Sullivan have proposed, I generally agree with. The only exception there would be the inclusion of the word compliant emitters of noise, because that can be, in my opinion, I think that's already encompassed in the word authorised emitters of noise. I don't think you need both of those there. For rule noise 3, I had 4 quite detailed points. I will try, however, not to bury you with those. First point relates to Mr. Ashby's rule 3.1a, which is high noise areas. I just really wanted to reiterate that in my primary evidence, I set out a structure which would mean effectively, as an applicant, if the noise standards were met, a resource consent wasn't required, there was a permitted activity pathway if one met the standards. Now I see that Mr. Ashby prefers a consenting structure which still requires resource consent where permitted activity standards are met. I'm just indicating that I don't support that for transport noise. I don't think it's necessary. If an applicant can demonstrate by way of acoustic certificate that standards are met, there's no need for further compliance pathway to be followed. Turning to 3.2, there's a small administrative matter there. There's a note 2, which is now necessary given Mr. Ashby has updated the definitions. Turning to rule 3.3, similarly, Mr. Ashby continues to consider that a discretionary activity for particular activity types should be applied. I have a different view. I still consider that a restricted discretionary activity is appropriate. The matters for which consent is required are known, the effects are well known, matters of discretion are well formulated, and an RDA would, or restricted discretionary activity, would provide a high level of certainty for applicants. And finally, in my rebuttal, I have addressed a point raised by Mr. Lindenberg for Kying order regarding the permitted or proposed exclusion of particular types of classes of activities of a size, which would effectively exclude them from having to provide any sort of acoustic attenuation or protection of any sort. And I just want to draw the panel's attention to what you're probably already familiar with, which is the whangarei consent order, which provides for a 5 square metre change every 10 years. And I do agree that a limitation is needed, but I don't support Mr. Ashby's proposed use of percentage in his revised provisions. So as I noted previously, I will be providing my speaking notes. So if these detailed points may have been rushed a little, I'm mindful of timing. They will be coming to you in writing along with an updated version of my Appendix A to make the correction I noted to my proposed rule 4A, sorry, standard 4A, and also my recommendations with regard to policy 6, which you've most probably already had quite a lot of evidence on. So just in summary, I'd just like to confirm that I continue to support the approach that we've put forward in my primary evidence, and that's based on the technical evidence provided by Dr. Charles. And I would be happy to answer any questions from you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, one quick one.
What's your thinking or response? I might have missed it, to Mr. Ashby saying that that you don't consider it effective to put limits on the number of dwellings, so you don't have that gradation in your framework.
For transport noise, as long as the effect is managed, i.e. acoustic attenuation is provided at a minimum with ventilation, and obviously vibration is been a matter of discussion. If there's one house goes in or 50 houses go in, as long as the appropriate protection is provided, then that's acceptable. I did have some offline discussions with the airport's planner, Kirsty, last week, and I understand, particularly I'm surmising where your question is coming from, Commissioner. Airport has a different approach, which is completely fine. That's one of the reasons that I have sought specifically that transport noise rules with their very specific characteristics are separated out from the one size fits all approach of the current rule structure.
Okay, thanks.
I just had one question. The P6, I was just looking at your changes, and we have just come off the back of evidence from the airport, who want to basically restrict noise sensitive activities in non-residential zones near the high noise thing. And I was just seeing how that would work with your changes there. One arm of your changes is to provide for them if they meet standards, insulation standards. The other one is restricted where they're not met. But if we agreed with the airport, there would be need for a third arm about preventing them in some really high noise areas where they're not compatible generally. Have you any thoughts on that?
Was the airport seeking prohibited activity for that status, sir? for those very, very
I
high
think
noise?
just non-complying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would need to look precisely where that overlay is and whether there was any interaction with the state highway network in that location. I'm happy to do that because I'm thinking it's possible that there may be no state highway network in that location, so it may not be an issue.
I think that there may be, because some of these zones, non-residential zones, are on Cobham Drive.
Right,
Near
okay.
Cobham Drive.
Yep. I would expect there may need to be an adjustment to policy 6 because the version you'll have in front of you also reflects my thinking before seeing Ms O'Sullivan's primary statement and also before seeing Mr Ashby's supplementary statement as well. So I can probably quite confidently saying my thinking on P6 has moved since that my primary evidence, but I'm happy to give that some thought, particularly in regard to overlap. I would expect, however, that the most restrictive rule set will apply in terms of the practicalities of administering the plan, but you're correct to point out that policy 6 may need some revision.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Any follow-up questions? No. Okay, no more questions for you, Ms Heppleswaite.
All right, thank you, Sue. That concludes our presentation, I think, unless Ms Scannell has anything further to add. So I will sign off.
Thank you.
No, nothing further from me. So unless there are any further questions, I think that does conclude for Waka Kotahi and KiwiRail.
Okay, thank you. No, there's no further questions. So thank you for that presentation.
So thank you for your time, Commissioners. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Just keeping an eye on the time. We will take a break, at least 20-minute break, and hopefully our final witnesses. They're scheduled for 4 o'clock, but they probably hopefully wouldn't mind a later start. Say, 10 past 4? Okay. The hearing is adjourned until 10 past 4. Thank you.
Everybody's moaning and groaning. You said quick. Yeah.
Good time.
Yeah. Only got off the plane a bit an hour ago, so I was glad that you were running a little bit late.
You too.
Yeah. Oh, and he's up. He's in Fiji.
Is he still in Fiji?
Yeah, did he not tell you he was in Fiji?
We had heard rumours of Fiji. Can't hear what was saying.
We're keeping you.
Looking for palm trees in the background.
No, this is dedication. Yeah. I'll be reminded of this for years. Right.
Okay, I'll just speak within here. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream 5 has been reconvened for our final submitter on day 5. Welcome, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Lewandowski.
Look, I'd just like to introduce Harry Greenwood as well from Oricon.
Right.
You'll see from my submission, we had part of that was from Oricon from Sam, and unfortunately Sam's got a pretty major medical event that's just come up in the last day, so he couldn't attend today.
Okay.
So, but Harry will do a fantastic job.
All right, thank you. So we're in your hands, really. Thank you. We have read the pre-circulated evidence.
I think Mitch can take the lead.
Oh, okay.
Greetings, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, fine. Yep.
Wonderful. Okay, that's the first hurdle. Thank you. Tēnā koutou, and probably from where I am, Bulla might be more appropriate.
Bulla, Bulla.
Don't rub it
in. Just probably the only other thing by way of admin, Commissioners, is that ordinarily I would have tried to have listened into certainly the council evidence, and I haven't had that opportunity. So just, I guess, setting that context. I guess ordinarily also I might have let Mr. Stewart lead off, but I think maybe I'll set the scene this time around. There are two aspects we want to talk to. The first is hydraulic neutrality, and the second is water sensitive design. In terms of the hydraulic neutrality aspect, there are probably two issues, and the first one is a universal one, and by which I mean across all zones. Excuse me, Commissioners, I'm just going to close this door. So, yeah, sorry about that.
38 degrees is getting unbearable.
I think it's more the party outside that I'll join soon. There are two issues, and the first one is a universal issue, by which I mean across all zones, and that is the use of the term undeveloped state. And again, you may well have heard on some evidence on this. I'm not sure, so I may be treading well-trodden ground. The concern there is that how it's presented ignores the existing environment concept. And so existing practice across all zones has been that where new development is going in, existing impervious surfaces are taken into account. And what the plan proposes is that where new development goes in, you are to treat that site, irrespective of whether it has existing development on it, as a greenfield site, or I believe the term used is pastoral. That is at odds, as I say, with existing practice, but also, in my review, at odds with existing technical advice. And the 42A reports quoted, for instance, 2 different Wellington water reports, and my evidence has addressed why I think that there is a well, it appears the use of the term pre-development in those reports is being read and interpreted as undeveloped, where existing practice has not reflected that interpretation, certainly. And we can sort of point Commissioners to very real examples of that. Mr. Stewart has recently done or consented or built one, and certainly consented another large multi-unit developments, one in Lower Hutt,
one in Tawa, and stormwater attenuation or neutrality has been based on existing impervious surfaces forming part of the existing environment, and the plan suggests to undo that existing practice and ignore that existing environment consideration. One of the key bits that the council was relying on there is proposed change 1 to the RPS. Again, I've covered it off in my evidence there. There's a definition of hydrological controls, I believe, and apologies, commissioners, I'm working off one screen here, so I'm a little bit hamstrung. And my review of that definition is that it certainly looks to separate, and I've set it out in my evidence, it looks to separate greenfield development from brownfield infill development. Now, a little confusingly, it does use the term undeveloped state in both parts of the definition, but there is a distinction there where for greenfield it adds the word pastoral in brackets after, and for brownfield infill it does not. And if you need me to point you to a paragraph there, that is paragraph 3.20 of my evidence. So that is in itself a little bit confusing. I suspect you would have, well, I don't know whether I know you've heard from Greater Wellington. I don't know whether you've heard from Greater Wellington on that issue. And certainly I think through a different client and a different process, I'll be looking to take that issue up to provide some clarity. I should also add that I would caution you as to how much weight, I guess, given the ongoing hearing process PC1 is going through, how much weight you put on that. I've been reflecting, I think, commissioners, on that universality and the undeveloped state issue. And I think we can probably all construct some hypotheticals, but rule, again, excuse me while I search between screens. Rule R6 applies to obviously multi-unit housing, retirement villages, comprehensive development, and any non-residential building. So if we were to hypothesize here, if for instance the New World supermarket at Schaefer's there was to look to add 100 square metre extension over an existing car park, they would be looking to attenuate stormwater from that as if that were an undeveloped state. So we get into some, I think, odd situations where we set aside the existing environment and have to model situations of a site in an undeveloped state. Now, clearly, if a site is truly undeveloped, i.e. greenfield, pastoral, whatever term, then that is the appropriate starting point. But my suggestion to you is that we should not be treating existing development in that way. There are many infill scenarios that I could point you to where existing practice has been, as I say, to ignore that existing environment, whether it's an existing driveway, an existing dwelling, etc. The second facet of this is to drill down to the city centre zone specifically. Now, what we've got there is a significantly built up area, sites that are either entirely developed by way of a building, i.e. to 100% coverage, or might have hard surfaces, for instance, footpaths, etc., courtyards that are impermeable currently. Mr. Stewart, I believe, soon will show you in a slightly different context a building we recently consented that was prior to its it was previously rather an existing building, 100% hard stand as I understand it. That the rule as proposed would require the new building to attenuate stormwater from the entirety of the site, and we have concerns about how that is practical, given, for instance, policy direction in the city centre zone chapter that requires the efficient use of sites. So again, we have this conflict whereby the plan is saying you will attenuate stormwater from the site as if it were pastoral, whereas clearly that site was developed to 100% or near on, and that existing environment consideration is suggested to fall away. The practical aspects that we covered shortly are then how to do it. Tanks are clearly the go-to, but those have impacts on construction, i.e. feasibly putting a tank sufficient size underground, so therefore we have foundation impacts, or alternatively you need to put those either above ground, so you compromise on that efficient use of the site by way of making room for a tank, or putting it inside of a building, which has practical implications for both, I guess, the internal layout of a building, and we'll show you an example shortly, I believe, or it's a smaller building clearly, and that has trade-offs against efficient use, maximising the development footprint of a site. I think that's probably all from me on neutrality, commissioners, pending any questions from you. So turning to the water sensitive urban design, sorry, to step back, the relief sought on the hydraulic neutrality aspect is simply to exclude the CCZ on that part. But in terms of the more universal application, it's to substitute, and I've set it out in my evidence, it's to move to pre-development state rather than undeveloped state. So in other words, recognise the fact of existing development, and in situations where we are dealing with a greenfield site, then the status quo would remain, i.e. pre-development equals undeveloped. Moving to the water sensitive urban design, we have a situation whereby a restricted discretionary activity consent is required as a threshold consent, i.e. you must seek it. So that's for 4 or more units, residential units, or for a non-residential building. My concern here is not so much with the application of that requirement, but rather that, in my view, it is entirely uncertain. Not being sure if you have the rule in front of you, it's rule R4, and it simply states incorporation of water sensitive design methods. So that is the extent of the, if you like, the information that we are provided with. There are matters of discretion that point to Wellington water standards. But when considering those and thinking about, again, city centre buildings, I guess in particular, we're left with a great deal of uncertainty of how do you meet or how do you satisfy that rule? And the council's position is, well, we will determine that on a case-by-case basis. Now, I don't think that's a particularly satisfactory way of leaving it, because we're walking into any new city centre building not knowing where the target is. If we were to take that rule on its face, does incorporating some permeable paving at the lobby entrance satisfy the requirement? We've incorporated water sensitive design measures at that point. But is, 5 square metres of permeable paving satisfying the requirement? I suspect it's not. So therefore, where is the threshold and how do we reach it? The council's position is, well, you'll find out during the resource consent process, and I'm not particularly satisfied with that position. The guidance there, again, I've covered it in my evidence, so I won't sort of hammer this too much. The guidance that I've seen in those reference documents is probably more targeted towards non-city centre scenarios. And if the answer is, for instance, that every new city centre building must have a green roof, bearing in mind that we are looking to optimise the use of that site and use it efficiently, well, then perhaps that should be stated in the rule, and then at least we know what a cost implication from that might be. But we don't know, and it's left uncertain. So in that scenario, the only relief that Stratum could seek was for that to be excluded for the CCZ and or deleted, frankly, commissioners. So that is the gap I think we're looking to plug. It might be able to be plugged satisfactorily, we don't know. But the council's evidence has not really addressed the concern expressed, which is that I think that's the rule leaves us in a position of uncertainty, and I don't think that's a good place for us to be left in. One other matter just to bring to your attention, commissioners, and I'm sorry, the thought didn't occur to me till a day or two ago, and that is we are through this chapter potentially creating some duplication with the regional plan. And what I mean there is the regional plan has a rule, I believe it's rule 50, I will stand to be corrected on that particular reference, which requires stormwater neutrality and treatment, i.e. water sensitive design, for new urban development over 3,000 square metres. So there's a threshold issue there. But potentially these rules coming in proposed in the PDP will be creating a duplication above that 3,000 square metre point. Again, didn't occur to me until a day or two ago, so it hasn't been traversed in evidence. I will leave that matter in your hands. If you're concerned about scope, well, certainly we've addressed the relevant rules there. But if we are going to be creating a duplication scenario, how many? It might be few and far between, I guess, in terms of 3,000 square metre sites. But the issue, I think, is a live one. So I'm probably lobbing a grenade in with that one. Not being sure if it's been traversed otherwise, but I will throw that grenade, sir, and probably pause there pending any questions from you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Lewandowski?
You're seeking the removal of R4 from the city centre zone. Are there other zones that you think it's inappropriate in, or would be onerous or uncertain in?
I think, Commissioner, yeah. Well, I think the answer, Commissioner Black, is maybe. I guess my remit or Stratum's interest, I guess, was focused across the residential zones in the city centre zone. So the answer, it is quite conceivable that the same issue could arise in some of the other commercial zones. Yes. Have we looked at that in detail? No.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner Dace, just to one other aspect there, Commissioner Black, is I believe the Stratum submission made a statement to the extent that whilst focusing on the CCZ, matters raised in the submission might affect other zones. So if your question relates to a sort of scope issue, then I think there's something there to hang a hat on.
Thanks for your evidence. We had quite a discussion with the Section 42A officers on day one. Seems like a long time ago, but it was last Tuesday, about a number of these issues which have been raising, particularly in relation to what undeveloped state means and whether it's actually feasible, workable, or indeed fair to existing property owners. But if you're looking at a relatively large central area site and it's 100% impermeable surfaces, potentially the stormwater network which services that site is under capacity, pipes are wrong size or something of that nature, there is no storage. And if you're looking at a comprehensive redevelopment of that particular site, isn't it also prudent to try and achieve some of the outcomes which are being sought here, particularly in terms of stormwater management? Is it not appropriate to actually look at it? Not talking about the mechanism, just talking about the fundamental position is when you look to redevelop a site and there's an existing problem or the perception of an existing problem, isn't it appropriate to look at what measures may be available, may be practicable when you're looking at a redevelopment?
Can I jump in here, Mitch?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in a large site, you're correct, but and I'll touch on it slightly in a minute, but predominantly in Wellington, we have lots of very small sites. The typical site we're building on is 500 to 700 square metres. It's always got buildings on it, or it might have a building and a small car park. And it's kind of the one shoe fits all rule. So if we had 2,000 square metre site, of course it won't be covered in buildings, and I totally agree with you. And that tends to be what we deal with when we're converting brownfields type sites into sort of multi-unit housing. But on the smaller sites, which is where the bulk of central area development is, it doesn't apply. Mitch?
Yeah, I understand the question, Commissioner, and my answer is probably twofold. In the just applying an existing environment lens, the sort of hard answer is no, because in the absence of that redevelopment, the situation remains the same. In a practical scenario, it might be a matter to be discussed between the council and the prospective developer that, hey, there is a particular issue at this block, for instance, or at this site. How can we deal with it? And there have been instances, I believe, around the city where sort of targeted approaches have been adopted. My concern is that we're sort of throwing away existing practice. We're throwing away that existing environment concept here, and saying, well, notwithstanding the fact that a problem exists, we will be looking to try and buy ourselves some capacity by ignoring that existing situation.
I'd put a similar question to Stratum, who were on earlier today as well. Stride. Most STRA has been a long week, so beg your pardon. I put that same question to Stride, and they weren't quite as, if you like, resolute in terms of the response. They were, I think their view was, yeah, well, if you are going to be looking at a redevelopment of a particular site, and obviously their primary interests are in Johnsonville, but you would, at a design and conceptual level, you would actually look to try and improve the stormwater and getting the water away and looking at the extended permeable surfaces. You would actually look at it like that, and I might be paraphrasing them a little, but I think just perhaps I'll get to the question But I think your view is, okay, when you've got a very large site, potentially you've got the 3,000 square metres, which kicks in for a couple of rules in the natural resources plan. So if you've got a central area site below 3,000 square metres, are you saying that basically tough, you know, you've got no statutory ability to deal with any potential shortfall in terms of stormwater management that there might be which are existing? So is that the position?
I think the short answer, Commissioner, is yes. And I mean, just to give you a very practical example, at the front of my house, I have a 10,000 litre stormwater tank, which attenuates the stormwater from my house following an infill subdivision that allowed that to be built. Now, I'm sure that there are issues with the island-based stormwater network in parts, but the existing house on that site did not have to be attenuated because it is existing. And that is the fundamental sort of, in my view, fair approach.
So you only for new stuff. You've got no. Is it not right to look at any deficiencies there are with the existing stormwater, particularly on an existing site? And when we were talking to Stride this morning, you know, I raised the comparison in between if you've got a site and it's got a large number of traffic movements and there's an identified traffic safety issue with that site, you come along, you want to do something which is going to increase the levels of activity by a small amount, 10-20% for argument's sake. Should a consent authority not look to a consent application to try and rectify some of the problems that there are with safety to a particular site at the time of the new application? Is it a wrong thing to do? Because most of these effects are there already and you're not actually adding that much more to it.
Yes, but I think the key part of your question there, Commissioner, is that you are nevertheless adding to it, right?
Plus, I think Stride example it's probably the only example in Wellington. If we owned that site, we probably, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in again, Mitch. To me, that's a brownfields type site. It's a huge site. There's plenty of opportunity to provide stormwater mitigation there.
Yeah, but they actually weren't talking about that site. They were talking about the rural structures itself. Okay, so you know they obviously had in the back of their mind, and this came from the planner. It wasn't coming from any particular Stride representative, but they were looking at it, and you know, if you're going to be triggering a resource consent for things likely in the CBD anyway, so why wouldn't it be also appropriate to look at infrastructure, and particularly in relation to stormwater effects that there are currently in terms of getting through a consent process?
So just to double back, Commissioner, I mean, your example where you're adding to traffic movements, for instance, I think is a slightly different situation. But to address your broader point, no one, for instance, wants to have wet feet. And in the example, I think Mr. Stewart will show you shortly, it would not be appropriate for the hotel lobby to have water running through it. And if that were the case, clearly something needs to be done. But we've got a situation whereby the site and many other sites in the CBD have and continue to be covered to a high percentage. Replacing one building with another does not change the stormwater maps as I understand it. But the cost impetus for that now is being shifted because of the redevelopment. That has very practical implications as covered, both in terms of sort of building design, etc., conflict with the efficiency of use. And, you know, if there was a very discrete problem, then I think, you know, it would need to be addressed. But the concern here is the universality of it. And I think the starting point for the CBD in that particular context, again, should be that it's that it's not a requirement, because I think it has impacts that might be, well, impacts that are very practical for other things that we are trying to achieve in the CBD.
Okay. Nisa Bulavanaka. So one of the questions that I have is, if undeveloped state is too far down the continuum, pre-development is up today, existing state. Isn't there somewhere in between that we should be aspiring to achieve, rather than it being one or the other? Because pre-development, like if there's a site that's been developed 5 times, pre-development is today before you start your development, right? So it's whatever it is now. And coming back to Commissioner Daish's point, good, bad and ugly, we'll keep it at the good, bad and ugly, or better when we do our development. And I get that, right? So you don't want to be held to any higher bar than what may or may not be there today. But shouldn't we aspire to be better than that? Shouldn't the plan aspire us to be more ambitious than that? Because if I look at the wording you've suggested, pre-development, that could be pre what you're going to propose to do to it in the future, right? So it's today. It can be today, pre-development.
Yes.
Because it's pre this last development, which is us today. And shouldn't we, if we recognise that, you know, pre anything is, you know, whatever it's called, is too far a stretch, isn't there somewhere in between we should be aspiring to achieve?
And understand the question, Commissioner. The issue is that, of course, it needs to be measurable, and so undeveloped is, I think, you know, certainly measurable in that we have a 550 square metre site, and we can model, I guess, stormwater from that in a pastoral undeveloped state. Pre-development is, of course, also measurable, because we can say we have a building of 100 square metres, we have a driveway of 50 square metres, and we have a courtyard out the back that's paved and it's 50 square metres. And therefore, there is the permeable area that is the balance. I don't know how we might measure a construct that's somewhere in the middle of that.
The water sensitive design stuff you talked about, there's too much uncertainty there with the rule. If I compare that to like the hydraulic neutrality, there's a lot of uncertainty in that as well. What that looks like with regard, you know, they don't go, you have to have a tank, you have to have this, you have to have that, right? They leave it up to you as the user of the plan to determine what hydraulic neutrality looks like based on the principles that are there. Is water sensitive design not the same thing? Do they have to say specifically, because it's site specific, you know what I mean? Is it something that we want a whole lot of direction around? Because that may by default make it an unworkable thing depending on the nature of the site.
Yeah. I think the distinction is that in terms of hydraulic neutrality, we know what the target is. It is hydraulic neutrality. Now, whether that's measured based on pre-development or undeveloped state, that is clearly what we're talking about. The issue with the water sensitive urban designs as it's currently drafted is I have no idea, Commissioner, what the target is. I know it's water sensitive design measures of some sort, but I don't know which, I don't know how many, and I don't know what the target state is. And that is a problem as I read it.
So for you, having water sensitive design, every development must have X, Y, and Z to meet water sensitive design you would be happier with.
Well, what I'm saying is that depending on what the target is, maybe Commissioner, but what I'm saying is at the moment we're just walking into the great unknown, and the position is really from the council, trust us, we'll work it out through the resource consent process. But
look, the reality is, Mitch touched on it earlier, we need certainty. As a developer, we have to have certainty, particularly within the city buildings. They're our highest risk profile. Go and build 50 or 60 townhouses, our risk level is probably a 1 out of 10. An inner city building, it's a 9 to a 10. We deal with Wellington water all the time. And currently in the inner city, they have very, very little input. It never affects our consent. Whereas I'll give you an example, the development we're doing in Tawa by the motorway there, it took 7 to 8 months to get an approval out of Wellington Water. And the reason is they're just a basket case. You've probably heard it before, I'm sure someone's listening, but I'm happy to say it. And it's that they are the bane of our life. So, and that's in a scenario where we did have to mitigate the stormwater. So as Mitch has said, there was clear guidelines and to what we needed to achieve. That didn't deal with water sensitive design at all, really. And that's how long it takes to deal with them. So if we added, let's say, 6 months to an inner city consent for a building, we're not going to do it. You know, I said it to all of you when I was last in front of you. My decisions start from the day that I go and look at a site before I've even bought it. And to think that the current entity that would apply this, which is Wellington Water, or as you've just said, council have said, it'll be fine, we'll work it out with you. The reality is it doesn't happen. So probably what you were suggesting is a set of clear guidelines is better than what's currently written. At least we know what we've got to achieve. And very quickly we establish whether we can achieve it or not, and that will then determine whether we proceed.
Just to add to that, and maybe being slightly more generous than Mr. Stewart was there around Wellington Water, with a multi-unit, more sort of larger sites, we know that we can get rain gardens in and around roads. We know that there's opportunity for swales. There's proprietary devices which aren't first cab off the rank, but are an option. There's ways, but in that much denser environment, I don't necessarily know what the answer is, and that comes back to the point I have, which is I'm left no clearer when I read that rule. All I know is I've got a resource consent trigger, and we're into the great unknown. Now, after 3 or 4 of these, we might know the answer, but I don't know what the impacts of that would be. I don't know if suddenly 10% of a site must be left vacant for rain gardens, for instance. I'm really just plucking things out of thin air here, Commissioners, but that is the issue that I've got.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick question, because I'm keen to hear from Mr. Stewart before too long. Just Mr. Lewandowski, I asked this question of legal counsel for Stride before. What are the statutory requirements, or are there any, in terms of plan making? I'm not talking about resource consents, but plan making to take the existing environment into account. And I mean, based on that practice that you were saying about that this would sort of reverse or upset the practice at the moment around hydraulic neutrality. What in a plan making sense, what is there for us to either take on board or ignore?
I'd be very interested to know what answer you got earlier, sir. I'm going to demur on this one, sir. I don't think I'm qualified, frankly, to answer. You're right. The concept, the construct is more associated with a resource consent process. I don't think I am suggesting that it's in some way out of the council's powers to do this. I'm saying that it is setting a threshold which is not impractical, but it's setting too high a bar in my view, and the cost imposition that flows from it, etc., is really turning its back on what is existing practice and what is that existing environment concept. How that the legal position around that, so I wouldn't want to dip my toe into that pool.
Right, thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Look, I'll be brief, promise. I'm sure you want to go home. Look, at the end of the day, I come from just my submission is but really based on the practical side of we build buildings all the time. We've got lots planned. We deal with this stuff every day and have done for many years. Referring to my evidence, my points 3.1 and 3.2, I really just want to re-emphasise that I can't think of a central area site. In fact, I can think of one. The Thorndon building it was a vacant site for many years, but of the 15 or 16 buildings that we've built in the last 15 or 20 years, they all have buildings on them. And at the very best, there might be a couple of car parks. So we are dealing with, in the central area, existing buildings. Hence, our submission of and what Midge has now spoken, at length. In my simple terms, we're not really adding to the problem. Unlike Greenfields, which we're well versed with, and we're well on top of all the other points that Mitch recognised before. Our biggest issue on central area sites is that we in Wellington, I've just come back from Auckland, and I always wander around Auckland, I look at the buildings going up there, and I look at the structure and going, gosh, there's nothing in these buildings compared to what we have to deal with here trying to build a building, and hence the attachment from Oricon. And so I'd just like you to hear from Mr. Greenwood just about the real implications of the likes of Oricon do all of our work, trying to design the structure of a building, of what the implications would be if we've got to provide tanks. So I'm just going to hand that over to Harry now, and then I'll sort of jump back in after that.
G'day, I'm Harry Greenwood. I'm a chartered structural engineer, and so I've designed a number of buildings around Wellington and also done a number of seismic assessments. So I'll be trying to explain the complexities of designing a RC or reinforced concrete tank in the foundation area. So when you put a concrete tank in the foundation area, and it makes up a significant portion of the actual area itself, you've got to modify the foundations and the pile sizes, and ultimately any pile next to that concrete tank has to be discarded in its actual lateral capacity there. So ultimately, when you get to situations like that, you do actually have to add significantly more piles, and so that's more concrete, more steel. And also when you put a big tank in the ground, you've got to add more, concrete thickness and ultimately more steel, and so the seismic loads can go around that tank itself. And so you imagine, because we are now affecting the foundations, that does actually impact on the overall structure of the building itself. It does affect the structural properties of the building. And ultimately, because we are dealing in Wellington, we are dealing with very, very large seismic loads. So normally in a building itself, it's very, very difficult to make a building work. As you know, we've got the new seismic hazard coming, and so all new buildings will be typically having larger design accelerations. And so when you put into this mix the additional complexity of putting a concrete tank in the ground, which will affect the dynamic properties of the building, it makes it even more, complex to design. I've recently just designed a building where we had to bridge over a sewage tank, and to do that, we add 50% more piles, and so the piles next to that sewage tank had a steel tube that was disconnected the electrical capacity from the pile to the ground itself. And so those piles had to be, I think, 15 or 20 metres deeper than the rest of those piles. And so that definitely drove up, say, the price of the project. But ultimately, it does significantly increase the structural complexity of these jobs, noticeably in smaller sites.
Thanks, Harry. So I guess the point that we're trying to emphasise is ignoring all the technical points that you've discussed with Mitch, is at a sheer practical level, we could just conceivably see another $1 million, $1.5 million of cost to create a 50 square metre tank underground. And as I've already said, and I'll say it again, you know, most of the sites we're dealing with are 500, 600, 700 square metres. That's what works in Wellington. That's what most of the city is. So, you know, that's our real concern. And right now, we can't even, we've got lots of other inner city sites that we would love to be putting to the market to satisfy what's a growing demand again. But they're not affordable at the moment with the new rules coming through, let alone all the other many things that I've discussed with you here. So if you take that through to, well, the solution is put it above ground, and I'll just quickly pass this out. Yes. This is on the corner of Dixon Street and Victoria Streets. We've demolished one building on the site, and you may be familiar with a Korean restaurant that's next to that. I think it's a bit of a karaoke bar sometimes. So the basis of the Oricon exercise that we did attached to my evidence was based on this site. It's an 18-storey building. The total area of the land is 550 square metres. And if you have a look at the ground floor plan that I've just attached there, and you see I've put a big cross through one corner of it. So if you look at the building, the bulk of the ground floor is filled up with other services. And then, of course, in this case, half the building is going to be a hotel, similar but concept to Thornton. That cross represents the 50 square metres that we've referred to in the Oricon letter. So it takes out it doesn't matter where I draw the cross, it's still going to have the same effect. I could have drawn it anywhere. I mentioned some costings in terms of value that we would lose out of a ground floor. And that's before you get into the discussions from an urban design perspective of, you know, interactive frontage and so on and so on. So if you look at all of the other, let's call it back of house service type areas, transformers, switchboards, sprinkler pumps, they take up a relatively small area in that ground floor. So, you know, it's just an actual example of what it might look like. This is a real building. It'll be underway next year. We have a consent, so, you know, we won't be captured under this at the moment, but I could produce other sites and show a similar issue. So our view is to go below ground is absolute deal breaker. It's just not going to happen. So then to go above ground, it's going to have a range of other effects. We did touch on, again, my point in 3.7 in relation to, on my notes now. Water sensitivity. I can only re-emphasise we need certainty. And we need certainty in all applications, but we particularly need them in the central area. Really, I don't have much more to say. My summary is very similar to when I was last speaking to you, is that my view is that the large aspects of the new district plan are to foster and encourage more housing and more affordable housing. And yet, every time that I'm now coming in front of you, I'm actually dealing with things that adds cost all the time. And, you know, if this area, what I discussed with you last time, if I apply all that to every single site we have, I can tell you right now, they won't get built. We don't make enough money out of these things, and we certainly don't have a market where our purchasers can just keep paying more and more and more. It'd be lovely if it was cost to us. The irony is, at the moment, we're just starting to see some green sprouts in Wellington again. We've probably sold 8 or 9 properties in the last few weeks to first home buyers. That confidence is starting to come back, but it's all about price. In the inner city, they can spend about 550 to 570,000, which is still a lot of money on a 1-bedroom apartment. And in the suburbs, they can now spend 750 to 800. But I haven't got it in front of me, but if I add everything up that I've talked to you about already, in terms of building, we're adding millions and millions of dollars of cost. And at that point, these buildings won't happen. And I take on board some of the points that you made earlier on larger sites. Mitch comes at it more from a technical point of view. Yes, if we had a 2,000 square metre site in the central city, I wouldn't be arguing it with you. We would find a way, because of course we would need to have open space and parks and things and come up with a water sensitive design. And we understand water sensitive design. But on our typical inner city site of 500, 600, 700 square metres, we build on the whole site. We need the whole site. If you look at what I've handed you, that's 550 square metres. It just works it only just works on the ground floor. So I really think it's impractical, and this is just another nail in the coffin, really, is how I see it in terms of fostering inner city development. And still in Wellington, we need our growth to come from the inner city, because we don't have acres and acres of greenfields around us. But that's really my main points. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Mr. Stewart?
Just one quick one. Sorry, I forgot your name.
Harry.
Harry. So you talked earlier about some of the challenges that exist when you're, as a civil engineer, when you're, constructing over things and you've got tanks, etc. Are you finding that for development that now is becoming more the norm than the exception? And do you see that becoming something that will be required more in a New Zealand context in the future than it not being required?
It's really case by case basis. I guess foundations, you definitely try and keep them as simple as you can, because you are dealing with soil. It is very much it's very much unknown. So when we deal with soil, we deal in a probabilistic space. And so, in my opinion, it's best to try and simplify things as much as you can. And so going under the ground for these water tanks does add a level of complexity that I personally would like to, from a structural perspective, avoid.
Yes, I understand that. So what I'm asking is, even that being the case, do you see there being a requirement for doing that more often than not moving forward? Because I understand that it would be better to not do it, but I suppose my question is, do you think it is something that is inevitably going to be required in some way, shape or form moving forward or not? I
don't think so.
Okay. No. Just one last question. So the cross, what's the cross represent here?
If you refer to the letter from Oricon, so they've done a case study of the required, was it hydraulic? Well, basically the amount of storage we would need on site.
Oh, yes.
And determine that it would that a tank would take up 50 square metres of space, whether that's underground or above ground. And so I've just the cross is representing, give or take, 50 square metres.
Because it would be cost inhibitive to put that underground, and there'd be a number of issues associated with it as well.
We believe to go underground will add millions. Typically we pile to 25 to 30 metres in the city as it is, and that's in a relatively, I'll use the wrong words here, Harry, but a relatively orthodox pile set out.
Yeah.
To attempt to have a 50 square metre big hole in the middle of it, so there can't be piles where the tank is. So then we have to find a way, it'll be a lot more piles, they'll be a lot deeper. Even if you look at the ground floors now, they're huge diaphragms. 20 years ago, our ground floor might have been half a metre thick. Now, what is it now? 1.5 to 2 metres?
That's right.
Because it's full of steel. And it's a Wellington problem. And that's, you're all dealing at a national level, I'm sure. This is a Wellington issue. In Auckland, it could be quite different. In Christchurch, it could be quite different. We have the highest seismic design standards in the whole country. So as a developer, we're struggling to put these things up as it is. But it's our growth. It's the only place we can grow in the city. It's the central city.
The saving grace is the bar and the kitchen is still there. So you've avoided encroaching into the bar and the kitchen. So it's still a win. No.
It's well spotted. There was no science to where I put the cross. I was as much trying to demonstrate the other things that go into the ground floor of a building. And like I say, this is a real building. We're just about to start develop design on it now.
Questions?
Thanks.
Just one. This can be a really dumb non-structural engineer thing. At the end of the Mr. Jones's letter here, talks about an alternative to buried tank. Would be proprietary plastic tanks, and made comment on that. Could there be other solutions for providing tanks that might not have such a significant structural implications? And I'm thinking like a vertical tank, long tubes or something that provide that storage.
So if we go underground, it has to be concrete. Ultimately, because you mentioned the soil pressure acting on it, and then you have the durability issues there. And so that's probably our only material option that we can go underground. So we can't go steel, can't go plastic underground. And then if we do go plastic, it ultimately does have to go above ground.
Right. Could you have long plastic tubes on the side of the building, for instance, that stored water and released to let it go?
I don't think.
I don't know. I'm just thinking if there were other ways of providing that didn't occupy so much.
I think putting it in perspective, if you look at the room we're in at the moment, and I haven't pasted out, but my eye's not bad. 50 square metres represents all of this area and probably half of that. So it's a lot of tubes.
Yeah, and this example has 60 cubic metres. So.
Yeah. So it's volume of water is huge.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. No. Thank you very much.
I can hear the Fiji happy hour starting. Now I can hear the drums beating now. So even though it's on mute, I can hear it. So we better not hold it up too much
Making the
longer.
carver as we speak.
Yeah. The carver bowl is rattling. I can hear it.
But before I run to the bar, commissioners, just to jump into the weeds slightly, we obviously weren't, for various reasons, commissioners, we weren't able to get a statement of evidence from Mr. Jones. You have the letter. Mr. Jones clearly wasn't able to come for other reasons. So we hope that by putting Harry there in front of you, you've had the opportunity to ask questions, and I will leave issues of how you weight that, etc., in your very capable hands. But it has been the best of we've made the best of it that we could.
So thank you, Mr. Lewandowski. Okay, with that, if there's no outstanding matters, we will conclude hearing stream 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.